Hi there folks, and welcome to RRTV's live coverage of tonight's third round of the Australian Endurance Championship. And we're coming to you live tonight from Watkins Glen, and I tell you what, it's going to be a heck of a race tonight, Adrian.
Yeah, Bernie, we've seen a few races from these guys now, and it's at Watkins Glen. What can I say? What a brilliant track that we're at tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's quite a fast-flowing track, which we'll go through in a moment. The guys are out there at the moment qualifying, but there's a few things for us to cover off before we go to live pictures. For those of you new to the Australian Endurance Championship, it's made up of three classes, so think of it as three races in one. Class A tonight, we have the HPD ARX 01C car. So this car's lapping in around about the 1 minute 31s. So the slower cars are definitely going to have to keep an eye out for this car, and the drivers of the HPD are also going to have to be patient in getting through those slower cars. Looking at Class B at the moment, we've got the Riley prototype, a great little car, quite an unforgiving car, not much slower than the HPD. What's your thoughts on that, Adrian?
Yeah, Benny. I love the Riley, just that V8 power, and there's no assist on this car either. So really, it comes down to driver ability to get the car into the corners with braking, so you don't lock them up. And just an awesome car, I think, Bernie. They're fun.
Yeah, it's a real grassroots, or not a grassroots. It's a real race car, you could say. As you said, no driver assist, no ABS, that sort of thing. So these cars, they tend to go like the clappers, quite unforgiving. So the guys tonight are going to have to be very careful of these cars because they can become fairly fragile over the long run. Now looking at Class C, Class C is the GT3 class, and it's made up of three cars tonight. We've got the McLaren MP4 12C. That's my favourite car, of course. And these cars are reasonably well suited to Watkins Glen, not as well suited as I would have thought. They tend to be a little bit slower than the BMW around here. The second car in Class C tonight's the BMW Z4 GT3. Now, this is your favourite car, isn't it, Adrian?
Yeah, Bernie, one of my favourite cars. If I was driving a GT3, I'd definitely take the BMW. I just think it's just one of those Aussie iconic sort of setups, isn't it? Like, well, not Aussie, but something that we all grew up with a front engine and rear-wheel drive. I think they're an awesome car to drive.
Yeah, and they're definitely the favourite for the Class C tonight. Around Watkins Glen, these cars are very well suited to this track, so we can have to keep an eye out on the BMW Z4 tonight in Class C. And rounding out our Class C is the Rough RT12R track. Nice little car, another one of my favourite cars. It's easier to drive, in my opinion, than the BMW and the McLaren. Just feels I prefer a tighter car, and the Rough seems to be that to me. But looking at the times of these cars, the fastest of this class will be lapping in the 144s, so they're going to be about 15 seconds per lap slower than the HPDs, and probably, 10 seconds slower than the Riley. So the guys tonight are going to have to really keep an eye on their mirrors. They're going to have to be using their team managers and their spotters to tell them when guys are catching them, and they will also need to use their F3 to ensure that they keep an eye on these cars, because I don't know about you, Adrian, but the other night I was practicing around here, and before I knew it, I had a HPD right on my tail, and I didn't even see him coming.
Yeah, those PDs are very quick, aren't they, Bernie? You'll come out of a corner and you look in your mirror and there's nothing there, and all of a sudden when you get down to the next corner, there's a car right up you know what, and you sort of get a little bit nervous and sometimes even panic. And guys, we've got to watch that too, because if a driver gets panicked or balked, he might have an accident and then take out the HPD as well.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen before, haven't we? Or even the Rileys getting caught up in the GT3s or with the HPDs. And, even though the GT3s are slower, the drivers of these cars are pushing them every bit as hard as the HPD and Riley drivers are, and the faster guys are well aware of that, and they just have to use their patience as they're coming through the traffic. The other thing they've got to be aware of course, is if they're trying to lap traffic and a class lower than them is in the middle of a fight, they've got to be very careful getting through, because unlike our normal road racing you'd see in Australia, the blue flags here are advisory only, which means if the drivers are in the middle of a battle, they do not need to get out of the way of the faster class drivers. So having a look at some race statistics tonight. I don't know about you, Adrian, are you a statistics man?
No, not really, Bernie. I don't know. I don't usually have those sort of numbers. I usually go and pinch them off someone else.
All right, well, I do have some numbers here, and the idea behind this is it's just going to show you the sort of challenge these drivers and these teams have in front of them tonight. The race length tonight around Watkins Glen is 6 hours, as I said before. The total track length around here is 5.47 kilometres, and the slower cars are lapping in 1:44. 1 minute 44s. The faster cars are lapping in the 1:31s. Total laps completed tonight, we can expect the GT3s to do a total of 208 laps, or a total distance of 1,138 kilometres or thereabouts. Now, the start of the challenge for these guys is they can only have 2 drivers, so each driver is going to cover around about 569 kilometres if they do equal share, but we might see some of these drivers doing a longer stint than that. So concentration around here tonight, folks, is going to be paramount, especially when their incident limit is only set to 37 tonight. So for those of you unaware of how incidents work, if the guys go off track, they will get 1 incident point against them. If they spin their car and don't make contact with anything, they will get 2 incident points against them. If they run into a car or get run into, or they spin off and have a big accident into the fence, they can expect 4 incident points to get awarded to them. Once they get a total of 37 incident points, they will be disqualified. The other thing of interest is fast repairs. For the guys out there that aren't used to following iRacing, the way fast repairs works is if they have an accident and they get the car back to the pits either by tow or driving, they can elect to use one of their fast repairs, which means their car will be put back to brand new condition. However, once they've used those 2, they will have to sit in the pits and get their cars repaired, which could cost them up to 30 minutes tonight. Expected pit stops tonight for the GT3s will be around about 5 stops. We can expect them, they usually stop on the hour, but that does not take into account fuel saving strategies, so we'll have to keep an eye out on fuel savings tonight. The McLaren, for the amount of litres it'll consume, is 678 litres or thereabouts. That car can hold 113 litres, I think it is, for total distance. Is there anything else you want to add to my list of stats there, Adrian?
No, Bertie, I think you've done a pretty good job at putting the stats there. It gives the viewers out there some idea of what these drivers got to go through tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And the key, I think, tonight, Adrian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's going to be to stay out of trouble and to survive. We saw the first round at Daytona, a lot of these teams, it was the first time for a long distance race, and we saw in the second half a lot of teams are in trouble, and we lost a lot of cars due to either being disqualified or having their cars no longer drivable.
Yeah, Bernie, you're right. Hopefully the guys have learnt in the last 2 rounds that we've had with these guys, and learnt that they can't win the race in the first 5 laps, and even in the first hour, Bernie. I think we lost about 4 or 5 cars in the first hour, and they didn't settle down until about 3 hours in. So hopefully this time around they hang on for the first 3 hours, and then in the last hour they'll go tooth and nail at it and try and race from there.
Yeah, definitely. And the other thing about this also, only having 2 drivers tonight, that's normally for a race this length I would have expected 3, but 2, concentration later on tonight, especially when we hit, the last third, these guys are going to have to be on the ball or else they might find themselves in trouble.
Yeah, well, it's same for us, I suppose, too, Benny. Coming into the last few hours, I think we might even struggle a little bit. It's going to be a long one for us as well, but it's definitely something that we're going to enjoy, and I know the boys are going to turn on a show for us tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And folks out there who are listening, you'll have to forgive us a bit later on if we sound drowsy. At the moment, it's only Adrian and I in the commentary booth, so this is going to be an endurance for us as well. We will be live streaming the whole race, but you'll have to forgive us if we do need to have a break throughout tonight's event. And I don't know about you, Adrian, but I'm sure I'm going to need some sort of pit stop later on tonight.
Yeah, for sure, Bernie. I think my tummy will tell me it's time to eat, so I'll have to take off and have a bit of a food and fill up my tummy, and that might charge me up and get me to the end of the race tonight.
Yeah, that's right. I was thinking about another sort of pit stop. But anyway, let's have a look at tonight's track. As I said, we're at Watkins Glen. Total length 5.47 kilometres, 6 hours. Expected pit stops 5. Incident limit 37. Fast repairs 2. Drivers allowed are 2. Looking at the weather, that's far more interesting. It's partly cloudy out there today. Air temperature's currently 22 degrees Celsius with a track temp of a hot 36 degrees Celsius. Winds at the moment are coming from the north at 12 kilometres an hour. Now, they are using realistic weather, so we will update you throughout the event as the weather does change. But one thing about iRacing is we won't get rain because we don't have rain. But we'll let you know if the track cools down or the wind changes and that sort of thing. Having a look at passing opportunities tonight, keep an eye out to turn 1. That's one of the most important corners of this track. You may see guys dive bombing through there, but it's imperative they get a fast run out of there because they carry that speed all the way up through the S's and down that back straight. Expect the guys, if they get a tow, to be making passes down that back straight into turn 5, the carousel. And we've seen a few guys come unstuck through the carousel as well. Having a look at the chute, turn 6, we may see some passing through there. And up into tow, I think it's called turn 7, and then again boot, turn 8 and turn 9. And then they'll really be just towing each other around until they get back on that main straight. Adrian, having a look at Watkins Glen and having a drive around here, is there any gotchas on this track that these drivers have to be aware of tonight?
I think the big thing is the S's going up onto the back straight, Bernie. They've got to be real careful going up through there. I did notice that Riley, as I've driven that and practicing that thing, I love that car around here. If you clip the curb on the inside going up, it actually can turn or rotate the rear of the car around, and then it gets real messy, and that's going to be key. I think that's in the first lap. It's going to get real nasty up there if guys aren't careful, so we could see a big incident in the first lap up in that area.
Yeah, that's definitely right, and we've seen that in past races there. The last one we broadcast through here, there was quite a big accident through the carousel as well, so we'll just keep an eye out on that. But coming to live pictures now, folks, they're in the middle of they're finalising their qualifying at the moment. At the moment, we've got Aaron Lee for Redback Racing leading the HPDs in Class A on a 131.5. Jay Kennedy is currently sitting in second, Sam Sutton third, Trent Thomas is sitting back in fourth there. Reece Gardner, great to see Reece having a run tonight, sitting in fifth for Class A. Terry Forster's in sixth position, seventh Leskinen, and rounding out our Class A is M. Houston. Looking at Class B, the Rileys, we have Reece Goldfinch currently leading the way, followed by John O'Barry. Tim Ballinger is sitting third in class. Andrew Kanowski for TD Racing is sitting in fourth in class, or 12th outright. Parks is rounding out the Rileys. So looks like we've only got 5 Rileys out there tonight, Adrian.
Yeah, a little bit more than last time, Bernie, but good to see them out there. They're a really good car, and I enjoy them, Bernie. I think they're a nice car to drive around here.
Yeah, it's probably an easier track to drive the Riley around here, but hopefully we'll see a few of these guys finish. I think at Daytona we only had 2 of them really finish, and there wasn't much of a run, but then again I think we only had 3 in that class. But looking at GT3 at the moment, we've got Phil Sell leading the way for Class C. Michael Trooper is in second. Lewis Kugeley is in third. So we've got BMWs at the moment qualifying in the top 3. Nathan Herpat's in the rough, the first of the roughs there. It's great to see the Selby team looking strong here tonight, Adrian.
Yeah, Benny, they've been struggling in the SEK series of late, but looks like they're doing quite well. I believe the SEK ran at Watkins Glen last week, so they've obviously had a bit of practice, got the car tuned up and ready to rock and roll here at Watkins Glen tonight.
Yeah, so we can expect hopefully to see that team having a good run. We've got Jay Burkett currently in 5th position in the rough. Nethercote in 6th in the first of the, another BMW. Craig Dorr is 20th outright, or 8th. Guy Leach there, 21st. If we look all the way down there, the first of our McLarens is Wilsden, back there, 28th outright. So it looks like the McLarens are struggling out in Class C a bit tonight, Adrian.
Yeah, they seem to struggle a bit. It seems one of those cars that should be outperforming the BMW from what we've looked at, haven't we, Bernie? So I'm quite surprised it's sitting all the way down there at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the other thing to bear in mind, folks, as we look at live control here, I'm just getting my screen set up if you see a flash. One thing this series does have is they do have live race control, so we can expect, as we see Jay Kennedy go into the fence there, one thing that they have with live race control as well is the no escape rule, which means if a car is involved in an accident, the driver pretty much has to wait in that car if it's undrivable until race control releases them. So that the idea behind that is it is simulating real-world events and rescue teams and that sort of thing. We can also expect safety car to be called in those incidents. Now, I'm connected with race control, so hopefully we will be able to bring to you any disqualifications, penalties, or any reasons for the safety car coming out tonight. So at the moment we're seeing on our screens Matthew Nethercote currently sitting in 19th position in the number 351 OSR BMW entry out there. So a bit of work to do out there tonight for that team to see if they can move up the grid.
Yeah, we are winding down. Got 10 minutes left to go here, Bernie, for qualifying. So I think a lot of teams have probably put in their best effort so far. So I know probably some of them might be looking at getting the cars reset, get them ready for the long haul, and get a few laps in, get the main driver in the car and get him warmed up and get him seated in there and get him focused for the task at hand.
Yeah, I think just have a look at the rules. I think the rule states the qualifying driver has to start. As we can see, one of the HPDs coming down on the GT3s back there, and he's pulled out to go back to the pit. So anyway, having a look at the moment, the fastest lap is set by Aaron Lee in the Redback HPD, and I'm sure these guys will be looking at having a better run, because last round we had all three Redback racing cars starting from the pits due to penalties at Bathurst, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, Ben. It was managerial blunder a little bit, I could say. Not pointing fingers, Bertie, but that's one of those things. And the guys have got strict rules about how teams approach this. I believe we might have a couple of pit lane starters again tonight. I think Bernie, hearing on the grapevine with practice on Saturday, an official practice series there. Some of the guys didn't come into the series practice series properly.
Well, that's interesting. We'll have to get more information on that. So if you have anything on that, Adrian, definitely enlighten us, mate.
Yeah, it's just something I heard through the grapevine, Bernie. I can't actually 100% confirm that right at this moment, but something I heard that a couple of guys joined in practice yesterday, I believe, and it was an official practice. These guys have got a lot of rules in. They're trying to keep it real world, so yeah, some guys look like they may have joined the session under the wrong numbers, I believe.
Yeah, that's one thing that definitely caught our team out in the first round was the numbers, as well as joining in the wrong car will also draw a penalty. And as we said, folks, live race control, and they do enforce these penalties very strictly. And I wouldn't be surprised if a few guys may have caught penalties in official practice last night.
Yeah, it's I think it's a top effort by these guys to try and keep it real world, and you know, it is a serious sport for us. That's why we get out here and we bring you live pictures, because we enjoy it, watching it. We enjoy driving as well. So no, it's going to be awesome, and you know, it takes a lot of effort and planning and a lot of guys behind the scenes to put these forwards, doesn't it, Bernie?
Yeah, it certainly does, and I know a lot of these guys have been practicing for at least 3 weeks drawing up to this event. They have had a 2-month break, which gives them a lot of opportunity as well to perfect any setup issues they faced in the previous round. So hopefully, well, I should say, there's no excuse for being underprepared tonight. Yeah,
that's it, Bernie. The guys know when they're racing, so they've got plenty of time to get some practice in, understand, get their driver combination working, get a strategy sorted out, and yeah, it's just, you know, if they're caught underprepared, well, you know, that's their bad luck and they're going to suffer.
Yeah, exactly right. So I'm just going to see if I can get hold of race control and see if there's any pre-start penalties at this time, folks, just so I can let you go. I'll let you know, not let you go. We've got 6 hours before we do that.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to thank the viewers for watching tonight. It's going to be a long one. Like Bernie said, we will probably have a break there at some stage tonight for a couple of reasons, obviously. But I hope you enjoy the broadcast tonight. Don't forget to press that like button down there for us. And yeah, thank you for watching. And let's hope for a brilliant race tonight. See here, I've got, looks like Bernie and I are on the same page here. We've got a rough floating around here. Believe it's Guy Leach for iRace for Fun. Running around to use rough here at the moment. He's qualified 22nd at the moment, so doing a good job there tonight at the moment in a tough field. 22nd. He is.
Yeah, definitely is doing a great job out there. Adrian, sorry I had to rush off, folks, and plug in my joystick to make sure we can bring you our roof cam pictures, which I'll test at the moment to make sure we're plugged in, and we are. So all's good. 4 minutes to go to the end of qualifying. At the moment in Class A, Warren Pickering's out in that redback car, warming up with Mitchell McLeod in second round, and third is Sam Sutton for the HPD guys. Having a look, Reece Goldfinch is leading the way in Class B, followed by John O'Barry and Aaron Osborne, I think it is, in the third. Class C, Jared Philsell's leading the way, followed by Lewis Kugley, and then David Arnold for Redback Racing is sitting in third in that class at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good little number system these guys run here tonight, folks. You can see all the HPDs at the moment are the 100s, or the number has to start with a 1. So you'll see Redback Racing is 118, and then you've got Just for Fun Racing, which is car number 14. So that's under regulations, they're allowed to run 14. And then you've got your oilies in the 200s. So, or they could have had a 23, or as long as it was a 2. And then obviously your Class C, which is your 300 numbers, or as long as their number started with a 3. So it could have been a 36 or something like that.
Yeah, so that'll make it a bit easier for you guys out there to understand which class these cars are in. Also in our overlays you'll notice we have a little A, B or C next to each car entry to also let you know what class they're racing in. Now I've just had word from Race Control. At the moment there are no start lane penalties being applied for this race.
Well, that's good news, Bernie. Like I said, I did hear a rumour through the little thing, but obviously there isn't. So might have been a little few people getting a bit excited and didn't understand the rule properly there.
Yeah, possibly. You know, these sort of events they make, they always create a lot of excitement, don't they?
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, I've been a bit nervous coming in here tonight, Bernie, because we got 6 hours. Well, a little bit longer than that, but I know some of the drivers are getting a little bit nervous jumping in here and racing tonight. It's a big field too, Bernie. 30 plus cars tonight, so it's going to be a hectic race, I can tell you that.
Oh, it certainly is, and you know, having 2 months off, I'm sure there's a lot of nerves out there, and I'll agree with you on one thing, Adrian. I always get nervous getting in this commentary box, but once we get going, I normally forget about things and embarrass myself, and it's all good. As we're jumping on the roof now with Jared Philsell in the BMW, we'll let you guys enjoy a lap around Watkins Glen in this car. So with 1 minute 29 to go to the end of qualifying, after this, folks, they will have a little bit of a warm-up as far as I'm aware, and a driver briefing will occur at that time from Race Control to all the drivers, just to pretty much lay down the law, I guess, Adrian, and make sure all the drivers understand those regulations and understand that there is a live race control tonight.
Yeah, Bernie, once again, just going through the motions with these guys, Race Control letting them know that there is race control. Try and keep the cars mindful that it is a 6-hour race, and the guys have got to be a little bit wary on the start. Don't try and make foolish moves. And it's a good initiative, and it's good because you need to hear that before you start, because everyone gets a little bit amped up and make not stupid moves. I think a little bit just edgy moves. You're really amped up, and when you get in there, it's like you said, Bernie, been a couple of months, so these guys are keen to get out there and race.
Yeah, definitely, and I've just heard from race control that driver briefing has already happened, so that was my mistake, but it's good to see the guys there tuned into our broadcast tonight, and I'd like to give them a big shout out, because I know there's not too many of them up there, and they work their butts off, just like we will be tonight.
Yeah, credit to the boys. Like I said, a lot of effort goes in. If you're interested or a part of it, and look, thanks guys for putting on. But if you're interested, Scotty Stevens is the guy to see, and him and the guys there put on a big effort. I know they'd like a few more hands there, Bernie, and make it a lot easier for those guys.
Yeah, definitely. So if there's anyone out there interested in helping out behind the scenes, definitely get in touch with Scott Stevens. And also the same goes if you want to join us in the commentary box. Just drop me a line, and I'm more than happy to have more guys up here, because more fingers in the pie makes for easier work, I guess.
Yeah, for sure, Benny. These enduros, a little bit of help goes a long way. Makes it we can have a little bit longer breaks, and you guys just won't get deaf-toned from Bernie and myself.
Yeah, exactly right. So qualifying is pretty much done and dusted, folks. So let's have a look at our driver lineup for tonight's race. Aaron Lee, Redback Racing, number 118, takes pole position for Class A. Sam Sutton in car number 147 will be in second position. Mitchell McLeod qualified car 140's HPD in third. We've got Scott Connors out there. That's a good run there with Evolution Racing Australia, I think. So they qualified that car, number 111, in fourth position. El Beck, that's a new name, car 166, has qualified in fifth position. Reece Gardner, car 145, has qualified in sixth. Jovanovic will start out of seventh position. Eighth will be Houston, 177. Goldfinch, ninth, car 230, and the first of Class B. Then we have John O'Barry in Class B also. My overlays are playing up, sorry folks. In 10th outright, car 243. 11th will be Osborne, 12th Kanowski, 217, and it looks like my overlay is going to play up, or are they going to hold it? T Parks is starting in car 231. Jared Filsell, the first out of Class C, will be starting back there in 14th outright. Lewis Kugeley, also Class C, will be starting in 15th. 16th, David Arnold for Redback Racing. Nathan Herpatz is 17th at the moment, the first of the roughs. 18th will be Jay Burkett, also in a rough. Kujimiya, that's a new name there, in 19th position, car number 321. And rounding out our 20th position outright will be Matthew Nethercote. Now, I'm sorry folks, I can't give you the actual class positions because at this stage, because we don't have them on our overlays or available to us. Colin Schweck there for Class C. It's interesting, they're racing in a BMW. Okay, so we've just had also there will be strict rules enforced under of no pitting under closed pit entry. Any teams that do so will be giving a drive-through penalty. So that's just come from race control. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Guy Leach will be starting out at 22nd in the rough. Terry Marwood, BMW 23rd. Matthew Dignam starting in car 335 in the rough. Hammond, M. Hammond, I wonder if that's Matthew Hammond, probably not. Car 377, 25th tonight. It's Richard Hammond anyway, I don't know who Matthew Hammond is. 26th, D car. 27th, Alex Pole. Van der Gucht will be starting out at 28th. 29th, Brett Garidas. 30th will be Brett Woods. We've got M. Wilsdom in 31st position, followed by Brett Wilson in 32nd position in the second of the McLarens. Jay Flood will start out at 33rd. And Marty Atkins 34th in a BMW. Nick de Bruin will start out of 25th. 36th will be Searles, and rounding out our field of 37 cars is Michael Ford in McLaren. So we're under pace car conditions now, folks, and we can expect, hopefully, our race to commence next time by. Now, they do a full lap around here under pace car conditions. So you excited yet, Adrian?
Just quiet, Bernie. Just sitting here waiting. It's going to be anticipation. I think we've got a lot of work to do here coming up in a second, Bernie. I'm just going to try and find the best position to have a look at the camera views at the moment, because it's a few trees in the road.
Yeah, they do tend to do that if you're standing a long way back from the track there. So I'm just getting all our overlays connected up, folks, and we will be going to live pictures for the first half a lap. I think we're going to let's have a look here. We can go for either the chopper cam, or I'm thinking blimp cam. We might start with blimp cam so we can get an overall view here. As you can see, the guys are now starting to break the classes up. We can see further up here we've got Class A, then there'll be a gap back to Class B, and then a gap back to Class C. So I'm not sure of the exact rule here, folks, if they all go on green or if they have to wait till they hit the start finish line. But we're having a look now. Class A's coming up to the line, and we will be under green very shortly, folks. Can see now the pace car is in. I'll get the ticker going for us, and we've got Aaron Lee. Okay, we've got a problem there with the second car really slow off the line there, and he nearly got rear-ended there, but we've got Redback Racing Aaron Lee taking the lead in that car. Coming through now, Class B and C are underway. Where are they? Looks like we are under racing conditions, or are we? Anyway, so we can see.
Yeah, Benny, they're going well now, mate. The Class C is coming up through the S's now, mate. Come through there fairly cleanly, so they're doing a good job here tonight.
We can see here Class C, so we're all under racing conditions. It looks like we've had a fairly clean start there, Adrian.
Yeah, the boys have got away nice and cleanly, and it's really good. We've gone through the carousel there, so all looking good at the moment. They're still trundling away through here, so the Class C boys are now running through the boot, but everything looks good at the moment. The boys are behaving, so that race briefing they had has certainly done them wonders.
It definitely has. There's been absolutely no incidents out there at all, or off tracks, for that first lap. So a really nice clean start here. I know the drivers out there want that for the first half of the race. Really, they're just going to be doing the laps so that they're in a position to race in that second half tonight.
Yeah, for sure, Benny. You've got to hang on to these sort of quick repairs. You don't want to be using them, and it's one of those things, isn't it, Bernie? We need the guys to just settle down, get into the rhythm, and find your position and race like that, because you will get into battles, and it's 6 hours. These guys got to hang on for 6 hours, so if you crash your car, you're gone.
Exactly right, and because it's a team event, it's not only the driver out there, they've got a co-driver, they've got team managers, they've got spotters out there, so if you're in one of these events and you bin the car within the first lap, you've got a lot of people to answer to.
Yeah, for sure. We see that they've got to have 2 drivers, and you think, oh, it's only 2 drivers, but I know that with the endurance racing, you're the first one in the car. You don't want to bend the car straight up. You want to bring the home nice and clean for the next driver. So, and these guys have got 6 hours to do this. So, and they got their managers there behind them. Some guys have got the extra guys there to help them with their strategies as well. Yeah,
that's right. And they normally have the people looking at fuel burn and working out pit windows and all that, just like real world racing. That all goes on at this level in our sim racing. So
yeah, and it's there's a lot of different strategies too, Bernie. You get these guys have got safety cars, so you come in and put new tyres on and more fuel in and change your strategy. These guys have got to work on that as well.
Yeah, they sure do. And looking at Class A at the moment, folks, we've got Aaron Lee in front, followed by Mitchell McLeod in second position. He's coming under pressure here from Sam Sutton. And further back, Sam's teammate Reece Gardner is in fourth position. And rounding out the top 5, it looks like Scott Connors is just bringing that car up into fifth position now, as 2 HPDs go side by side down the back straight there.
I was just hanging down the back here a bit, Bernie, watching the GT3 guys down here, and I was coming out of the boot. I'm just trying to find the driver. Yep, it was Kane from the Multi-21 Sim Racing. He had the thing nearly crossed up, and it looked like we were almost ready to have our first yellow flag there, Bernie, but he kept it underneath him, and he's away and racing. He lost about 4 spots, so a bit hectic back here with the GT3s, but they're all doing a great job back here, Bernie.
Fantastic, and we'll get back there shortly. At the moment, we're having a look. Michael Schreier's leading Class B, and Andrew Kanowski for TD Racing there, doing a great job, it must be said, in that Riley. He's only 2 seconds down. Tim Ballinger's also out there having a great run. So the number 227 entry is in third, followed closely by John O'Barry, and rounding out the top 5 for Class B is Todd Parks.
Yeah, these guys are in a 3-way battle at the moment here, with Tim Ballinger leading the pack here with John O'Barry and Todd Parks there. They're all line astern, so these guys are having a good little battle here as well. So as Andrew Kanowski and Michael Schreier there have broken away, and they're out there. They're putting down some decent lap times at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they've got a gap over these 3 at the moment. But one thing about the Rileys, they are, as you said, thoroughbred race car, but they can also be extremely fragile, so these guys will just have to take it easy as they bed in. And we can see here now, who's that making a move? It looks like Todd Parks is making a move on Tim Ballinger too wide through the carousel. I tell you what, it's hold your breath stuff when they start doing that, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and you don't want to be wrecking your car this early, but that was good demonstration of the draft down that long straightaway. So and these Rileys actually can haul down that back straightaway if they take a lot of wing off. These things can fly down there, I can tell you.
Yeah, they certainly can, and Tim did a great job there. He saw both cars coming through, and he just let them by. There's no point getting into a really hard head-to-head battle at this stage of the race. Looking back at Class C at the moment, we have Jared Filsell in first for Class C, followed by David Arnold in second position there. Third, we have Braith Morrow. So we've got Blackadder by the looks of it, 1 and third. Redback Racing is in the meat and the sandwich in second there. Nathan Herpat's doing a great job, fourth outright, Class C at this stage, followed by Joe Burkett. So it's looking pretty much BMW and a rough show up the front here in Class C at the moment.
Yeah, not surprising with the BMWs leading the way, but we do know the Roughs are quite a car to have at the moment this season for iRacing. So, yeah, those BMWs seem to suit this track really well, don't they, Bernie? They're real strong around here, and they can haul around here quite well.
Yeah, they definitely can. And another guy doing a great job out there at the moment is Colin Schweck. And they're in a BMW this time around, so they must have decided the BMW is that stronger car. Yeah,
Benny, we did see that they're not in their rough. Usually they're around Rothman's rough in the SEK. So change the car, and they're in the Beko paint scheme there, Benny.
Yeah, they're running a Beko paint scheme, so a different paint scheme as well tonight, and looking very strong. So at the moment, report from Race Control folks is they are happy. It's been a nice clean start out there so far, and the drivers are doing a great job.
Yeah, they certainly are, Bernie. They're doing a fantastic job here at the moment. There's no big issues at the moment. The guys are getting into a rhythm, which is really good. We've had 5 laps already, so the guys have got 5 laps down, and many more to go, but at least they're getting into that rhythm, and it's going to come down to fatigue, I think, Bernie. We're going to see these guys will probably run for an hour on a full tank if there's no safety cars. So I reckon by the end of the hour, Bernie, these guys are going to be tired, and they'll need a break.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. I think after an hour I'm going to be tired, and I might need a break too, but might be a bit early for us. As we're jumping on board now with Colin Schweck here in the Beko BMW, we'll do a lap around here with him, folks, and just so you can get a feel for how the BMW sounds and feels around this track.
Yeah, and as you guys are doing that, I can tell you right now, Aaron's lead is actually starting to catch up to last place driver at the moment, Oliver Searles. So he's coming down the back straight away, and he's actually gaining on the last place. So these HBDs are going to start overtaking cars now.
Yeah, and once they start overtaking cars, you can guarantee they're going to be in traffic for just about most of the night, aren't they? As everyone spreads out throughout the track here.
Yeah, and this is where it's going to be interesting here, Bernie. Like, he's caught up to a couple of cars that were fighting for position. One of them backed out and let them through. So good sense to see there's a car coming, and now he gets around another car there, Bernie. So he's doing a good job there, being patient and getting this car through the traffic at the moment. But it is going to get tougher when he catches up to the Rileys, I can tell you that's for sure.
Yeah, that's right, and Sam Sutton's also now getting through that traffic, and that's really key for tonight in these faster cars, is how these guys can get through that traffic without incident. And they need to be patient, because even though, we've got Reece Gardner around in the HPD Class A, he's sitting there, is he going to get it going again? That was an incident, as I just said, folks, overtaking lower classes cars there. It looks like Reece has had a contact with one of them, but fortunately he is continuing. We'll see if we can get a replay of that.
Yeah, just one of those things. We'll check the replay. I haven't seen it yet, Bernie, either. But just patience. These guys have got to be real patient with these lap traffic. I think the big key, and I think we spoke about it plenty of times before, Bernie, is that the guys just stick to their race line and let the HPD drivers make their moves. You know, that's the big key about this sort of racing in multi-class. That's my opinion, no one else's, and I'm sure you probably feel the same way too, Bernie.
Yeah, pretty much do. He's coming down on the inside here. We're just seeing if he was involved, right behind the McLaren there. Oh man, he came right up behind that McLaren and nearly rear-ended. It looks like he's jumped on the brakes there, and that's turned that HPD around. Fortunately, he's managed to keep that off the fence, but that was a close call. He nearly took out that Torque McLaren.
Yeah, just probably realised he was going to close in on that McLaren that quickly, Bernie, and he had to jump on the brakes before he clouded him one. So a little bit of awareness there to sort of try and slow down. And it looks like we got a Riley broken down there too, Bernie.
Do we have a number?
Not at the moment, mate. Sorry.
So we've got Scott Connors at the moment off track in a HPD. He's also spun that car and managed to get it going again. So the HPD drivers are having problems out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's Todd Buck's number 231, Bernie. It's really smoking bad, so I'll see if I can see what happened to him as well.
Alright, we saw he came in on the pits on lap 7 there, and as we can see him bringing that Riley into the pits now, and we'll just see exactly what happened to him. So we don't have any off-track incidents for Todd, and it looks like he's going fairly strongly out there at this stage, folks.
I'll have to go back. I just jumped in the cockpit with him, but it looked like it slowed down, so whether there was a technical problem.
So anyway, while you do that, Adrian, we'll jump back to the action here. As we can see, Kane Kojima here getting lapped now by Mitchell McLeod in 3rd position. I guess you could say they're getting lapped. They're not really. They're racing their own race. Class A has just happened to be passing Class C. Trevor Forster also in the traffic here, trying to make his way through in the HPD. Coming up onto the S's here, he's going to have to be patient so that he keeps that car out of trouble. It's just amazing as we jump on board with Trevor. Folks, look at the distance in closing speed. This is why these guys have to be so patient. As you can see, Trevor backing off there now, threading the needle and getting past both BMWs. That was good driving there.
Yeah, it'd be nice if anyone knew Todd Parks and Synergy Sim Racing to try and let us in on what happened there. The car just slowed down, Bernie, so obviously with me jumping back in the cockpit, I don't get to see all the lovely displays that come up on screen there because I'm just a spectator, but yeah, it just slowed down really badly, and there's no indication of anything going wrong with the car. He just slowed right down, so that's really weird.
Yeah, they could be having some sort of car issues because he had just come out of the pits at that time and he had dived in there to get that car serviced, so we'll keep an eye on that, folks. As we can see now, Trevor going on the outside around the BMW, so you can really see, folks, they have to trust those drivers, that they have seen them and hold their line, otherwise it can end in a big mess.
Yeah, that's for sure, Bernie. It's really hard, these guys. You know, like I said, I've seen these guys, and I haven't got a HPD yet, Bernie, but geez, they're quick. So it'd be interesting as we've got Tony here Aaron catching up to Riley.
Yeah, and he's just gone past that Riley now, and he's coming up. Yeah, so Class B is now starting to be lapped at this stage of the race, folks. So far they're doing quite a good job there, all classes, giving and taking as all these cars, the faster cars, start to come through the field.
Yeah, certainly are, and it's a credit to the guys. They've definitely stepped up this racing a lot more from previous events. So, and it looks like it's a blown engine, but there's no. Oh, here we go. I do have. Thank you, viewers, for letting us in, Bernie. I love the guys on YouTube letting us know. Todd dropped it back in gear and popped the engine. So hard luck, boys. I know they would have used a quick repair on that, Bernie, to get it out there and push along again.
Yeah, and it doesn't take much to blow these engines in the Rileys. They're very fragile in the down, when they go down through the gears. But I tell you what, this early in the race, they don't want to be starting to use those quick repairs.
Yeah, no, Benny, it's a bit early, but unfortunately, it's just one of those things, I suppose. Guys just in a hurry to get down in a gear, or might have accidentally hit the gear lever down too far, and it's popped in to that lower gear, and yeah, unfortunately blown the engine. So. But they'll get out there. If they're strong enough, they'll work their way back, but they've got a hard job here. But they've got 6 hours to do it, Bernie, so we'll see if they can push back through.
Yeah, that's right. They're currently sitting down in 30th position, 1 lap down. But, with safety cars, it doesn't take much for them to catch up, and if they're smart, they can even catch their lap back under safety car conditions there. We've just had a spinner as well in the carousel. We saw the end of that, but a bit of news on the number 21 or 21st car, Colin Schweck, number 380. They're actually driving tonight for Digital Motorsports. So that's for that's at Becco backed car. The drivers tonight are Craig Dorr, Colin Schweck and Guy Buchart. Driving that BMW tonight, so it's not the normal pairing of the Schweck brothers out there.
Very good, Bernie. More information, like I said, thanks guys, thanks viewers as well. I know some of you guys are the racers out there, so definitely can lead us in on some of that information that we don't have that come to hand, so we do appreciate it, and I know it comes off better for the broadcast as well, so thank you very much.
Yeah, it certainly does, and that came from Race Control, so a big shout out to those guys. We're just having a look at Matthew Dignam now in a replay. He did have a bit of an off-track moment here in the rough, in the Pagnian Imports rough, that is, and I just want to see what exactly occurred here, so bear with us for a minute, folks, and we'll see if there's any action we can bring you.
And you're right there, Benny. Go ahead.
Yeah, he just got a bit squirrely coming out of turn 1 there. Good job there holding it, and he had a Riley right on his back, so he might have been looking at the mirrors there as he exited turn 1.
Yeah, I believe that's from I've forgotten their names already, Bernie. Geez, and I've got a long way to go. Yeah, that's the blown engine Riley. So they're pushing their way along. Like I said, they'll keep soldiering along there, Bernie, and they'll work more positions up there. So look, they'll probably come a top 5 in their class if they keep it going, and could possibly get more if anything happens to the other drivers, which I know no one wants, but it's a good possibility. What we've seen in the past.
Yeah, definitely, and there's action all up and down the field at the moment. We can see Michael Hammond in a battle here with Max Wilsden in the GTI McLaren. They're sitting way back 25th and 24th outright, but having a great battle there. There's about 3 or 4 in that battle pack at this stage.
Yeah, no, my cameraman's on this ball too there, Bernie. Doing a great job, these boys. We've got a BMW. We actually got 2 BMWs in a rough as my cameraman moves off to Glen Kean again. So we're jumping backwards and forward here, but they were doing a fantastic job back there, Bernie.
They certainly were, and it looks like Michael Hammond is in 24th, is starting to make a move now on Brett Garitas coming into the carousel. Side by side they go in. Brett lets him... oh, no, he doesn't. I thought he was going to let him through there, but side by side through the carousel. Brett's fighting pretty hard for this position.
Yeah, he's been... I think he's sort of been the little bottleneck there with these 4 cars. As we can see, Alex Pole there as well, having a look in underneath, and he was the 4th car in line. So... unfortunately, it looks like he's just holding the guys up here at the moment.
Yeah, and I tell you what, going, he picked a brave line there, taking the outside option on the carousel, because we've seen cars, doesn't take much. A car on the inside just has to lose a bit of downforce, and they'll both be into the fence.
Yeah, Benny, that is another spot there. A little bit of aero loss there, and the rear of the car will step out on you, and yeah, you can definitely have a few cars into that fence there quite quickly. So we'll be down the back straightaway, these guys, or even now, I suppose, Bernie will have Michael having a look here, but I definitely think he'll get himself set up through here, the S's, get a good run through there, and try and get this tow and try and get this overtaking move done before the carousel, or as they're getting into the carousel.
Yeah, that's right. We can see now he's starting to get that toe as they come up on the back, but we'll see what Brett does this time. He's going to have a look. Yeah, he's going to let him have a look on the inside, and looks like, oh, Michael again side by side down here. Brett, deep under brakes again, side by side through the carousel. I tell you what, if I was now, he's let him through, but I think if I was their race manager about now, I'd be holding my breath.
Yeah, Bernie, it's a fierce battle there right at the moment, but tell you what, good driving by both guys there. Brett getting that BMW, I think that's what helping this BMW at the moment. It's really getting into the corners well. It just seems like this track suits this BMW so well, so it makes it really hard for the roughs to get around them today.
Yeah, it certainly does. You can just see how strong those BMWs and the McLarens are under brakes there. Makes them a very hard car to pass around Watkins Glen tonight.
Yeah, it is, Bernie. Sorry about that. Had a little bit of a moment then. But yeah, no, it's great to see these cars and the way they are working. So I think iRacing has pretty well got these cars almost sorted. They're probably a little bit more tweaking, but obviously too, Bernie, I think it comes down to setups and getting these cars set up. You know, you guys got to get these things to handle the tyres, and on the long haul, you know, some guys will see a few guys lose because their setup's not quite right.
Yeah, that's right, and we can see at the back of this battle pack, as the McLaren steps out a bit in the S's, good save there, but they've got a Riley right on their back step. That could be Todd Parks making his way through.
Yeah, I think it is there, Bernie, and we can see the power of this Riley coming through, and he's trying to get through, but obviously these GT3s don't have to let him through that easy, because it is for position. It might be a different class, but it is position, and he's got a race for it. Yeah,
that's right, and as we said earlier, this car, Todd Parks behind the wheel, they did blow an engine earlier on tonight, but they did manage to get that car back to the pits to use that fast repair, so they didn't have to use a fast tow or the tow truck.
Yeah, and that's quite long, especially if you don't have it. So they did a pretty good job to get it back there, Bernie. It was a slow effort, as we see the leader here is making his way through as well there, Bernie.
Yeah, so we've got our leader, Aaron Lee, now also making it past Todd Parks there. And, Todd's getting it a bit sideways. Todd missed his opportunity. If he could have tucked in behind that race leader, he could have used him to open up that traffic.
Yeah, for sure, but look how far that HPT has gone, Bernie. It's just a rocket ship, isn't it?
It certainly is, and I'd say the Riley would probably be closer to the GT3s in performance than the HPD, because this thing's like, as you said, a rocket ship.
Yeah, the thing that brings the Riley and the GT3s a lot closer is that the GT3s have got all their assists, so they can get into a corner a lot later than the Rileys, and getting out of the corners, they can just get the power down a lot easier than the Rileys. So that's why the GT3s and Rileys are pretty close in performance, but because of the horsepower in the Riley, it just outclasses it down the straightaways.
Yeah, that's right. We just saw Sam Sutton fly through again past this clump of GT3s, and the lone Riley back here in 23rd position at the moment. So that spread the GT3s out a bit as Todd now takes the inside there on the laser rough there, number 377. That's Michael Hammond behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, so Todd's doing a good job there. I think he was a little bit dirty at himself there earlier, Bernie. I saw him coming into that corner there earlier after the incident, and he went a little bit hot in there, but I think he's calmed down now, and he's getting his groove on and putting down the laps, which that's all he needs to do now, is just put the laps down, and like we said, 6 hours to go. You never know what happened, and you could gain a few spots by someone else's misfortunes.
Yeah, exactly, and it was a fantastic job of Todd to get that car back to the pits with the blown motor. If they hadn't have been able to do that, I guess we would have seen our first safety car tonight.
Yeah, buddy. It would have been our first safety car, which is really good. We haven't had one yet, which is great. These guys are doing a fantastic job. I believe in the first 2 rounds we had at least safety cars in the first hour. So at the moment here we've had none, and the guys are racing hard but cleanly. And no, it's been really good racing. It's hard to pick a battle to watch.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we're half an hour into this, folks, so I'll take you through the top 5 of each class. So leading the way at the moment, we've got Aaron Lee for Redback Racing in first in the 118 HPD, followed by Sam Sutton in second position. He's 4.5 seconds down now to our leader. Mitchell McLeod is in third in the Torque Racing HPD there, number 140. And fourth is Bobby Jovanovic. Fifth is Trevor Forster. So leading the way for Class B at the moment, folks, is we have Michael Schreier in the number 230, Riley, LED and Innovations. Andrew Kanowski at the moment in second position, Class B. I've noticed he's not in the TD Racing colours tonight, so I'll have a look, folks, and see what team he is running for tonight.
Yeah, Bernie, I can let you know that now. It is TD Racing. They just got a new paint scheme for their Rileys for the AEC.
Okay, and I probably haven't updated my trading paints properly at this stage, which I'll look at in a moment. Third in class is John O'Barry there for TPR, doing a great job there. And then fourth in class is, I'm just doing a lot of arms here, Tim Ballinger for TD Racing. First in Class C, Jared Filsell there, doing a fantastic job, followed closely by David Arnold for Redback Racing. Third in class is Braith Morrow, so we've got BMWs 1, 2 and 3. Nathan Herpatz here for Selby Motorsport, doing a fantastic job in the rough there, starting to put pressure on Braith for that third position. Guy Leach is running in fifth position, Class C. So that's a breakdown of three classes there.
Yeah, it's good to see the Shelby boys doing good here today, Bernie. I know they've been struggling in the other series, but putting on a good show here in the rough, and the first rust in line at the moment, so doing a great job for those boys.
Yeah, they certainly are doing a great job, and they were hopeful of having a strong run here. You know, these teams, a lot of these GT3 teams have run previously here in the Enduro for the SEK Queensland GT3 series, so they've used that pretty much to bed the car in for tonight's race.
Yeah, that's it, Benny. I did see Scott Connors goes a bit wide there in turn one as he's coming through lap traffic. Yeah, they did the I believe it was the sprint series there last weekend. So and the BMWs were strong then. So definitely doesn't surprise me that they're doing so well tonight.
Yeah, that's right. And as this race goes on, you know, the equaliser is going to be how well these guys survive. I keep on saying it, but it's going to come down to that towards the end of tonight's race, I think.
Yeah, Benny, you know, like you look up through the S's, if someone's getting tired or the car's not handling the way it should be at the end of the stint, and someone loses control going up through there, it's such a blind situation as you get to the top. So if someone's on the track, it can cause a big accident. So yeah, the boys have got to be careful running through there, and as we see, the HPDs are so quick, and if they come up to an incident up there, it's a little bit too late for them to stop.
That's exactly right, and one word that comes to mind for a lot of these faster cars or faster classes is discipline. You know, it's the guys are going to get held up, but that's part and parcel of this game, and they just have to be patient, because if they get held up this time round, it's guaranteed at some point their competitors will also get held up and they'll get a break. So we can expect the gaps to ebb and flow as the guys go through traffic tonight.
Yeah, for sure, Bernie, and we, you know, it's just a bit on edge there, Bernie. I saw Scott; he was going around a BMW up through the S's, and you know, if I'm stopping through there watching a guy, you know, it's hairy up through there. So it was a good job they got through. But geez, this traffic's heavy here at the moment, Bernie, going into the carousel. We got GT3s, we got the Riley there, and one of the HPDs. So it's a bit hectic in here at the moment.
Certainly is. We see the HPD now go through, and there's another HPD in this mix, so it's pretty much going to be like this all night now as the traffic spreads throughout the track. And a couple of things, you know, we're saying it's important for the Class A drivers to be patient. There's also an art for the Class C drivers to know how to be overtaken without losing seconds of their laps at the same time.
Yeah, that's it, Bernie. That's why I'm sort of one of these guys to think if Class C drivers, if they stick to a race line and let the guys run around them, make them pick and choose where they're going to overtake the C-Class drivers, and you know, it makes for better racing, and the C-Class guys aren't going to lose any time, and they can keep on their racing line and not worrying about what's going to happen.
That's right, and if the C-Class drivers can time it, which, you know, it's a good strategy, they can actually save themselves seconds where other guys may have to go offline, go, you know, lift or whatever, and it can really help those Class C drivers. But anyway, we've got our first guest speaker to the RRTV commentary booth, and that's Jay Kennedy. Hi Jay, welcome. And how are you guys going tonight?
Yeah, not going too bad at the moment, Bernie. Sitting P3 with Mitchell in the car, so we're cruising along quite well at the moment.
Yeah, and it looked like your sister car, I guess we could say, the McLaren, escaped out of jail pretty much when Reece Gardner nearly rear-ended him earlier on tonight.
Yeah, Mitch was not far ahead of Jack when Reece had that little spin, and he said, "Oh, where's Reece gone? He's not in my mirrors anymore." And Jack said, "Yeah, he almost crashed in the back of me and locked it up." So a little bit of a lucky escape in some ways, and Reece got out of it unscathed as well, which is good.
Yeah, it certainly is. And so how's Mitchell handling all this traffic out there? We've noticed there's quite a bit. It's quite heavy at the moment for a lot of these HPD drivers.
Yeah, we're just cruising along about 90% at the moment when we're around traffic. We don't want to push the limit too far and try and force our way through. We're just taking our time. So the goal is to get the car back in one piece with the final hour and then push on from there.
Yeah, that's pretty much gameplay, isn't it? At the moment, it's just staying on that lead lap and keeping that car nice and healthy.
That's exactly it. I mean, there's no point pushing too hard now. You can't win the race now, but you can definitely lose it.
Yeah, you certainly can at that. And how are the tyres on the HPDs going? I've noticed the track out there is about 36 degrees, so do these cars use their tyres efficiently?
The way we've got the car set up actually feels pretty good with long stints. So we've done mostly race runs. We haven't done many qualifying runs. We just sort of whipped together a qualifying setup at the end, and that was pretty good. But for us, we've just been plodding along trying to get a race set that felt comfortable, because that's more important with the length of the race to have a good race setup. So the way we've got the car feeling, it feels good on the long run.
Yeah, that's probably more important than outright pace on these long races, that's for sure. So as far as fuel distance goes, we know the GT3s will probably have to pit, or as your McLaren just spun in behind your HPD, so I'm not sure what happened there. But getting back to pits, can you guys see it through an hour, or do you have to pit more often?
We're looking about 56 minutes worth of fuel at the moment, so we probably need a couple of safety cars to help us out, but no doubt they'll come later on in the race. I'm actually shocked we haven't had one yet, which I think you guys are as well.
Yeah, we've had quite a few close calls. We had Todd Parks blow his motor in the Riley. That could have been one. Reece Gardner almost brought one out if he couldn't get started, and yeah, I'm surprised we haven't, but it's good to see the drivers are all behaving themselves out there tonight.
Yeah, it's been good. I think from the last two races, the guys have learnt quite a lot about race etiquette. I think that the natural flow of this track probably suits a bit better to this sort of racing too. It's very, very tough at the likes of Bathurst to actually have good, close quality racing, because guys, as we all know, try to be a little bit too good for their actual ability, but here there's a bit of a runoff and things like that, so guys are actually able to drive a bit more within their limits.
Yeah, and we can definitely see that tonight in the lack of safety cars here, which is fantastic. So, Adrian, have you got any questions you'd like to ask Jay?
Yeah, Jay, we've been going on, and it's good to see you guys out there and putting effort in, and third place at the moment, so it's a good effort. I know it's early, but you guys are putting the effort in there, and yeah, we're definitely impressed with the safety cars, and obviously the GT3 boys are playing nice tonight.
Yeah, at this stage it's been a couple of scary moments, mainly in qualifying though. We had some scary moments. We were 4 wide down the back straight at one point coming up to the bus stop chicane, but the guys overall are pretty good. Being predictable, I think, is the key. Making sure if you're going to go offline, you give the guy enough notice and move to the side that little bit earlier than you think, or if you're going to hold the line and wait for the HPD to go around, you let them know early. Not actually physically, but obviously your car management and things like that. So it's actually been pretty good so far.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It's to see you guys out there and putting in a good effort, and I think even everyone throughout the whole classes, they're doing a fantastic job tonight. And like you said, we are actually quite surprised that we haven't had a yellow yet, but no, you're doing a great job, and hope you enjoy the rest of the evening, mate.
Yeah, I'm sure I will, and big thanks to you guys. I know how much work goes into broadcasting, so big thanks to everyone from the whole community for such a good job you guys are doing. Well done, Bernie.
Yeah, no worries, Jay. So who's teamed up with Mitchell? Are you actually driving with Mitchell tonight?
Yep, I'm in the HPD with Mitch, and Matt Stratford will drive with Jack Flood in the McLaren. I think those guys will be pitting very, very soon.
Yeah, I'd say so. So I guess we'll probably see you out on track a bit later on tonight, and best of luck when you have your stint, mate.
Yeah, I'll be in the car very soon, so I better go and get myself prepped. Thanks, guys, and good luck, and I'll be back later on.
Alright, see you, Joe. So, Adrian, we've also got Michael Ford down there. If I bring him up, would you like to have a quick chat with him?
Yeah, for sure, Bernie. Hello, Michael. Welcome to the RRTV commentary booth. How's the race going there, mate?
Hey guys, yeah, fairly average. Me loaded the wrong setup before the race, so we're racing with a fairly dubious setup, but we'll manage.
Yeah, it's a bit funny when you get the wrong setup in there and it makes the car handle not the way you like, and being a 6-hour race, it's going to be a tough job for you guys then.
It certainly is. It's not even the right track. I loaded a Rotor Atlanta setup. This is oh no, here we go, and only realised just after the green, it's nothing we can do. So we'll make do, and hopefully the attrition rate will pick up a little bit, and we'll make up a few spots.
Sorry to jump in, guys. We've got Guy Leach coming into the tow at the moment with a heavily damaged SEK rough. I'll keep an eye on it and update the viewers as things develop.
Yeah, so thanks for that, Bernie. It's a bit of action here. It might be our first yellow, but how's it going to go now that unfortunately you got the wrong setup in the car?
We're okay. We can set consistent lap times. We're probably about a decent second and a half off where we should be consistently, but we're setting good lap times, so hopefully we'll manage.
Yeah, no, mate. That's like you said. Actually, we're quite surprised up here in the booth tonight at how well the guys are racing tonight. There's been a really good, clean start to the race. Yeah,
we were just going to start from the pits, but we qualified from the rear, and I was expecting carnage all going into 1 and 2 and up through the S's, and it was clean. It was brilliant to watch, and even like clean racing, everybody was giving each other a lot of room, even when the passes were happening.
Yeah, no, it's been good racing. So with the race tonight, what's the plan for yourself? Are you going to go and run the fuel if there's no safety cars and keep swapping every hour, or is there any double stints that happen here tonight?
I'm planning on doing a double stint in the middle of the race, and Jamesy will bring it home. He's a little bit quicker, a little bit more consistent too, whereas I've been sick for the last 3 weeks off work and everything in real life, and it's just taken a toll on me. I don't have the concentration levels back to where they should be just yet, but the end of the race is going to be hectic with HPDs. Like they tend to battle it out a lot more in the last hour or two, and yeah, we'll see how things go.
Yeah, mate. Well, that's going to be tough. Trying to drive the car for a double stint when you're just coming back from an illness. So we're glad to see that you're getting better. But it's quite amazing. I don't think a few of the viewers that don't do this sport that it is quite. It is a little bit physical, but it's a lot of mental stability driving in these, isn't it?
It certainly is. Like you watch on your relative times, the faster cars coming up and catching you. It's just a matter of being able to judge where you can let them pass without losing too much time to the car in front that you're chasing, and giving them as much racing room as possible, especially if they're racing between each other, coming up behind you. So it is a lot more mental than most people think.
Yeah, and it takes a big toll on you mentally, doesn't it? So by the time your hour's up or you do a stint, you're fighting a really unwell handling car as well, which makes it even tougher, doesn't it?
It certainly does. It doesn't make it easy, but that's racing. It happens in real life. Like in real life, you get the tyre pressures wrong or something like that, and it throws you off a bit more. But as I said, we'll make do. Like the Stitch McLaren, it's not the best handling car around here that I've ever driven, but it'll do.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just hearing some news over the thing there, Bernie. There's some trouble on the race course there, Bernie?
I haven't found any yet, but I'll do a scan and see if I can find what's going on.
Yeah, I sort of saw a bus stopped up on the top of the S's there, Bernie, so see if you can get some information.
Yeah, there's a car in the middle of the track up there. It's a rough. By the looks of it, stopped right in the middle of the S's. Looks like it might be the Pagnan Imports entry.
Yep, and it looks like it's come up as a safety car. There's no yellow flags yet. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we've got a caution, all right. So we saw Guy Leach coming into the pits there. I'm just seeing if I can catch who that car is that brought out our first safety car here, folks. It might have, I hope it's not, but it may have been Jared Filsell, our Class C leader. Oh, no. Let's watch this and just see exactly what happened here. Oh no, it was a Pagnian Imports entry, and I tell you what, Jared was lucky to get past there. I'm just trying to find out which car that is.
Yeah, just a scary spot there. I'm sure Michael could let us know how scary that is coming up there with a car just stopped in the middle of the track, especially that blind position as you're coming up that hill.
Yeah, it's certainly something you definitely don't want to see coming up over there. Like, the car's light enough as it is as you start cresting that little bit of a rise in the S's, and seeing a car facing that way is definitely something you don't want to see.
And I'm actually quite impressed there, Bernie. We didn't have a bigger incident than that in that position, and that's one of the spots that is quite scary, as the guys are still trying to catch up to the safety car here in the GT3. So, any plans of putting some fuel in here, Michael? Seeing there's a safety car?
No, we're done I spun it before and made a bit of contact with the fence, so we pitted up before, and we're going to run an off strategy.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm sure there might be a few cars here dump in now, but no, it's pretty good going. You get a bit of a break here. Jones, he's doing a good job there at the moment, mate.
He certainly is. Like, definitely can't fault Tom. He's a brilliant driver. He knuckles down and just bangs out the laps. He can do them consistently every lap, so you can't ask for a better teammate.
Yeah. Bernie, is there anything you'd like to ask Michael while he's here before we let him go and see what's happening out there? Might get a bit of information out there.
Not at the moment. I guess the main thing is, did you want to give a shout out to your sponsors, Michael?
Yeah, certainly do. After this weekend, we had a ERA sticker put on the real life McLaren down at Phillip Island for the 101, and I just want to give a big shout out to the twins for the sponsorship for sticks, McLaren, and with the McLaren partnership program that we're running with them, and Evolution Racing Australia with the boss obviously listening on. Can't go wrong, Brenton. So yeah, no, thank you very much to RRTV as well for running a brilliant broadcast.
Yeah, no worries, and feel free to come up a bit later on if you like, Michael, or even send Brenton up when things are a bit calmer, and we'll have a bit longer chat, mate.
No worries, thanks guys.
So folks, that was Michael Ford for Evolution Racing Australia, and we'll get a bit more information a bit later on tonight about their partnership with the Real Life Sticks McLaren. But at the moment, folks, 50 minutes in, we are under our first safety car. It has been brought out because of the Pagnian Imports rough that was parked in the S's up there. As we said earlier tonight, basically we're under the no escape rule. That car would have gone in pretty heavily into the fence, would have been undrivable, and they have to wait to get a tow truck to them, which is why we're under safety car now.
Yeah, and a good job there. Would have been very scary, Bernie. I caught it as Tom while we were talking to just down our interview. Geez, Bernie, I'll tell you, I'm struggling already. But yeah, while I was focused on Tom there, I was seeing him come up, and yeah, that was a bit hairy then. Yeah,
it certainly was. But kudos to all the guys for not hitting them. And it looks like all the guys are now coming in under safety car conditions to get their cars serviced. So as far as safety cars go, it's probably perfect timing to get that first driver swap out of the way.
Yeah, driver swap, fuel. We heard Michael. Sorry, Michael, I just remembered your name. It's one of those situations that they can get through tonight. They've got out of whack here, so they'll stay out here and probably get a lap back.
Yeah, that's right. And having a look at the the pits at the moment, folks. Our race leader, Aaron Lee, did not take advantage of that. However, Sam Sutton, Jay Kennedy, who's now in that car in the HPDs, they've all taken pits. So it looks like the Redback team are the only one in Class A that haven't come into the pits at this stage.
Yeah, so some of these guys, well, they won't get their lap back if the HPD didn't go in there, Bernie. So it's one of those things, but they'll sort of get their lap back, but they won't if we understand that correctly. So what happened last time, guys used to jump in the pits early, and I know they had a situation where guys were jumping in when the pit lane was closed and come out and they got a lap back, but race control have sorted that out, and they'll get a drive-through penalty if they do that this time, Bernie.
Yeah, and it's good timing you mentioned that, because we do have a drive-through penalty. It's car, we've got here, it could be car 14, drive-through penalty, pitting under closed pits, safety car. So that car would be, I think it's Nathan Leskinen, currently sitting in 7th, the Sim Racer HPD.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting how they use this pit lane penalty, Bernie. Whether they do it under yellow, which I don't think it's going to give them a big penalty, or are they going to throw it under green like they do in real life? Because I'm certain you've got to take the pit lane drive-through under green in some situations.
Yeah, well, I think that is the case in this series. Race control might be able to enlighten us, but my concern at the moment, and it's not vested interest, Aaron Lee, let's see if he comes back in the pits, because it looks like safety car lights are out, so this could be a really bad move for this team, not pitting under safety car conditions, because if they have to pit under green light, it's going to cost them a lot of time.
Well, it will do, Bernie, because you've got to come in and get your tyres and fill it back up, and you've lost all those positions that the guys have already pitted. So you're just going to go backwards as the green flag drops, Bernie.
That's right. So at the moment we've got Aaron Lee out front for Redback Racing, but the question's going to be, I think they're going to be in a bit of trouble later on tonight, because Sam Sutton now is coming down through the field, and he's only 4 seconds down, followed by Matthew Barron in Class A. Jay Kennedy has now jumped into the Torque Racing HPD as there's a car into the wall. We've got a big HPD, big one. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars gone. That was huge. You can just hear them. It's taken out just about the whole field of cars are all into the fence. This is going to be absolutely costly. We've got Nathan Leskinen. Oh, this is devastating.
Yeah, that's a big one, Bernie. That was my fear in this race, is going up here and just overtaking. I believe that was part of the driver's briefing today, Bernie. It's about coming up through the S's, and everyone's just keen to get going, and they didn't back off, and yeah, it got real messy real quick.
Well, it certainly did, and we can see here as we're looking at this replay in super slow-mo just how many cars are involved. It looks like our Class C leader might have got through, but we've got cars from all classes flipping, and as we can see here, I'm just trying to call all these cars. The Sim Racer car, the number 14's involved, the 354's rolling, 243 heavily damaged. We've got a Blackadder Motorsport car involved in that. I'm hoping that's not our race leader. I think Jared might have been involved in that. So at least 10 cars involved in this incident, folks.
Yeah, that is a big one. Can't express on how big that one was, and that was probably my biggest fears as a commentator's point of view, and a big one for as the drivers as well. So there'll be a few unhappy drivers down there at the moment, Bernie.
Well, there's going to be a lot of unhappy drivers, as we can see them all in the pits down there, and no doubt that safety car will come out. A bit of an update, folks. We called 14 as having a drive-through. I was incorrect there. It's actually 341. Matt Stratford in the Torque McLaren has got that drive-through penalty. He did seem to get through that incident fairly well unscathed, but I tell you what, there's a lot of damaged cars further down the field.
Yeah, Benny, I think there's quite a few cars involved, and they just couldn't get through that pile up. It reminds me back in the, I think it was the 80s, where up at the mountain, same sort of situation, and blocked the whole track off. So very similar situation, I think, Bernie.
Yeah, definitely. And the number 3, or the number 140, Jay Kennedy, we're just speaking to him. He was running 3rd in class. He was involved. His HPD doesn't have a front or a back on it at the moment, as he's limping around behind his teammate. It looks like Sam Sutton managed to get through. I think that was caused by his teammate, though, in the sister car, Dayco HPD. I think that's the car that started it. He went heavily into the fence at the top of the S's, which started that chain reaction.
Yeah, it was a big one, Bernie, wasn't it? He just tried to get that McLaren, I think, balked him there a bit, and he went wide and he hit the fence there, and then it just was a knock-on effect from there. There was no getting out of it, and as guys were speeding up through there, no one had anywhere to go, and it's such a shame. But I think, you know, with what they say is true, yellow breeds caution, and that's what happened, Bernie.
Yeah, so having a look at the cars in the pits, we've got Trevor Forster, was running in 6th in class. Nathan Leskinen also in the pits there. Andrew Kanowski got through safely at the moment. I'm just trying to find out. We've got 4 HPDs sitting in the pits at the moment, folks. One was the Sim Racer entry as well. They were running at about 4th in class as a pit lane has opened now. Okay, I just got news from Race Control. The incident through the S's will be investigated post-race to have a look at the carnage and what caused it. At the moment, there's so much carnage up there that they're going to have to look at it after the race tonight.
Yeah, which is a good call. It's going to take a little bit for them to go through that, but it's to put penalties down, obviously, and go through it. So good call by Race Control there, Bernie. I think it's a bit too much to just jump on it and start handing out penalties just for such a big incident like that, you know.
Well, that's right, and they'll have the benefit of looking out of all the race cameras that are in these cars just to see what unfolded, and if there's anyone at fault there, the Race Control will hand out penalties for future races. That's one of the good things about having Race Control, isn't it, Adrian?
Yeah, for sure, Bernie, and that's why we sort of put it out there for any guys out there that don't race in this series and has a free night on iRacing. I'm sure Scott and the boys there would love more eyes and ears out there so they can keep an eye on this sort of thing, and it'll just make their job so much easier. And these penalties might actually get done a little bit quicker.
That's right, and I said earlier that Redback Racing did not come into the pits at that point. That probably kept them out of trouble because it's taken out a lot of their competitors. However, they have come into the pits now under this safety car, and they're currently sitting in 4th with Warren Pickering behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, you're right, Bernie. I think it was sort of like a smart move there in the end. It looked like they're champions at the moment because they didn't pit and they had the lead there. They got off and got going and was clear of the carnage where the rest of the competitors were stuck into the fence there. So a good call, but now they've got to go through it again, Bernie. So let's hope the guys have learnt from that little start there and get through these restart a little bit better.
Yeah, well, what makes these restarts so treacherous is you've got a mix of all different car speeds all through the field here, and the guys just need to be a bit patient and let the field spread out a bit before they start making those moves. If that's what caused this, who knows? It's just happened so quickly, we're not exactly sure what occurred up there. But we're under safety car now, the lights are out, so we're going to be going green again, and let's hope we get through this time.
Yeah, for sure, Bernie. The guys have settled down. They've gone through their first nasty incident, which was an hour into it, Bernie, which is probably a record for these guys at the moment. But look, hopefully they'll settle in here and realise that they just can't get these moves done through those S's, and they were warned about that post-race, before the race. So race meeting as they're away. They're away,
so we're having a look now. Matthew Barron sitting in third there. Makes a move. He's got a lot of traffic up ahead of him, but Sam Sutton is leading Class A at the moment, followed by Jay Kennedy there. Jay's had another incident. We've got an incident into the first corner there as Jay tried to go on the inside of a McLaren, and we've got a car on the outside there facing the wrong way. It looks like all cars have got through safely, and we're coming up to the S's now.
Yep, so they got through there all right, Bernie. That's both cars are away. We had a HPD and a McLaren there, so they're off and running now.
Yeah, and we can see Aaron Lee here and Matthew Barron threading the needle through the GT3s as they come out of the carousel. Matthew's taking the inside, Aaron's following him here. I tell you what, this is like peak hour in Pitt Street out there at the moment, folks, but the drivers are doing a good job as these HPDs are trying to get through this field. Matthew's pretty much threading the needle, and Warren's trying to hang on to him.
Yeah, and I think that everyone got a bit of a shock there with that incident there, Bernie, and realises I see there's a rough off on the dirt there. That's going to cause a little bit of drama as well, but not too much at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on these two HPDs as Warren's now making a move on Matthews, too wide now coming into turn 8. Oh man, they're doing a really good job here, but Warren's going to have to watch himself as he cuts across Matthews' front there and makes that move. So Redback Racing's now up into second position, and they're trying to catch Sam Sutton, who's 14 seconds down the track from these two.
Yeah, that Redback Racing HBD is strong today, Bernie. Putting in some good times there. They led most of the race to start with, and they're starting to feed their way back through here to catch up to the leader, Bernie.
That's right, as he's coming now past Class B, and we need to remember this entry, the 118, they did win Class A, I think, for Daytona, the first round. We've just had drive-through penalty issued for car number 368. I'm just trying to find out. Oh, we've got another car around. I think that might have been Warren Pickering there, folks. Yes, it was. Warren's gone heavily into the fence and taken the front of that car off, unfortunately. We'll try and get a replay of that.
Commentator's curse, I think, Bernie.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? It always happens. We talk a team up and then they get into trouble here. But we'll just see what happened here, because he was having a go here on the inside of the DP Riley, which he made that move work. He's just lost it himself under brakes that stepped out. I tell you what, Matthews just taken the front of his nose off in the other HPD, and he's gone. Oh my goodness, we've got cars again diving, doing a great job avoiding him here, but he nearly took out the LED 231 DP Riley there, as we can see Warren now rolling the car back off the track out of harm's way.
And he's gone to the bits there, Bernie, to get that car fixed up and they get out there racing again.
Yeah, well, he's taken the front and damaged the rear wing, so that's going to have to be another fast repair happening for that car, as we can see him now into the pits. As I was saying earlier, car number 368 has been issued a drive-through for avoidable contact.
That's a big call, but like we said, these guys are there, race control, so they can see all this. So job there by race control, and can't thank them enough. They definitely got their hands work cut out for them there tonight, Benny. And another spinner there in the background I saw.
Yeah, so that car is number 368. It's a Blackadder BMW Z4 entry with Joseph Cardamone behind the wheel of that car at the moment. So they'll have to serve their drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that was Matt Strathard in the McLaren having a spin there at the carousel, but no damage done. Got the car pointing in the right direction again, Bernie, and off he goes.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to have a spin in the carousel and get away with it, but he's done that, which is great, and they can continue on.
Yep, quite a lazy spin, so I think that was the lucky for him is that it was such a lazy spin and it just turned around and didn't hit any walls that heavily, so lucky for them, and they're off and racing again.
Yeah, that's right. We'll just take a breath here, folks, and we've got Scott Connors up here in RRTV. Sorry to keep you waiting, Scott. It was just all going off up here. So how's your race going tonight?
It's definitely going off. That's a bit of an understatement, I think. But yeah, it's going alright. I got tread in the car at the moment. I just did my stint. Didn't get the best of starts. I think, I don't know what happened to Sam in front of me. It seems like he was in like fuel mix 1 or something. He was that slow off the line, and I got swamped at the start, and then I had a bit of a spinner. Like it's pretty much the same thing that Warren did just before in the inside of DP. Exact same thing happened to me, but I didn't hit anything, luckily, and everyone got around me safely.
And how did you go with that big accident in the S's? Did your car get through that unscathed, or did you have problems?
Oh, we had major problems. Trent just got in the car, and he ended up on his roof. I'm not very happy with that incident, because there was cars miles back and they did not lift at all. They just held it flat and cleaned. It made it 10 times worse than what it should have been.
Yeah, it was definitely a concertina effect, but one thing Race Control has said is there'll be a full review after the race, and they'll be having a very close look at, no doubt, all those cars involved to hand out penalties, so hopefully something will come from that later on. But at the moment we've got you guys back in 7th position, which is of course from that accident, no doubt.
Yeah, we're 1 lap down at the moment. I think when I came to the pit through position 7 as well, I was just catching the VPR guys towards the end of that stint there, and I was closing in on them, and I was hoping that we didn't get a safety car, because I think if we got the move done, then we'll push on for Reeves there. But then the safety car came out, so we decided to pit, and it was pretty much close to our fuel run anyway. We got to pit at lap 31, so it worked out pretty well, actually.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier, these restarts are treacherous, because we unlike the race start, you have cars of all different classes spread right out through the field, and it really takes a lot of patience for a lot of guys, doesn't it, to just let the field settle before they get too bunched up.
Yeah, that's it. Like, I think it was always bound to happen, especially through the S's on a restart. It's just the nature of this track, and especially from the experiences at Bathurst, I think it was bound to happen. It was just when it was going to happen, and yeah, but I don't know. We'll just go on, see where we end up. We're trying to get this lap back, but the Daco boys are scooting away over it at the moment.
Yeah, well, one thing you can be thankful for, Scott, is it's not you up there in race control tonight, or else you'd be probably tearing your hair out at about now.
Oh, mate, I'm glad I am. Smack's busy enough, mate.
Yeah, that's right. So, moving forward in this race, did that incident upset your strategy too much, or is it pretty much getting back to your normal program now?
No, we're just gonna didn't hamper us at all with our strategy. I think we might be able to pit about 1 or 2 laps later, depending on how much fuel we actually used before that incident. But I think we'll be fine. We'll just continue on, settle in with rhythm, and just try and get these position back. It's like we got a bit of front end damage, I think. So just working out when we should use our fast there. Like, it's obviously we got like there'll be another 48 minutes until Trent gets out of the car, and then I'll probably get back into it. So it's a long way to go. We'll just see what happens and get up there, hopefully.
Yeah, well, as we've seen before, this race can change within a second, so anything's possible. 4 hours 48 minutes left. Got plenty of time to get that lap back.
Yeah, you certainly do. Just got to stay out of trouble and try and stay out of trouble. Just settle in, and we should be fine. I think we've got some pretty good pace. I think.
Yeah, it looks like Trent's got into a rhythm out there. He's lapping in the 138s at the moment. Matt Barron's in the 137, so you're not that far off the pace at all. Probably 0.4 of a second, if that.
I might have to get him to give him a hurry up. No, I won't do that. Actually, he's going good at the moment. We'll be fine.
Yeah. So before we let you go, Scott, do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors, mate?
Oh, just a shout out to quickbeds.com, grassroots code. Oh no, I'm going to start this up.
1564.
Oh, that's the one, mate. Sorry, but yeah, just use that when you're looking for accommodation. And thanks to you guys in the Combox, doing a very good job. And Monster Designs, as always, have been a supporter for us since the get-go. And also wanted to thank Tim Ballinger and Teddy Racing, because our TeamSpeak's been down pretty much all morning, and it's only just came back up, and he kindly let us use his TeamSpeak for the first half of the first hour of the race and qualifying and stuff. So I want to give him a shout out to him for helping us out then.
Yeah, that's good sportsmanship, isn't it? And I guess he's racing a different class, so you guys don't have to worry about his stealing strategy. Not that Tim would, he's a good bloke.
Oh, you'll be surprised in Prac, mate. He was bending my car a bit.
Oh, that's normal though, isn't it? That's fine.
Oh, not when you're on a quality like that, mate.
Alright.
No, it's all fun and games.
Yeah, that's right, until someone gets hurt anyway. Alright, Scott, thanks for popping up, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the race. You're currently sitting in 7th, 1 lap down, but hopefully we'll see you guys back on the lead lap a bit later on tonight.
Yeah, thanks guys, and once again, thanks for doing this. 7 hours. Whew. Glad I'm not up here for the whole 7 hours. Good luck.
It's all good. I'm going to go to sleep in the next hour, and Adrian's going to carry the broadcast for the rest of the night.
No worries. Thanks guys.
Okay, so folks, I was going to do this on the hour mark. We're a bit late, but in 15 minutes, well, I'll do it now. Actually, no, we'll wait 15 minutes to get back on schedule. In 15 minutes, I'll take you through the full field, but at the moment we have Sam Sutton leading the way again in traffic, followed by Matthew Barron in second place in the sister car. So I've got Dayco 1, 2, 4 Class A. Jay Kennedy is sitting in third, followed by Warren Pickering, the last on the lead lap. He's 73 seconds down, as he's now catching Jay for that third position. So we'll watch this action at the moment. So you can just see there, Warren's got that car through, back up into third, and he's really pushing that HPD at the moment, Adrian.
Yeah, certainly is, Bernie. He's doing a good job there at the moment. Probably a little bit nerve-wracking after that big situation there and that start. Obviously, we know they got away, but they've dropped a few places because they had to pit after that second caution or safety car period. And yeah, just pushing his way back after his spin and taking a few bits off his car, and doing a good job getting his rhythm back now, Bernie, and putting in some decent lap times.
Yeah, and the other car trying to get back on that lead lap at the moment is Nathan Leskinen in the number 14 entry for Sim Racer. They're 1 lap down, and they were heavily involved in that incident as well. But there's quite a few guys a lap down, but they definitely have the pace to try to get those cars back up the front.
Yeah, they certainly do, Bernie, and I think the key to this at the moment is just keep putting the laps down, trying to stay only that 1 lap down, and if things work out, hopefully what their situation would be is another safety car, and for that safety car to, pick up in a position where these guys aren't going to get that lap down, they can gain that lap just because they're in the right position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It just takes a safety car at the right time where these guys can get through and the leaders pit and they'll be back on that lead lap. But Michael Schreier, currently 8th outright, 1st in Class B, is doing a fantastic job in the LED Innovations Riley there. So they're leading the way for Class B. And then second at the moment is Dylan Checkered in the TPR Engineering Riley. Now, we'll come back to Dylan a bit later because there's something interesting I want to tell the viewers out there and put Dylan on the spot. Third at the moment, Aaron Osborne for TD Racing in the number 227 Riley is third for Class B at this stage. Now looking at Class C, folks, Jared Fulsell still leads the way for Class C in the 333 BMW, doing a great job keeping out of trouble there. They're 3 laps down overall, but leading their class. Chris Keeping in the 314 Selby Rough Entry is currently running in second in class at the moment, followed closely by David Arnold for Redback Racing in third position for Class C at this stage.
So we can see there, Chris Keeping is in the car at the moment for Shelby. So they've gone from, I believe it was 4th, weren't they, up into 2nd. So in their class. So obviously that big incident up on the hill there has made them help them gain a few positions there.
Yeah, it looked like, fortunately, it looked like the leaders in Class A, B and C managed to avoid that incident, which was very fortunate for them all. But yeah, Chris currently sitting in second position, and right behind him is David Arnold, who's now fighting for that position.
Yeah, he's starting to apply the blowtorch there, isn't he, Bernie? So bringing pressure there to Chris, but we've seen Chris drive before, and he can actually keep this car in the right position, so it's going to be a hard job here to get around him at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've got Chris's teammate Nathan Hapats waiting to come up, so we'll bring him up, and you might have an interview with Nathan.
Yeah, no worries. Hey Nathan, how are you, mate? Race going all right? It looks like you've done all right out of the big incident up on top of the hill there, mate.
Yeah, we were lucky actually. We had to pit early because I made a mistake on one of the penultimate corners, and safety car came out straight after that. So Chris was in the car and going up through the hill, and someone got loose in front of him, so he had to move right and slow down in case, just to avoid a potential accident, and one of the HPDs spun out, so I think that was the cause of it.
Yeah, so lucky for you guys to get up there, but Chris is doing a great job there, mate. He's actually looks like he's put a little bit of a break here at the moment, so he's getting the blowtorch applied to him at the moment.
Yeah, we were lucky that I was in third, I think, when we had to pit. And yeah, Chris has come out and the pit stops have worked to our advantage, so he's holding down second in GT3 at the moment and under a bit of pressure, but we're setting some good consistent lap times, and our setup's pretty good, so I think I certainly had the pace of the front guys and was catching them in the first stint, so that was good.
You know, car's doing well. I suppose running in SEK last week has helped with the setup in this car tonight, mate.
Yeah, it has actually. We've refined it a little bit during the week, not too much, but it's mostly laps actually that's given us a bit more pace, just getting a bit more comfortable with the circuit. We hadn't really driven much before the SEK round, so yeah, it's come together okay.
Oh, that's good, mate. And you've done your first pit stops. How many pit stops do you think you're going to get, bar the caution flags, obviously?
We're probably back on a decent strategy, so we'll be stopping pretty much every hour mark until the end from here on in. Unfortunately, I had a spin which caused us to pit early because I was past Braith Morrow the blackout car was just putting the foot down to try and build a brake, but it's really tough to get someone to pull away from someone when they're behind you in a draft. So yeah, our strategy is pretty much bidding on the hour to the end now, I think.
Yeah, good, and obviously all the cars are handling well now. You've done that fine-tuned. It's well on pace throughout the whole hour, mate.
Yeah, it's just managing tyres and making sure we don't overheat the rears, and really looking at incidents as well. We just don't want to cop too many little off tracks here and there, which can be easy if you're pushing it hard. So we're just going to drive at 95% and not battle too hard is the plan.
And as we have a HPT trying to go around the pair of yous there, so here is there, mate. It's always good to see, but the move's done, and obviously Chris has said, right, that's enough, I'll just follow you for now.
Yeah, so in situations like this, we'll be probably sticking behind and saving some fuel by drafting down the straights, and should help us near the end of the race.
Yeah, cool. And well, it is two drivers, so you and Chris tonight just driving that car. You guys going to double stint? Because we do have some guys that are thinking about double stinting, or are you just going to keep changing on the hour just to keep yourself fresh?
I think we'll probably do a double stint at some point, just to change the order and see who wants to finish. But so at this stage, Chris will either double this one or I might double the next, so we'll see what happens.
Cool. Obviously you don't want to give away too much, and that's fine, but it's a long race, and first hour, mate, before that big safety car incident there, everyone was driving quite pleasant, and it was like a gentleman's agreement out there at the start, mate.
Yeah, look, we really saw nothing stupid at all, which was great, and Braith and I were having a little bit of a battle there, but he'd overtake me, I'd overtake him, but it was nice and clean, and no one did anything silly, which is great. That's what we want racing to be like, and it was just my mistake that put me into a wall, unfortunately. But apart from that, the guys in the HPDs have been waiting for the right moment to get around us, and everyone's been driving pretty well.
Yeah, good. Just trying to think anything else we could talk about while you're here. Bernie, have you got anything to ask Nathan while he's still here, mate?
Yeah, it's a bit off topic, Nathan, but I noticed on the news that saltwater croc attack, that wasn't your Chris keeping involved in that, was it?
No, mate, I don't think so. He hasn't put up his hand for that one.
Good, I just saw Chris keeping on the news, and I thought next time I catch up with you, I'll just ask if it was him that got attacked by that croc up in Darwin, I think it was, last week, but I'm glad it wasn't. And so before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors?
Yeah, it's a good shout out to selby.com.au, great home theatre supplier, and to Sean, who's doing some spotting work for us tonight. He couldn't drive, but a big shout out to the team. We've all done a bit of work on this setup and during the week, so it's been a great team effort.
Yeah, you can definitely tell you've done a lot of work on that setup, because you guys are on fire tonight, so not literally, of course, but best of luck for the rest of the race, and feel free to pop in any time later on tonight, because we're going to be here for the next 5 hours or so.
Yeah, will do. I'm off to get a copy myself. Good work, guys.
So folks, that was Nathan Hapatz for the selby.com.au rough number 314, currently sitting in third position and chasing down David Arnold. So it looks like we've had the excitement now, Adrian, and everyone's playing nice again. But of course, me saying that, there'll probably be a big accident any moment now.
Yeah, we always seem to do that, don't we, Bernie? We'll talk someone up and then something will happen. But you're right, the guys have settled down. They've got back into that rhythm again. I think, like everything, Bernie, those cautions breed cautions, and they're just a little bit amped up and want to get going again and get in their rhythm. And they try and overtake about 5 cars in one corner. But with the second restart, they've all settled down and doing a fantastic job again.
Yeah, that's right, and Warren Pickering now has got that Redback HPD back up into third, but he's 80 seconds down from our leader at the moment, which is Sam Sutton, who's probably pretty keen to catch Warren, because if you can put these guys down a lap, that's really going to make a big difference later on tonight.
Yeah, it certainly will, Bernie.
The other car, Trent Thomas at the moment, is now 2 laps down in that 111 HPD. So their race is not going the way they would like tonight. Quite a lot of work to do to get that car back up and fighting for the next position.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things. I think they're right on that cusp of losing that lap, or they are on that cusp of losing the lap. As I see there, it keeps changing on us. There's a few guys there close to 2 laps down as well. So it's just a weird situation at the moment with that big incident is trying to catch up on where everyone is at the moment, Bernie.
Yeah, that's right. The other guys in Class A that are a lap down, they keep on changing from 1 to 2 laps. Is Trevor Forster's 1 lap down, Nathan Leskinen's 1 lap down, Trent Thomas, it says here, was 2 laps, but now it's telling us they're 1 lap down. And it looks like they're all just 1 lap down.
Yeah, just those our telemetry here at the moment, guys, is sort of jumping up and down between 1 and 2. I noticed that as well, that it was on 2 and then it changed, so a little bit of funny stuff going on there. But I think it's just as the cars go by, Bernie, it sort of unclicks itself again.
That's right, and we just had a bit of news, folks. The statisticians have told us that we almost got through the first hour safety car free. If we had, it would have been the first time the Australian Endurance Championship would have made 1 hour safety car free. But there's always next round, so let's see if the guys can break that record next time round.
Yeah, for sure. And Scott's just put up here on YouTube, Bernie, for me, their car's got front end damage at the moment, so about 3 seconds a lap slower. So that's going to hinder their progress to move up tonight. So it looks like that they're just going to have to put the laps in and try and bring the car home as far as they can, and unfortunately hope for someone to drop out.
Yeah, we're just having a look at a replay here, folks. Michael Schreier has just got out of avoiding an incident with the number 38 Modalist Motorsport entry with Jeffrey Glisson, who just got it turned around here in probably turn 8, I think it is, right as Michael was overtaking him, but fortunately he went on the inside and hit the fence, and Michael got through on the outside. I'm just keeping an eye on it. It looks like he's beached it, but hopefully he'll get that car started. Otherwise we could end up being under safety car. As we come back to live pictures now, folks, it looks like he has managed to get that car going again, which is good news.
Yeah, it certainly is, Bernie, and yeah, that would have been a scary moment there. Seeing a car spin in front of you as Warren's gone out a bit wide there, coming up to the last corner, Bernie.
Yeah, and it looks like that entry may also have internet connection issues as well, as they're flashing at the moment. I can see them flashing anyway, so they're going to have to keep an eye out on that.
Yeah, certainly are, and it's like there's a McLaren just sitting in there all on its own at the moment, Bernie, so it's a shame there. They must have not had enough quick repairs and things just sticking in there for a while.
Yeah, well, once you run out of quick repairs, this race all of a sudden takes on a personality of its own, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure, Bernie, and iRacing has done a lot of work to try and get these repairs done so they are like real life, so you can get your car repaired, but you've just got to sit there and wait. And the guys here at AET definitely trying to make it real world simulator. So they're doing a good job as that McLaren comes out. It may have just gone in for a pit stop there, Bernie.
Yeah, that would have been we have had some of the GT3s serve 2 stops now, so it could have just been one of their timed stops. We've now been racing for coming on an hour and a half, so they might just be doing out of sequence stopping or something like that.
Yeah, and we do have a retirement too, Bernie, at the Blackadder Motorsports car number 367 with Lewis Kugeley in that car as well, Bernie. So shame for those. I think they got caught up in that wreck, and they've had an issue with not getting that fast repair sorted out.
Yeah, it could have been either that or they've exceeded their incident limit, because I think they've only got 37 incidents tonight, and it'd be interesting to see how the teams are going on that, because that big accident I think would have cost the guys at least 4 incident points for being involved in that.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be a minimum 4 for some of those, and it could be a lot higher for because sometimes it can give you a little bit more, can't it, Bernie? So yeah, the guys have to be careful tonight now that was involved in that situation.
Yeah, and the other guys that'll have to be cautious is the SEK Queensland rough that Guy Leach was driving when they had all that damage. We followed them back to the pits and they hit the wall quite a number of times, which can cost them quite a lot of incident points by the time they get back. You know, it could be as high as 15 incident points to that car.
Yeah, for sure, Bernie, and the guys have got to be careful on what they do. I mean, the guys here tell you that you got to try and drive it back, but obviously with a car fairly damaged, I think the best notion is to make sure the car's offline and that you can park it in a good position, and then ask if you can get the car towed. So Watkins Glen, there are a couple of places, but primarily it is almost like a street circuit, this track, isn't it, Bernie, with the wall so close?
Yeah, it certainly is, and we just had some news about the Blackadder entry. I'm just trying to find them at the moment. The Blackadder entry, I think it's 367, have pretty much told us that their race is pretty much done. They were involved in that big accident, then they pitted, but their fast repair reset was off, so they now have 45 minutes of repairs to that car at this stage.
Which is a long time, Bernie, so that's not just a blown engine, that's a lot more repairs to fix to the car as well. So iRacing doing a job where that they give you a repair for the engine and then add time on to fix the other things as well. So that's a pretty cool and neat idea by iRacing there, Bernie.
Yeah, that's right. These days with iRacing they can replace motors, they can replace panels, and I tell you what, they're going to be replacing a lot on that 367, because it's got the whole front end missing at the moment. So as the team said, 45 minutes repairs. Hopefully they'll get that car out to the finish tonight, but it's a lot of hard work there for their pit crew.
Certainly is, Bernie, but I know if that's how long I've got to wait, I'd be going off and making sure I have dinner and sit down and relax, watch maybe some early news there, and come back and see how it's going, and then when it's all fixed, get out there and put some decent lap times down.
Yeah, so one thing they could have tried, which they haven't, is they could have tried to leave the pit lane, do a lap, turn the fast repair on and come back in, and that may work for them. So if any of them are listening, they could always try that strategy if they don't want to use that 45 minutes up.
Yeah, Bernie, they could give it a go and see how that works. I'm sure that it probably would.
Yeah, so long as that car's safe to do a lap and it's not going to cause any more issues or get in the way of the race, it's definitely something I'd be trying if I was in that car.
Yeah, for sure. Like if the car's easy enough to drive with 45 minutes, it's going to be a bit of a terrible one. But I think they're going to have to sit there and wait for that engine to get repaired first, Bernie. If the engine is gone, that's for sure.
Yeah, they would. If that car doesn't go anywhere, they would have to now, I think. But anyway, it's easy for us to tell them what to do. We're not in the hot seat down there, and we don't really exactly know what's going on with that car. But anyway, bad luck for Blackadder Motorsport. But as we know, they're not a team of quitters, so I'm sure they'll be out there again later tonight in that entry.
Yeah, you're right, Bernie. Those guys are out there and they keep putting their best foot forward. Even if they're out of the race, they just like to get out there and put the time down and enjoy their racing for what it is.
Yeah, definitely. And as we've seen, they are a very strong team out on the track, and a lot of the drivers have a lot of respect for them. So I'm glad to see them out there anyway.
Yeah, Benny, it's good to see them out there and doing a great job out there, and it's a shame that they've had that situation, and I'm sure they would have had that fast repair turned off to start when they started the race, so that for their first scheduled pit stop they wouldn't accidentally use it to fix up a small ding or anything like that. So they just got caught a little bit napping as we see some HPDs trying to overtake through the S's again, Bernie.
Yeah, and it continues on, doesn't it, in this race? But at the moment, the race is really played in the hands of Sam Sutton here in the Dayco HPD, number 147. He has a lead now over his sister car of Matthew Barron. The lead now is 75 seconds. Warren Pickering's brought the Redback Racing HPD back into contention. He's now only 15 seconds down on Matthew. Looking at the times at the moment, Warren's circulating in the 135s last lap. Matthew did a 137 last lap, and Sam Sutton did a 134 last lap. So quite a big difference in times there in Class A.
Yeah, Benny, it's a difference. So whether it's a bit of lap traffic, or maybe the guys have got a little bit of damage from trying to overtake lap traffic, because we see there with Scott, they're losing quite a few seconds because of damage on the front of the car, and these HPDs cannot afford to have any damage whatsoever to the aero, although otherwise they just go really slow.
That's right, and another updating iRacing did with the HPD, if they lost the front nose of this car, previously that could not be repaired, but that's now not the case. And they can actually replace those noses on the cars, which makes it a bit easier for these guys in these long races.
Yeah, it does, Benny. We've seen it when Daytona. We saw a lot of the HPDs run around without noses on, didn't we? Once their quick repairs were used up, they couldn't get new nose cones for the front of them and had to race without them for most of the race. And man, they were still scary, weren't they? They were quite fast there at Daytona with that big open banking there. So yeah, it's good for the guys now. They can get a bit of aero on that front nose, because I'm sure that it would not handle like that well, you know.
Yeah, and I think the other one that can now replace the nose as well, I think the Riley was in the same sort of predicament, and that's been fixed as well, so they can also replace the front end of their car, which, you know, in reality the front end of these cars are pretty much just a fiberglass skin, aren't they? They sort of bolt on and away they go.
Yeah, for sure, Bernie. I'm certain if you go into any pit garage, you see guys there with a lot of spare parts. We see there on Formula One, which is on tonight, that they've always got a spare nose cone in the garage there to replace if they get damaged. So they do a fantastic job with that.
Yeah, they certainly do. And looking back at Class B, folks, Michael Schreier is still leading the way there in the LED Innovations entry. Pretty much doing a good job keeping out of trouble there and circulating. Dylan Shepherd here is still in second position in the TPR Engineering entry. Now, I promised to tell you something about Dylan, and I'll put him on the spot here. Next week we have the Australian-New Zealand Skip Barber Championship, and I laid down the challenge to Dylan. Could he race in all 4 races next week? And he's willing to give it a go. So Dylan, we expect you to be in the Skip Barber next week. We expect you to then back it up in the Star Mazda Formula 1 after that, and then the SEK Queensland GT3 race after that. If you do all that, I'll say you're a good bloke.
Oh, good on him if he does that, Bernie. That's be a top effort, wouldn't it? 4 races in one day. That's going to be a big job, and we know that we're on here a lot, but we don't do race after race. We normally go and have a break and then go and do something else to give ourselves a little bit of rest. But jumping between the cars too, Benny, is going to be a big task as well, isn't it? Especially from Formula 1 to a GT3 car.
Oh, it certainly will be, starting out at the Skip Barber and finishing in Formula 1, then jumping back into GT3 for the night race. Oh man, if you can do that and stay out of trouble in all 4 races, it'll really show the talent this guy has.
Yeah, for sure. And I suppose the bonus for him really to start off with the Skip Barbara, then the Star Mazda and the Formula 1, they'll be at the same track, so at least he'll know the corners by the time he's finished there. Just let's hope he doesn't have that in his head when he goes to races for the SEK.
Yeah, well that's right, because the SEK will be at a different track. I'm not sure where they're running next week, but yeah, next week another busy day for RRTV, folks. We'll be bringing you all 4 telecasts live, and the open wheelers will be running back to back at the same track under the same weather conditions, just like a real race meeting.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one for you, Bernie. I think you're going to have to get an intravenous drip there, mate, and plug it into your arm and make sure you've got some electrolytes and all that going in there just to keep you going, mate.
Yeah, I'd say so, but having a look at Class C now, folks. Jared Filsell's still leading the way there in the TAG BMW. David Arnold sitting in second for Redback Racing, and Chris Keeping still sitting right behind David there in third position for Class C.
Yeah, doing a good job, aren't they, through the thing. Geez, Bernie, I'll tell you, I'm shocking today. I don't know what it is, but maybe a little bit fatigued. But yeah, no, he's getting through the race quite well tonight. So top-notch effort from those guys.
Yeah, that's right. As we can see now, Michael Schreier is about to get lapped by our second place. Matthew Barron is right behind him now and closing fast as they come to end another race lap. God knows how many laps we're up to now, but I'll try and get those stats for the viewers in a moment, as Matthew now closes right in on the Class B leader and makes the move down the main straight. And look who's right behind him now, Warren Pickering.
Yeah, Warren's been picking off these times and closing in on him, and right now these lap traffic hasn't helped the guys here at all at the moment, so they're getting held up, as you can see. Oh no, Bernie!
Yeah, we've got to be, and always taken out our leader too, Sam Sutton. I think Sam might have got out of that, but that's a Blackadder car heavily into the fence there, and I'll try and get us back to that car. Let's see if I can find out who that driver was. I think it might have been Paul Rogers.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Bernie. Geez, that's another big one there. That's where we hold our breath through there all the time, Bernie. That one's a real treacherous corner, and we thought they'd be at the start, but it looks like it's just claimed another car.
Well, it actually looks like that was contact with the Redback Racing entry of Warren Pickering there. It looked like they had side-to-side contact coming into the S's there, which has put Paul Rogers, the number 366, heavily into the fence. But fortunately, that has not claimed our race leader, Sam Sutton, who was also pushing to lap Warren Pickering at that time.
Yeah, so Sam Sutton's been putting in a top effort, hasn't he, Bernie? He's showing the field how quick he is today, and the whole team. So the boys have got a hard job here to unlap themselves today, I think.
Well, they have, because Sam's now lapped both of those drivers, Matthew Barron and Warren Pickering, so Sam's the only car on that lead lap now. We just had news from race control. There was contact, but that was net code that caused that contact. So for the folks out there that don't know what net code is, basically the server tries to guess where these cars are, and if a car's having connection issues, the server can sometimes think a collision has taken place when a collision has not taken place. So that's what's caused that incident with the 367 entry.
Yeah, such a shame, Bernie, when that happens. And once again, great to have race control with us tonight and letting us know the situations that are going on out there. So thank you very much, guys. And it's good to know, and the viewers are loving to hear what's going on track.
Yeah, definitely. The race control guys do a fantastic job, and I tell you what, no doubt they're keeping very busy up there tonight. But Paul Rogers in the 366 entry, there's a correction on what I said earlier, was the car suffering in that incident, and they've got that car back to the pits, and that's the second Blackadder car receiving service at this time.
Yeah, those guys, I mean, top effort, they're always out there, aren't they, Bernie? But they seem to have this luck with them that's not going their way this season. Yeah, it's
unfortunately they've been the victim of a few incidents, haven't they, or bad luck, you could say, and it looks like that's occurring again tonight for that team. But as we said, you know, they won't call it quits. I'm sure if they can get those cars fixed, they'll be back out there.
Yeah, shout out to those guys. They always come back out and try and keep running. They won't say die unless they definitely cannot get that car back out there again. So the boys will get out there, put more laps down, and like I said, they're racers and they love what they're doing on here. And you know, it's so good to see them out here and enjoying themselves. And I'm sure Bernie would be out there too if we could have a bit of a fun with these boys.
Yeah, that's for sure. But anyway, our job's to talk about it, not to do it. But one thing we should point out, Sam Sutton now, as I was saying, has lapped everybody. So that really gives him a fantastic buffer, or that team a buffer. Even if the safety car comes out, it's going to make it hard for those guys to get back on that lead lap at this point in time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be hard. These guys are in the lead, has lapped everyone. So yeah, even if a safety car comes out now, Bernie, I don't think it's going to help the guys that much now.
No, it really means that Dayco entry can really control the race from here on in, and you know, having that one lap buffer, they can relax a little bit. But saying that, it doesn't take much to get involved in an incident around here and have everything go undone, so they can't relax too much.
Yeah, for sure, Benny. I think the biggest curse for race car drivers is relaxing too much. Once they're comfortable, they relax, and that's when their mistakes happen. So they've got to still stay on it there, I think, Bernie, and try and push their way through, keep putting some decent times down and keeping them focused. But you're right, one little slip by another driver and they could be out of the race.
Yeah, that's right. And looking back further through the field, we've got Dylan Checkered now. He's sitting down in 9th position in the OPR racing. Now I'm having a brain fade. Riley prototype.
Yeah, the Rileys are doing well. Good to see. We've got 5 there at the moment, still in their positions. So doing a good job, the guys in the Rileys this time around, Bernie. So it's good to see we've got 5 Rileys out there tonight.
Yeah, that's right. And it looks like they're all still circulating at this stage of the race, which is good to see. And Kane Kujimiya, 17th at the moment in the 321 GTI McLaren. So I think that's a new name to this series. I haven't seen that name before.
Yeah, Bernie, you'd be right about that. I haven't seen that name to the series, so looks like he's doing a good job there in 17th, so the team's running quite well there.
And it looks like Jared Filsell, our class leader, is now coming under attack by David Arnold. I think just trying to see how he could have caught him up so quick.
Yeah, Bernie, he has caught him up quite quickly there. So here we've got a battle for the C-class position here, Bernie. So this is going to be interesting for a little bit.
And the other car they've shaken off is the Selby Motorsport entry seems to have dropped off too. So I'm not exactly sure what's occurred here because they're back all the way back in 21st outright, where these guys are 14th and 15th outright. Or 13th, 14th, sorry.
Yeah, it looks like Nathan's in the car there, Bernie, so I wouldn't be surprised if those guys have actually done a pit stop and Nathan's in the car. So they've probably had their pit stop and they're sticking to a schedule that they're happy with. So that's probably why the Shelby boys are down there and dropped a few positions.
Yeah, that would explain it, I'd say, because Nathan's definitely in the car back there, but David's now fighting Jared here for the leader Class C.
Certainly is. It looks like the car is just hooked up there for David Arnold, so they've got this car going well tonight, Bernie.
Yeah, they certainly have, and I know these guys have put a lot of effort into their car setups and their practices, so it looks like it might be paying off for that team tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know it's good when you're racing a car for position in your own class. So these boys will be hungry to try and get past Jared here at the moment and have their first place position in their class.
Once the race start, as David backs off there, because I think Jared's pretty much led this race for coming on to close to 2 hours now.
Yeah, 2 hours, Benny. We've been sitting here for talking for hours, so it's gone quite quickly, considering that we've only had the two caution flag, two safety car periods at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. Apart from those two safety car periods, we've pretty much been racing non-stop. So, and you know, that first safety car only came out in the 50-something minutes of the race, so it was pretty clean up until then.
Yeah, that's right, Benny. And you know, the guys have been driving really well tonight. So credit to them for keeping the cars clean and driving really well. And it looks like we might break another record here, Bernie. Only having two safety car periods, that would be quite a surprise for this series, even though it's in its infancy. And I know they're putting in a top effort here running this series for us.
Oh, definitely. It's a fantastic series, and it's great after the 2 months break to be back finally broadcasting this great series again.
Yeah, certainly is, and thanks for letting us on in that information there. Kane's actually been in this series from the start of Daytona, Bernie.
Okay, there you go, but might just be my old man mind playing up again. As you can see now, David Arnold closing back up on the back of Jared, and right behind him it looks like they've got Jay Kennedy coming in, and Jay's going straight through and David's trying to follow him.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I wonder if Jared's got a little bit less downforce in that BMW and he's able to hold him off down that back straightaway. Yeah,
well, he's definitely able to hold him off even under that toe, so you could be right there, because he's definitely David's not having an easy job passing even down the back straight there.
Yeah, well, downforce will play a big role here down these straightaways. You know, if you've got a little bit less wing, obviously the car's going to go through the air a little bit quicker, and I suppose even with the wind too, Bernie, if they're getting a tailwind, I don't think you're going to get help with the draft either.
Yeah, that's right. And we'll have a quick look while this battle unfolds, folks. Let's have a quick look at the weather of the track, just to see if it's changed much since we commenced 2 hours ago. So at the moment, my weather's not working. So maybe you can tell us what's going on with the weather there, Adrian.
Yeah, Benny, it's dropped 1 degree track temperature, and even the air temperature has dropped down 1 degree. So we've got 21 degrees air temperature, 35 degree track temperature. So weather is still blowing northeasterly at 11 kilometres an hour. So no, the weather's dropping a little bit tonight.
Yeah, so David Arnold's just dived into the pits as well, which has freed Jared, so it must be time for our green flag stops here. And it looks like we have our race leader, Sam Sutton, waiting to come up to have a chat. Adrian?
Yeah, so a big stint by Sam, and I'm sure he did a double stint there, so we can ask right now.
Well, hi Sam, welcome to RRTV's commentary booth, and well done on putting everyone a lap down in under 2 hours, mate. Good driving.
Yeah, cheers. It helped we had a few cautions there, and in that first one we were kind of puzzled where Redback didn't pit, and then when they did pit they got caught up in an accident. So that was my goal in that second stint, was actually to put Redback in our other Deco car a lap down, so it ended up working out well. Yeah,
well, what's it mean to have that 1 lap buffer for you guys? Does it mean you can relax a bit now, or what's the story there?
Well, Aaron Lee's their quick driver, so having that buffer means we've got Stenny in the car now, so he'll be in there for the next 2 stints. It just means he's got a little bit less pressure to deal with. He doesn't have to worry about racing anyone really, because every car's a lap down now.
Yeah, and we can see further back we've got your teammate Reece Gardner at the moment in second position. He's now starting to come under a bit of pressure from Aaron there for that position, but I guess, you know, it'll allow Kurt to relax into that double stint and go from there.
Yeah, I mean, Stenny's about a second off my pace normally, and you know, Aaron's probably equal with me in the middle of the stint, so it should work out that I come out in front of him when I get back in the car for the final 2 stints of this race. But see how it goes. Stenny's a good steerer. We'll keep him straight. That's all that's important, really.
Yeah, that's right. So how's the race been for you guys up until now, as far as tyre wear and traffic goes?
Traffic's alright. It's actually, the GTs are pretty good this round. Haven't had too many issues with them personally. And tyre wear, I don't even feel it. The car's the same the whole stint. But I know the other Deco car not been so lucky with traffic. They got caught up with that 4 Motorsports McLaren, and that's what caused that big wreck in the S's.
Yeah, we thought that car was involved. We sort of saw it go into the fence, but we couldn't get a good enough angle on what caused it. But thanks for letting us know that was with that McLaren. How's tyres go around here for the stint? Is there much as far as HPD handling change over that time?
No, just for me personally, it does get a little bit heavier. You got to give it a little bit more wheel to get it around the corner, but the lap times are steady, so you can't really say there's too much tyre fall off.
Okay, and Adrian, do you have any questions you'd like to ask Sam?
Yeah, thanks, Benny. Sam, I see some of the guys are struggling with that little bit of damage on the HPD. Can you sort of let the viewers know how much or how important the aeros are for these HPDs?
Yeah, well, the big thing, if you touch a car, you basically lose some top end speed, no matter where you touch. You can deal with a little bit of front downforce loss, but if you crinkle that rear wing, you're going to be doing donuts in the middle of the corner, and you don't want that.
Yeah, good. It's amazing how much that these cars rely on their downforce, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, well, even from my first stint to my second stint, first stint I was behind Mitch for a few laps, and I know you could tell towards the end of the stint the tyres weren't as good as they could have been, and then the second stint the tyres were great because I had clean air that whole stint. So definitely, it's the dirty air is more of the issue than actually just aero damage, really.
Very good. Thanks for the information. I know the viewers would like to hear something like that. as I don't drive a HPD and I haven't purchased one yet and not game to for quite a while. But thanks for that information there.
Yeah, no worries. It's been a good race so far. As we're speaking now, we've got both Daco cars and that Regback car involved in a 4-wide into turn 1, so that's not good. Stenny's been smart and let them all go, which is good.
Yeah, that was a bit interesting then.
Yeah, we're riding with Rhys Gardner in the cockpit there, and I must say I was holding my breath when they went almost 4 wides down that straight.
Yeah, I'm my worst to Stenny when I get out of the car. Just keep it straight. You got 2 stints. Don't dint it because I want a straight car to finish this race with. So as long as he does that, he's done his job.
Yeah, that's right. And it looks like the Redback car and the Daco car with Rhys Gardner's racing pretty hard here, so might have been a good move in letting these two go by.
Yeah, well, Rhys likes to call himself the PhD in HPD, so he's pretty good in this car. Both him and Matt Barron are very good steerers of this prototype. I mean, Stenny and I are both V8 drivers, so this is our secondary car, but Stenny's shown he's good at adapting to all these cars. He's actually, for the last half hour, been in a private test getting used to the car, so whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, but it's good news for your team. 1-2 at the moment for Class A, and it's great for your sponsors as well, for Daco and your other sponsors out there.
Yeah, well, this is my first time driving AEC. I was out for the last 2 rounds, I wasn't on the list, so definitely I've heard we've had a few bad results at Daytona and Bathurst, but definitely looking to get this 1-2. Even if we get both cars on the podium, that's a good effort considering it's a long race.
Yeah, I reckon just to get one car home's a big effort, but that's why I'm sitting up here talking to you. But anyway, before we let you go, Sam, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to tonight?
Just a big thanks to Daco, and say hi to Jake Burton. He's at the Carnival of Karts in Perth at the moment, so that's why he's not racing. But he's got a penalty already, so Jake's for living up to his name of hitting walls and cars. So definitely thanks to Daco and Jake. Hope you're enjoying the Carnival of Karts.
Fantastic, and best of luck for later in the race. And if you speak to Rhys, tell him he can always pop up for a chat as well.
No worries, thanks guys.
So folks, that was Sam Sutton. He's teamed up with Kurt Stenberg at the moment, and they're our race leader now on the same lap in Class A as second place Aaron Lee and Rhys Gardner sitting in third position. It looks like we've also got Brant Tucker here from All Stars Motorsports. Welcome, Brant, to RRTV's commentary box, and how's your race been going tonight?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. First of all, great job on the broadcast so far. Long way to go for everyone, but we're trucking along nicely in the 353 Z4. I think we're up to 8th or 9th in class at the moment, 20th, 21st overall, so yeah, we're not going too bad. The 354 roof, on the other hand, was in 5th or 6th overall, well, 5th or 6th in class, sorry, before that massive pile up in the S's after the restart, and they're now a lap down, unfortunately, but they're on a mission and they're on a comeback, so we'll see how they go.
Yeah, so were you guys involved in that big incident up on the S's up there earlier tonight?
I was mid-pack and I come over the crest, and as you know, coming over the crest and the S's at the top there is very blind, and Alex goes whoa, and then from that moment I slam on my brakes and I rear-end Tim Ballinger, which I apologise for, but I tried to find a gap and just had nowhere to go, unfortunately. Luckily we escaped with only minor front end damage. Miraculously the car steered straight, but yeah, the roof just got annihilated, both front, rear, top, bottom, left, right.
Yeah, well, there's no runoff up there, so once there's an accident, especially on a restart, it's very rare for anyone to get out of there unscathed, I think.
Yeah, that's it. It's a tough spot in the track B to have an accident, but that's Watkins Glen, that's endurance racing for you. You don't know what's going to happen, so still a long way to go, not even halfway through yet, but we're looking good for another top 10 in class for the unmetered service 353, so yeah. Fingers crossed we can hold on to it as Alex runs wide.
Yeah, we just saw that. I didn't want to tell you while you were talking. But it looks like Alex is doing a good job. It looks like you've got a little bit of front end damage there on the right panel. Is that affecting the car in any way?
It's not affecting the handling overly much. We're still reaching, most of the time our top speed down the back straight. We're just, conserving that one last fast repair we have for if we do have a major bingo later on in the race.
And how's tyre wear going on the BMW? Do you notice the car changing in its handling a lot from the start to the end of the stint?
Yeah, towards the end of the stint, as the fuel load lightens off, and you've been pushing the tyres to the max, the car starts to get a little bit wriggly under brakes and through the S's. So you just got to. I was lifting off just ever so slightly to keep the car straight, and not bin it. So the tyres do go off a little bit around here. It makes it a little bit difficult to drive, but I don't think double stinting tyres would be possible in my opinion. You'd be sliding all over the joint.
Yeah, and I'll hand you over to my partner in crime here, Adrian Jarvis. Adrian, do you have any questions for Brant?
Yeah, Brant, how are you tonight? I see that you're doing a good job there and the traffic's been pretty good, mate.
Yeah, everyone's been well behaved. There's been a few hairy moments where I've had a GT3 car beside me and then a DP beside him and a HPD right behind me. So, it gets a little bit hairy out there at times in the most inopportune spots as always, but mostly everyone's been pretty well behaved. Had a good battle there with Craig Dorr earlier on in the stint. So, yeah, good hard close racing all through the field.
Yeah, cool. And anything with your strategy, you guys going to do double stints, or are you just each time you need to pit, you're changing and swapping over and keeping fresh?
I think the plan is just to do regular driver swaps whenever we come into pit, keep each other fresh. That way we're not getting too fatigued towards the end of the race, and we'll see how things pan out, I guess.
Yeah, great, mate. So hopefully everything goes well and no more big incidences, and we don't see another safety car period tonight.
Yeah, hopefully, but with 3 hours 50 odd minutes to go, I think there'll be another couple of safety cars to come yet. Don't want to jinx it, but still a lot of cars out there, a lot of damaged cars out there. So yeah, it may or may not happen. We'll take it as it comes, really.
Yeah, for sure. So before we let you go, mate, you'd like to put a shout out to anyone in particular want to put a big shout out to?
Shout out to Alex for being the awesome co-driver he is, but we were planning on running a new paint job which incorporated our 3 new sponsors, but due to Tradie Paints having hissy fit, that's not showing up. So I'd just like to thank Unmetered Servers for their continued and brilliant support of the team, and also Ratcorp and Cache Centrics for stepping up and allowing us to run their sponsors too as part of that new deal. So hopefully next round you will be able to see the nice new livery we have, but unfortunately it's not working at the moment.
Yeah, we've got a few cars that aren't showing the new livery. I'm just reset the trading paints on mine to try to get them down, but you're not the only one out there struggling with paints, that's for sure.
Nah, it's frustrating, but nothing much we can really do at the moment. We'll just take it as it comes. Either way, the livery we're running at the moment stands out like a sore thumb, which is good, so plenty of airtime for the sponsors.
Yeah, and that's what counts, especially when you've got good sponsors like Unmetered Servers there backing your guys. So a big shout out to those guys. And anyway, I'll let you wrap this up, Adrian. I shouldn't have jumped in.
Hey, no, you're right, Bernie. Yeah, so thanks very much, Brant, for coming up here, mate. And let's hope you do a stellar job and get that unlimited service BMW up a little bit higher. And feel free to come back later if you get a little bit tired of talking to Alex.
Nah, there's a group of 4 of us in TeamSpeak at the moment, so there's no shortage of entertainment at the moment. But yeah, I'll probably pop back up with a couple of hours, an hour and a half to go, just to give everyone an update on our race. So and I'll be chatting in the YouTube channel with the All Star Motorsports YouTube chat. So yeah. Anyway, guys, thanks for having us, and brilliant job so far.
So folks, that was Brent Tucker there. He's partnered up with Alex Pohl in the Unmetered Servers BMW. The next guy we've got to come up is David Arnold for Redback Racing, so we'll bring David up and have a chat with him. Hi David, welcome to RRTV's commentary booth. Well done so far on tonight's effort. I think you guys are running about second in class, aren't you?
Hi Bernie, hi Jim. Yeah, thanks. We're currently third. Michael's just passed Clayton Brooks for third place, so yeah, we're pretty happy.
Yeah, you guys are looking pretty strong out there in Class C as well as Class A, so that's good news so far for your teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're in a pretty good position. We've got good speed, and we've so far just been able to sort of stay with the front pack the whole time and keep the car clean, which is what we need to do. So yeah, we've still got a long way to go, but this is sort of where we want to be, and we just want to keep circulating around like this for another few hours, and then try and make some moves at the end of the race.
Yeah, and how's the car feel out there tonight? Is it behaving itself?
Yeah, it's been pretty good actually. Most of my first stint in particular, I was following Jared Filsel, and that was pretty good. I could sort of take it a bit easier and just catch up in the draft and just make life a bit easier for the tyres, because we're a little bit worried about making our tyres last a whole stint, but with a little bit of draft you can just take it a bit easier, and it makes everything a bit nicer.
Yeah, it definitely would. And so what's the plan? Is Michael going to be doing double stinting, or when can we expect to see you back in the car?
Yeah, I think I did a double stint to start off. Michael's going to do a double stint here, and then we'll sort of play it by ear a bit after that, but I think we'll probably do single stints for the last two. But long way to go yet.
Yeah, you've got exactly 3 hours 46 minutes to go till the end of the race here, and it looks like Michael's got Clayton right on his backside again, so he can't relax yet.
Yeah, I mean at the moment, the top cars are, well, it looks like something's just happened to Clayton.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that, folks. Hold on for 1 minute and we'll see what's happened here. Just jumping back in the replay, and we'll see what occurred. It looks like he's spun out. So it's coming into turn 8, folks, and Clayton Brooks right behind here of Michael Trooper. Yeah, we're having a look. It looked like he's touched the ripple strip coming into the corner, which has just unsettled the car, and he's gone pretty heavily nose first into the fence there, so that's really bad luck there for Clayton Brooks, who was really fighting for second position in Class C at that time. So getting back to David Arnold, it looks like Michael can relax a little bit. He's got a bit more breathing room now.
Yeah, just before he was going pretty well. He was sort of catching the two cars in front, first and second, so looks like he's got the pace, and we've just got to sort of keep it clean, not take any risks, and keep circulating. So I think we're pretty happy. Would have taken this if he had told us at the start of the race, so just got to keep doing it.
Yeah, definitely, and it looks like his next target, George Fullerton's, probably 2 or 3 seconds up the track at this stage, so, or closer now, probably 1.5 seconds.
Yep, it's about a second at the moment, and just coming and going with the traffic, so I don't think we're in a hurry to make any big moves to try and do a pass here. We're pretty happy to stay behind them for a while.
Yeah, that's right. I guess you guys are just counting down the hours and making sure you've got a car you can race with at the end of tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We've still got fast repairs, and we've had the last pit stop. We just took an extra few seconds to get some optional repairs done, so the car is perfect at 100% now, and so that's the most important thing at this stage of the race.
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, I'm going to hand you over to Adrian here and see if Adrian's got any questions for you.
Yeah, g'day David. Thanks for joining us up here tonight. The old job a little bit more exciting for us, or entertaining, where we get to not talk to each other and annoy each other. So it's good to have you guys come up here and have a chat to us. And I've been asking the boys, how are you enjoying the racing around each other? It's fairly clean and everyone's given a lot of room tonight.
Yeah, it's been definitely an improvement on the last round. It's been really good. I mean, I spent a lot of my first stint behind Jared, and that was pretty good. We've had cars behind us, and everyone's playing it sensibly, not going for any moves. They're happy to stay behind and just circulate around and sort of keep the pace of sort of 2 cars up. You know, if you're dicing and changing positions every lap, you just go slow. So everyone's realised that, and the faster classes have been pretty good, pretty patient. So yeah, pretty happy so far.
Yeah, good. And the incident limit, I don't think we've done that at all tonight with a few teams. We've sort of slipped my mind a little bit, but how are you guys going with the incident level? We know it's capped at 37 tonight, so are you all good with that?
Yeah, I think we're on about 10 at the moment, but I reckon I'd say only two off tracks are our fault. We got hit once just before the green by someone, so that was not too great. I don't think that was our fault. And then in that big pile up in the S's, we just got tapped on the side. So yeah, but we're going pretty well. We're not in any danger of, as long as we keep up the current rate. So yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, and I suppose it might help with drivers trying to not push their car to the limit where they overdrive it too, wouldn't it? That's why we haven't seen probably as much carnage as in we have done in the last few rounds, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. And I think everyone was a bit sick of driving around behind the safety car, so I think they pulled their heads in a little.
Yeah, it's a tough call, isn't it, mate? You're all keen and you want to race. It gets to a point where I think the guys just go, well, what have we got to do to not have these cautions? But you're doing a great job out there. Good to see that you're running and up near the pointy end there in your class, and hopefully you can get a few more positions, mate.
Yeah, another 2 positions would be nice.
Certainly would.
Anyway, David, thanks for popping in for a chat. Before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Oh, just the team, particularly Craig Reed, who's our 3rd driver. He's not driving tonight, but he's been helping us out. He can't drive because only 2 drive around, but he's been helping us out, so it's been good.
Yeah, fantastic to Craig there, and no doubt he's helping with the spotting and crunching the numbers for you guys so you can focus on getting this car home.
Yep, it's there's a lot going on behind the scenes in one of these races. You've got to be thinking about what's going on pretty hard.
Yeah, well, we should let you go because it looks like your car's about to go into a pretty interesting battle here with George Fullerton, and there's another BMW right ahead of him, so we'll let you get back to it.
Thanks, Bernie. Thanks, Adrian. See you later.
Hey, Adrian, the other reason I wanted to get him off is because if these guys have a crash, I don't want to have to interview him.
Fair enough, Bernie. But yeah, these are fighting well, aren't they? They've certainly got the pace here at the moment, so it's really close racing at the moment.
Oh, it certainly is. It's closed right up here in Class C, and it's good to see that this battle is continuing now. We're 3 hours 40 minutes to go. We've got another 40 minutes, so we'll be halfway through this race.
Yeah, it's been a really good race. I think the drivers should all give themselves a pat on the back. We've had a couple of incidences, but primarily the guys have been driving really well, and it's a really good race, Bernie. I think it's probably one of the best ones we've seen in a long while.
Yeah, it's got action aplenty, that's for sure, and I hope the viewers out there are enjoying our broadcast tonight. But what I'm going to do now, folks, is I'm going to take you through the whole field so you can see where your favourite driver is sitting at the moment. So having a look at Class A, we've got Kurt Stenberg, our overall leader and Class A leader. He's got a 76-second gap at the moment over Aaron Lee in the Redback Racing entry. He's now managed to unlap himself from Kurt, and Kurt's teammate Reece Gardner has also unlapped himself. He's sitting 91 seconds down from the leader. Currently in 4th and 1 lap down is Bobby Jovanovic. in the Sim Racer HPD number 14. Luke Beck is currently sitting in 5th place in the 166 HPD. I think that's trying to work out their team. I think it's MPR, isn't it, Adrian?
Yeah, Bernie, I think it is actually. I just checked. Oops. VPR is the team, Bernie.
Okay, cool. It's currently 6th position. Mitchell McLeod in the number 140 HPD Torque entry there. Coming back, we saw that car earlier tonight, folks, with the front end missing, and it's good to see they've recovered. They're only 1 lap down. 7th at the moment. Scott Connors back in the car of 111 in the quick beds entry, 2 laps down. Reece Goldfinch, our race leader for Class B in the number 230. Riley pretty much led this race for Class B since the start of the race, and right behind him now we've got Dylan Checkered, also doing a great job there in the TPR engineering entry. Tim Bellinger, also for TD Racing, is sitting in 3rd in class and 10th outright, doing a great job there, and I think they've pretty much been sitting in the top 3 all night, haven't they, Adrian?
Yeah, they've been battling with their teammate Andrew Kanowski as well. So those guys are battling out. Teammates are battling out for 3rd place. So doing a fantastic job, those guys.
Yeah, that's right. Andrew Kanowski at the moment is probably some 6 seconds down from Tim, or a bit further, but still doing a great job there. 11th outright. Looking further back, we've got Richard Stemenkovic in the Sister LED Innovations number 231 entry there. Or have I mentioned them already? I don't know. I'm losing my track. They're the leader of Class B, aren't they?
No, Benny, you were right. That's the sister car there.
Okay, I'm going crazy here. So they're probably running, about 5th in Class B at this stage. 13th outright and leader of Class C, Nathan Hapatz for Selby.com.au, or Selby Motorsport, doing a fantastic job. These guys have been strong all night and are currently leading their class, so well done to Selby Motorsport. 14th and 2nd in class, Matthew Nethercote for OSR, Oceanic Sim Racing, number 351 BMW, followed then by Michael Trooper for Redback Racing, currently sitting back there in 3rd position. Clayton Brooks at the moment is sitting in 4th position for Class C in the TAG BMW. They were our race leader earlier on tonight, but they've had a bit of bad luck there, but are still in the hunt. George Fullerton is coming into the pits now with some heavy damage to that car, Adrian, but they were running in 5th Class C and 17th outright. And that's brought Colin Schweck, 17th outright in the Baco BMW, up into that 5th position, and doing a great job there. Max Wilston in the first of our McLarens for Class C is sitting 19th outright and doing a fantastic job in the GTI sponsored vehicle. Alex Pole, Unmetered Servers, is running 20th outright. Marty Atkins, we haven't seen a lot of Marty tonight, but it's good to see him out there running in the Hog's Breath BMW Z4, currently sitting in 22nd position and doing a good job out there. 23rd, we've got Neil De Bruyne in the number 39 iRaceforlife.org rough. Brett Garidis 24th at the moment. 25th we have Oliver Searles making a bit of a comeback there in the number 68 Blackadder. We saw those guys in trouble earlier tonight in the pits. Martin Houston is running at 26 outright for Class A, and their race isn't quite going the way they would have wanted it to go tonight. Damien Carr, 27th for Sim Racer, number 323 BMW. 28th, Brett Wilson for the Redback Racing RRT, number 315 entry there. Jeffrey Glisson is sitting in 29th position in the 38th Motorless Motorsport entry there, followed by Michael Hammond in 31st. Joe Burkett is sitting in 31st. Sorry, my overlays are playing up here. Terry Marwood's sitting back there, 22nd for Pagnian Motorsport in the 310. Matthew Dignam is currently sitting in 33rd position in the other Pagnian rough. We saw this car earlier tonight in all sorts of trouble and parked across the track pretty much here, and was very fortunate they didn't get collected there. And I think that brought out a safety car. Paul Rogers currently 34th in the other Blackadder Motorsport entry. Again, this car has been in the wars tonight. Matt Stratford is sitting back in, well, they were sitting back in 34th, but it looks like they are not there at the moment and may have retired. Same with Tom Jones at the moment. And then we've got Lewis Kugeley again out there in 37th position for Blackadder Motorsport. And that's a wrap up of our field, Adrian.
That was a big effort, Bernie. Congratulations on getting through that. I know it's not easy to go through a whole field like that, so quite interesting. Good to see some movers, and no, the guys are working hard, and I think Lewis Kugeley here at the moment driving that last position car, he's going to get a few positions here if these guys have pulled out down here at the bottom, so they won't be last for long.
No, that's for sure, and I'm just trying to confirm if those cars have retired. I have a feeling they probably have. They're 39 laps down. Lewis Kugeley at the moment, who's doing a great job out there, he's currently 42 laps down, so a couple more laps he'll gain a position here.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's 2 laps behind Tom Jones here at the moment, so, well, 1 lap now, so he'll definitely move up, and I think he's about the same behind Matt Stratford here at the moment, so he'll definitely gain these 2 spots. So like we said, they get out there and keep fighting, and it's good to see, Bernie.
Yeah, it's definitely good, and Matt Stratford at the moment is sitting in the pits getting serviced. He's 27 laps down at the moment, so that position's pretty safe at this stage of the race.
Yeah, he will be, but like I said, I think Lewis is going to try and keep pushing, and we know these guys aren't going to give up, and they've got 3.5 hours to go yet, so they'll get there, Bernie. I reckon they'll get a few more spots before the night's out.
Yeah, that's right, and I tell you what, if there's any team out there wishing for a safety car at this point, it'd have to be Redback Racing with Aaron Lee. He's 72 seconds down from the lead. But if they can get a safety car, they'll be right back there in contention again.
Yeah, they certainly will. It just shows you that the guys have actually backed off a bit there, and they're not going as quick as before, but doing a mighty effort. They're the leaders with Kurt Stenberg driving at the moment, but you can tell they've laid off a little bit, giving themselves a bit of room, and just ticking over the laps at the moment, Bernie, until Sam gets back in the car, and then he'll be putting the hammer down for sure.
Yeah, that's right. And to give the viewers some idea on the speeds they're doing, the fastest lap at the moment for Class A was a 1:32.196 set by Aaron Lee. Class A is currently lapping in the 1:34s to the 1:35, so they've dropped a good 2 to 3 seconds per lap, which is, expected in such a long race. Having a look at Class B. Class B's pretty much, they haven't dropped much at all. That they started out on 141s and they're pretty much still lapping in the 141s, so they haven't slowed down much at all at this stage. Having a look at Class C. So Class C, they were lapping around about the 144s, and they're now lapping in the 145s to the 146s with our race class leader. He's still lapping the 144s though, where most of the other guys are about a second a lap slower than this entry at this stage.
Yeah, they've certainly done their numbers with that car, haven't they, Bernie? The Shelby boys, and Nathan's out there doing a fantastic job again for that team. So I'm quite happy for them and impressed that they've been able to be out of trouble and get their car in that sort of position. I can tell you what, Benny, if they hold it out for the end of the race, mate, they'll be having a party back at home base there, and I think a well-deserved one too, I think, Bernie.
Yeah, definitely, and it shows, how well this car's set up, because as the other cars are slowing down, this car's pretty much holding its pace, and it's looking as new as it did on the lap one, so great job out there for the Selby boys.
Yeah, they've always seemed to have struggle in other series in the SEK, and it's good to see they're having a good run here tonight, so hopefully they can keep it up right to the end.
Yeah, and I've noticed this team's running one car tonight instead of two, and that's probably allowed them to really just focus in on this one car and get that set up perfect. And yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I've come back up to the B class series here, Bernie, with Tim Bellinger and Andrew Kanowski at the moment. It looks like it's a battle on here for positions, and I wouldn't want to be getting into a mistake here with the two team cars at the moment, Bernie.
Yeah, especially for Andrew if he's racing team boss. He doesn't want to upset him, and it looks like they've got a HPD coming right down behind him. But it looks like Andrew's made that move, but he's going to have to watch his mirrors now because this HPD's closing really quickly.
Yeah, Tim's let it through, and now Andrew's going to probably move over or just let it go through. So that was a little bit hairy there, Bernie. It got a bit tight.
Oh, they did contact there. Andrew did have contact there with that car as it went through, and that's allowed Tim to pass him again. Let's hope that Andrew doesn't have any steering damage to that car.
Yeah, Benny, that was a little bit tight there and a little bit hairy. It was you got room there, but yeah, the boys didn't give themselves enough room, did they?
No, and we've got Aaron Lee now coming through. That's our second car in Class A now, as he's sitting behind Andrew, and he'll probably make this move down. No, he's making the move now on the outside. That's pretty gutsy.
Yeah, not the best place to do it. Oh, what have we got there? It's McLaren around.
Yeah, I saw there's a McLaren into the wall there. I think that might be the Torque entry. I'm just not sure which car that is, but these HPDs, look how quickly they close up under brakes on these Rileys.
Yeah, it's phenomenal sort of braking power, and it comes down to all their downforce too, I think, Bernie, and bigger brakes than that compared to the Rileys.
Yeah, that's right, and you could just see, earlier on how fast that HPD closed up, dove under Tim Ballinger, and he was all over Andrew before they even got mid-apex of that corner.
Yeah, it's full on in it. Those HPDs are phenomenal. They're definitely a class on their own, but it's good to see the Riley in there. I think it's a decent car for this series as well. It's totally different, and it's good to have the GT3. So it's a good mix of cars at the moment in this series.
Oh, it's fantastic to have the mix of cars we've got. HPD Riley prototype plus 3 makes the GT3s. It makes for fantastic racing.
Yeah, for sure, and we know that iRacing is building Aston Martin, but I believe it's going to be a GT1 car, so that'll be interesting. We'll have 2 GT1 cars with iRacing, so that'd be an interesting mix to put in with a series like this, I reckon, Bernie.
Yeah, definitely. I guess that will be then going in with the Corvette. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll be Bernie. So we'll have a Corvette and the Aston Martin. So I believe that series will change a little bit in that. So guys that want to try and drive something, I believe they don't have assists either, Bernie. They're pretty well much similar to the Riley.
Yeah, I haven't done much driving in the Corvette, but I definitely like the sound of it. And just having a look further down the field here, George Fullerton's in all sorts of trouble with this SEK Queensland entry. They came into the pits earlier, but they've still got a lot of front end damage to that car, so I'm assuming they've run out of fast repairs at this stage of the race.
Yeah, if they've got a lot of damage, then it's probably more than likely. So I wonder if they've had a little bit of an off somewhere, Bernie, and hit the wall and they said, well, as long as the steering's not damaged, we'll just keep plugging away, because they probably have. They've probably been caught up in a few incidences tonight.
Yeah, well, we saw that car earlier tonight involved in that big wreck in the S's, but we also saw Guy Leach bringing it back heavily damaged and crabbing after that incident. So I'd say they've been in another incident since then. They're still circulating in the one, what's he done this time round? Well, we'll see. He's just come out of the pits, but he still seems to be circulating okay.
Yeah, let's hopefully it's only cosmetic. I mean, the car definitely looks like it's tracking okay now, so you might be right. They're probably out of quick repairs. They had that big one at the hill, which I'm sure there was quite a few cars that got involved in that one.
Yeah, I'm just jumping. We just jumped into the cockpit view, and it is wandering a bit down that back straight there, but it looks like the steering's fairly straight in it as the HPD goes flying around the outside there. You can just hear it buzzing by. So hopefully they'll be able to keep this car going to the end. Really what they're going to have to keep an eye on, though, is that incident limit for this car.
Yeah, Benny, it's one of those things, isn't it? Those incident levels, they try and keep it to a point where, give it fair trade to people. You're going to have pranks here, and you're going to get caught up in someone else's mess, and yeah, you're going to drop the wheels off here and there. But they try and make it fair enough so that you don't get disqualified. But geez, if you have too many offs, you will be disqualified by having too many offs.
Well, that's exactly right, and that's what they're going to have to keep an eye on. But that car's now 15 laps down, so I think they're now just focused on getting that car to the end.
Yeah, I think they are too, Bernie. So once again, these guys are in there for the fun. They enjoy their racing and love this sport, and I mean, who wouldn't, mate? I love it, and it's great, and to come up here and commentate you with these series that we do, it's just fantastic. And it seemed like I had a bit of a brain fade already today for whatever reason, just probably out of practice. I missed a week, so no, it's good to get back into the saddle and enjoy sitting up here with you and talking about these guys racing tonight. Yeah,
definitely. It's always a pleasure to be talking to you, I guess you could say, but if you weren't here, the viewers would be going crazy about now just listening to me drone on. The other thing that we should mention, as these rounds go on, the teams are definitely maturing, and it looks like the teams out there are definitely embraced getting a spotter or a team manager involved in these long races.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Benny, the guys have realised that they really need those second guys there to keep an eye on everything that's going on around them, and to be aware of what's going on, because it is 6 hours. You've got to try and drive these cars for 6 hours to get to the end of the race to get a result. If you don't, we've seen it at Daytona, we had wrecked cars all through the field, and I'm pretty certain there was rarely one or two cars that were still straight in that race.
Yeah, well, that's right, and the guys, by using those spotters out there and team managers, it can really just allow these guys to focus on driving. And I think the closing speeds of the Class A to Class C, they really do need spotters out there helping them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, I think the idea, and this is where they should be heading, is that we always use a relative, and that's a black box, ladies and gentlemen, that we use. It's an F3 button, and it tells us where the cars are related to where you are. So you might be on this screen and you're yellow, and then you've got guys in front of you, how far in front and how far behind guys are, and you can see them, but you've only got a small window. So your spotter should be looking out behind you to see where these guys are, to let you know that they're coming, and give you plenty of time to position yourself so that you can let them through quicker.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and it's a bit of an art to try to work out where they're going to catch you, so you can let them by without losing any time. That's the main thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard to try and let these. Oh, as we got a spinner again, Bernie. Oh, he's taken out O'Reilly too.
Yeah, that was the Torque McLaren back there. I just didn't get the number. It frustrates me because when they crash, we don't get an off track.
Number 41, Bernie.
Okay.
Nah, that can't have been right.
Yeah, no, that's right. I've got it up now.
Oh, okay.
So we've got him going around the 341, I think it was, going around here. Looking in the background, the Riley's got. Oh no, he's coming right back in front of the. Oh, he's taken out the number 230. Let's hope that's not our Class B leader. He's hit him heavily in the side there, as we can see the Class B now spinning back across the track. Will he keep it off the wall? Oh, he straightened it up, but oh man, that was a heavy hit. Really heavy hit, and both cars continue.
Actually, Bernie, that 230 car is second in class at the moment.
Yeah, that was Reese Goldfinch here. As we've cut across to that car, he's got some really heavy damage. I wouldn't be surprised if he can't get that back to the pits by the looks of that car.
He's still driving it, Bernie. It just looked like there's a little steering damage here, so I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he's heading into the pits to get that repaired by the look of that. Yep, definitely is. Yeah,
and the Class A, Aaron Lee, has also jumped in the pits there, so good driving there by Reese Goldfinch to get that car back. And I must say, fantastic recovery drive to keep that car off the other fence. It's not easy to do in the S's.
Oh yeah, for sure, Bernie. That was really tough, and like I said, I think that's the scariest part on this track, and we've seen it already tonight. So you know, when I hold my breath and seeing what's going on through there, it gets real scary.
That's right, and it looks like Matt Stratford, who was in the Torque McLaren, which ran into the side of Reese Goldfinch, is continuing on with hardly any damage. So goes to show how fragile those Rileys can be.
Yeah, for sure. Getting a hit like that off a McLaren, and he had a lot of damage, and now he's getting battled here from I think it's Andrew Kanowski there, Bernie. So, and that's put him a lap down, I believe.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm just having a look at Matt here. He came into that carousel, and they are having trouble with the handling of that McLaren. So they're just going to have to be a bit more cautious, because I think that's the third incident that car's been in. It looks like it has got steering damage, and they're just pushing on with it.
Yeah, they're going to have to be careful, aren't they, Bernie, with the incident limit? If you know, with a car that's not handling well, you know, yeah, okay, kudos to keep going through it, but if you're going to start causing issues for other teams, I think it's time to say, hey guys, do we need to keep doing this, or do we call it a day and see where we went wrong?
Yeah, well, that's right. It looks like it's having trouble turning to the left as he's bringing it into the pits now, which I think's a wise move, because it looked a bit hairy going through the carousel last time by. Yeah,
no, good call to bring it in, and I think once again, Bernie, is it worthwhile keep going? I applaud the guys for keep going. It's really good. But, oh, look, we got a yellow flag, Bernie.
We certainly do. I'm not sure what's caused that yellow flag, but we're definitely under yellow there, and well, it's all going to bunch up again, folks, and we can expect a lot of pit stops and hopefully no carnage at the other end of this safety. We just don't know why we have a safety at this point.
And I did see a couple of HDs quickly jump in too, Bernie, so they might be a bit lucky there getting in before the safety car, but car number 14's in.
Yeah, we've got Andrew Kanowski's also dived into the pits by the looks of it in the 217, and so did one of the Dayco HPDs.
Oh, here we go, Bern. You need to get to car 14. The guys had flipped it up on top of the hill there.
Okay, so that's Bobby Jovanovic was involved in that, was it?
Yeah, Bernie, it looks like he's done it on his own. It looks like he hit the grass on the inside coming up the hill, and he was upside down on his roof, so that's why the yellow flags come out.
Okay, we'll just go back a bit further here and see if we can get that replay. Man, he's been on his roof for a bit. We'll go back further. Okay, so we'll follow this through, and because we're using the no escape rule, folks, he could have been on his roof for a little bit, but unfortunately this track doesn't give me any off-track events, so it's very hard to find it, but we've found it now, and let's see what has occurred here. Oh yeah, he's done it on his own, alright. He's come loose on the S's there, Adrian.
Yeah, he's just taken a little bit too much curb, I think, Bernie, there, and it's just got the car loose. And I wouldn't surprise me if it bottomed out and then lost all the rears on that.
Yeah, it definitely did. But one thing he was lucky about, as he skids on his lid down that S, is even though he flipped it, it managed to keep it off the wall after it went on its lid, which will reduce that amount of damage to that car.
Well, the other lucky thing too, Bernie, is where he actually was positioned. It's again, if he was on the racing line there, it could have been a lot worse than what that was then.
Oh, definitely. He was lucky he got that off the racing line. Well, he stopped off the racing line, as you said. But yeah, that could have been a very nasty incident, a lot worse than what it turned out to be.
Yeah, for sure. So this is, they're actually a lap down here at the moment, Bernie. So maybe Kurt actually got around the guys there and kept his 1 lap gap. So this probably hasn't worked out as well as the guys were hoping then.
Yeah, that's right. Because Aaron had just dived into the pits about a lap before to take their pit stop, which has then put them a lap down. So again, we see strategy playing out there, or the luck of the safety car, which has allowed Kurt Stenberg there to get a lap up on their competitors again. So at the moment in Class A, folks, we've got Kurt Stenberg in first, Aaron Lee second, but 1 lap down. Third in Class A is Luke Beck at the moment. So that's good for that team. Fourth, Matt Barron for Class A, and fifth is Jay Kennedy in the Torque HPD. So looking at Class B, folks, we have our first Dylan Shepherd now for TPR Engineering leading the way there, 8th outright, 6 laps down, followed by Andrew Kanowski in second position for Class B. Third position, Reece Goldfinch, followed by Tim Ballinger in fourth. And then we have Richard Stamanovic rounds out our top 5 in Class B. Looking back at Class C at the moment, we've got Matthew Nethercote for OSR in their BMW leading the way, followed by Michael Trooper for Redback Racing in second position. Colin Schweck there in the Becco sponsored BMW is currently sitting in third position. Fourth we have Martin Houston. No we don't, he's Class A. Nathan Hapatz, is currently sitting back there in fourth position. So he's probably another entry there caught out by pitting, and Clayton Brooks rounds out our top 5 in Class C, Adrian.
Yes, the only thing is, Bernie, I think maybe Aaron and Luke might be lucky here. If they did pull into the pits just before that incident, they actually might get that lap back. So they may end up being okay here and being on the lead lap again.
Yeah, well, I've noticed the safety car's trying to pick up the leader at the moment, and cars are being waved by. So we'll see how all this. Oh man, tell you what. Michael Trooper nearly took out that safety car then. They're lucky they don't have collision on, or else that would have been Days of Thunder thing.
Yeah, for sure. I was a little bit behind there, Bernie. I forgot I was on replay, so I had to go fast forward there, so I'm back up to speed again.
Oh, that's good. Well, you know, all's forgiven here. We're coming up to half distance, and we've been on air now since 3:30, so it's amazing we've both got voices at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it certainly is, but I can tell you right now, those clouds don't look out there, do they, Bernie? So let's hope the weather stays away for these guys. And talking about weather, might just see what the track's doing at the moment. Alright, so the weather at the moment is still dropping there. The air temperature is 20 degrees and track temperature is still at 35 there, Bernie, but if the air temperature keeps dropping, I wouldn't surprise me if the track temperature comes down a little bit more.
Yeah, that's right. And is it still, is it sunny, mostly cloudy? What's it turned out to be at the moment?
It's still partly cloudy and we've got northeasterly winds, so the weather hasn't changed a lot, but it's still the same, and it looks like they're not going green at the moment there, Bernie. They're still having a little bit of issue with the safety car here at the moment, Bernie. Yeah,
well, the safety car waved a lot of cars by, so no doubt they're just waiting for the field to close up before we go green again. So we've got at least one more lap in. And I'm thinking, Adrian, about dinner. It must be coming up soon.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, Bernie, and my tummy's starting to tell me that he wants something to eat, so I think it might be a bit of time. We might stick there until the green flag comes, Bernie, and then once it settles down, we might head off and have a bit of a grub, and guys can just watch the race by themselves and commentate for themselves.
Yeah, that's right. We'll leave it on most exciting, so hopefully it'll give you the automatic coverage while we have a bit of a break. But we'll wait until things settle down. Okay, safety car lights are out, so we'll be going green next time by. There we go.
Yeah, it looked like maybe a little glitch there with the iRacing issuing of black flags. So the boys have had to clear a few black flags there at the moment. Just the stuff that I'm reading here, Bernie, that I'm getting to see. So looks like they might be getting through that, and they've had to tidy that up. So race control doing their job again, Bernie, and doing a fine job of it too. Yeah,
definitely. It's takes a lot of work to sort these fields out, doesn't it, when they're so spread out all over the track. But yeah, great job there for race control, and it looks like the field is now starting to bunch up behind the safety car and we'll be ready to go again.
Yeah, it's it's not an easy job, and once again, I know we've said it earlier in the broadcast, and I'll say it again. The guys do a great job, and I know that more eyes on there will definitely help them out to run these races, and I'm sure it'll make it a lot better for all involved at the end of the day if they can get a few more eyes in there.
Yeah, that's right. And having a look at Class A at the moment, folks. Kurt Stenberg's leading the way. Aaron Lee for Redback Racing is in second and on the same lap. So is Luke Beck back there in third. They're still on the same lap, and Matthew Barron, the sister car to Kurt's, is also on the lead lap for Class A, but he's right at the back of the field.
Yeah, so that safety car, when the guys go in, so they must have got right in there just as the safety flag was thrown. So those boys have actually gained on that. So it's a bit of a luck draw, which has worked their way really for Aaron and Luke at the moment. So we've got 3 cars on the lead lap again, Bertie.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we've got top 4 now in Class A on the lead lap, and the battle for Class A still continues. I'm just having a look further down for Class B, and that would be Reece Goldfinch at the moment, and Andrew is actually ahead of him, so maybe Andrew Kanowski. No, he's ahead of him, but his class is behind him, so we'll have to wait to see how things sort out there. But we're coming back up to Go Green, folks. We'll stay just with the blimp just as we go through the first few corners to make sure everyone gets through cleanly. So it looks like Andrew's going to be leading the field at the start here, and waiting for the pace car to come in, which he's coming in now. So Andrew's got race control, and they've got green now. Andrew's very slow to get away, and the HPDs are all flying down the inside there, as he got swamped by three wide through turn 1. And Andrew's been hit, or has he? No, he's kept it going. I thought he got tagged there, but coming back up to the S's now, folks. As we can see, the field's coming through now. And so far so good. It looks like the field has got cleanly through the S's at this stage.
Yeah, everyone got through there cleanly, Bernie. That was a good restart. Good to see they learnt off that first one earlier on tonight and got through it. So that was a pretty good effort, Bernie. We've only had 3 yellow flags or 3 safety car periods throughout the whole race after 3 hours. So that's not a bad effort from everyone tonight.
Oh, it's a brilliant effort. I cast my mind back to Daytona. God knows how many safety cars we had in that round, but the guys have definitely learnt from that, and the racing is definitely of a higher standard tonight.
Yeah, certainly are, and geez, the boys back here, I see I'm with Matthew Barron at the moment, and he's got to thread his way through these T3 cars. It is thick and wild and woolly back there, mate.
It certainly is, and we're having a look here, George Fullerton back here, and as I try to find where Matthew is so I can bring the shots to our viewers, but let me see.
It is just congested, hey, it's like really, really bad here, and he's doing a great job actually, Benny, to get his way through here with that many GT3 cars as he's heading off down the straightaway here to go down in turn 1. So he's probably got a little bit more gap now, and he'll probably be clear, but these boys will sort it out, and I think they'll clear up soon.
Yeah, definitely. It's just, you know, the shuffling of all the pack as they try to unravel the faster cars from the slower ones, but yeah, he's doing a great job there. We might jump on board with Matt and do a lap around here so the viewers can appreciate exactly how much he's got to work.
Yeah, that'd be great, and that'd probably a good lead-in for you and I to go and have a bit of a dinner break, mate.
Yeah, definitely. It's we'll crank this up, folks, and oh man, this is action-packed for the viewers, so we'll crank it up and enjoy a lap around here with Matthew Barron. Also, while you're enjoying this, folks, we just had news from Race Control. The issue with the OSO car at turn 1 was netcode, and no penalty has been given for that incident. Okay, folks, that was a lap with Matthew Barron. So Adrian and myself are both going to have a... how long do you want a break, Adrian? 30 minutes? Do you want an hour? How long do you want, mate?
Half an hour would be good, Bernie. That'll give me time to eat tea and that. So, yeah, that'll be enough time to do all what I need to do, mate.
Okay, folks, so we'll be back in 30 minutes. However, we will leave the broadcast running on Most Exciting. So enjoy the rest of the race. Hello there, folks. Bernie here from RRTV and Adrian. Well, we've had our dinner and we're back to do more broadcasting. How'd your tea go, Adrian?
Yeah, I got spoiled. I had a pork chop and some nice veggies, and I decided to finish it off with a bit of dessert. Bernie, I had mango, passion fruit and vanilla ice cream.
Well, you were spoiled. I ended up having half-cooked lasagna. Well, it was cooked, it just wasn't hot. And swigged down a stubby a beer and made a coffee and ready to go again.
Awesome, mate. Yeah, I'm glad I haven't had a beer today. I can tell you what, it's worse than what I'm doing at the moment. But anyway, I feel refreshed now and ready to rock and roll for the last couple of hours. Yeah,
fantastic. And while we were gone, there was a drive-through penalty served to car number 354, and I'm just trying to work out, that was Matthew Trotman, who looks like they've since retired, for avoidable contact on car number 314. There's also just been a drive-through penalty issued to car 315. So that's I think that's our, let's see, 315, avoidable contact on car 147. So that was...
Sorry, Benny, go ahead.
Yeah. So that incident was caused earlier on. We saw the replay, folks. Raymond Steer in Redback Racing, McLaren had a coming together with Kurt Stenberg, which Kurt ended up in the wall very heavily in the S's, and has since had to hand that car back over to Matthew Barron. So that's what that penalty's been served for. The other incident we've had while we were gone is Andrew Kanowski spun a couple of laps ago now, spun the Riley into the wall, but he continues without having to stop at this point.
Yeah, and we had Philip Stoneman blow his engine up as well too, Bernie, just a moment ago as well. So, but he's got back to the pits and looks like they had a quick repair and got that engine going again. And these HPD drivers aren't wasting any time anymore. They're not slowing down through the S's anymore.
No, they're absolutely pushing at the moment, and we've only got 2 hours 22 minutes to go to the end of this race. I say only because it's a 6-hour race, but before we get into it, folks, we'll give you an update of all three classes and where everyone sits. So at the moment we've got Aaron Lee out in front for Redback Racing, the HPD, and second is Luke Beck. Luke's been doing a fantastic job with his teammate tonight. They were sitting back in fifth earlier on and just have quietly worked their way up through the field to be sitting in second now. Matthew Barron is currently sitting in third after that incident that Kurt Stenberg was involved in, and he's 77 seconds down. Sam Sutton, sorry, it was Kurt and Sam. Sam Sutton is 1 lap down after that incident that Kurt Stenberg was involved in with Raymond Steer. Scott Connors finds himself sitting in 5th position at the moment and 2 laps down. Looking at Class B at the moment, we've got the TPR entry with John O'Barry in behind the wheel at the moment, followed closely by Reece Goldfinch in the LED Innovations. Oh, and they've come together. So what timing was that? So that was for the lead, folks, and it looks like Reece has gone into the pits. What's Jono doing? Jono's going to continue on. So that's rather interesting turn of events there. Andrew Kanowski will find himself now sitting in third, possibly second after that incident. Then we've got Richard Zabakovic in fourth for Class B. And then fifth is Aaron Osborne for TD Racing, Class B at the moment. So looking at Class C at the moment, folks, we've got Colin Schweck in the Beco BMW leading the way, followed by Michael Trooper for Redback Racing in second. Third is Nathan Herpatz for Selby Motorsport. Fourth is Clayton Brooks, who's currently in the pits, which will allow Alex Pohl to take fourth position, followed by Kane Kojima in fifth, and the first of our McLarens. So that's a roundup of our classes, Adrian.
Yeah, a little bit of action while we're gone. We've got a few people that don't agree with the 315 getting the penalty there, but race control has spoken. They've had to serve that penalty, and that's the way it goes. Sorry, guys, but I did see that incident, and I'm not going to call it either way, but we have been seeing these guys, the HPDs, actually going up through there a lot quicker than normal and not having the patience as before, so maybe the guys have decided they've got to get going, Bernie.
Yeah, well, I saw that incident, and it looks like the HPD was trying to make a move coming through the S's there, and unfortunately the McLaren just couldn't hold his line and just tagged him. So, but race control has called it, and we only call it as we see it. Having a look at the moment, another drive-through penalty has just been issued to car 310, and we'll have a look at which car that is, folks, so give me a moment to locate that car. So that's Terry Marwood. He's been issued a drive-through penalty in their Pagnian BMW Z4 for avoidable impact on car number 368. So he'll have to serve a drive-through penalty for that. And that person was Joseph Cardamone for Blackadder Motorsport, was the recipient of that contact. So yeah,
I hope the viewers enjoyed the little most exciting thing while we were away. Bernie was going off there, I assume, while we were out having our tea.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way. The big news was Kurt Stenberg in that big accident on the S's there, and fortunately it sounds like our cameraman served that replay while we're on break, but that's probably the big news of that last half an hour at this point.
Yeah, so folks, we've got just over 2 hours to go, Benny, so it's been a long haul, I must admit. I am starting to feel the whole time that we've been here, so but the boys are doing a fantastic job with only a couple of retirements at the moment, isn't it, Bernie?
Yeah, at the moment we've only had Matt Statford retire and Tom R. Jones are our only two retirements. Lewis Kugeley in the 367 is still circulating, but he's 45 laps down at this stage.
Yep, and he's gained those, so he's not last now either, Benny, so he's made it up there and in 35th, and like a trooper, he'll keep going. He does have one more there. It looks like Matthew Trotman's out as well, so 3 retirements, Bernie. It's not a bad effort considering we've been racing for nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, that's right, and it looks like Tommy Vandergucht may also be in trouble. Oh no, he's still going. So Matthew Trotman definitely has retired though, and Lewis will catch him in the whenever. I don't know how many laps Matthew Trotman's down.
Yeah, it looks like Lewis has got 87 laps to gain on, I think, there, Bernie, but don't quote me. Oh, hang on. Lewis has done 87 and the guys have done 112, so he's got about 40 laps there to go, so he should do that in this hour.
Yeah, that's right. He should get it done in the next hour or so. But he's got 2 hours 15 minutes. But as we can see now, the HPD's rounding up Raymond Steer again and closing in on Reece Goldfinch, who is currently sitting. Oh, and it looks like Reece has spun it And again, we'll get a replay of that. So yeah, it looks like he's just lost it. Fortunately for the car behind him, he spun towards the outside of the fence and not on the inside, or else that would have been another incident for one of the Dayco HPDs.
Yes, Bernie, and even Reese was quite lucky as well. There, he just spun that way and had able to get going again. If he went to the left, I'm sure he would have hit the wall and could have got a lot of damage from that.
Yeah, definitely. But as we said before, you know, the closing speed of these HPDs over the GT3s and the Rileys is quite high. So I'm surprised we haven't seen more incidents with these guys tonight.
Yeah, Benny, it's such a massive closing rate, like you said, and yeah, I'm surprised that we haven't had as many incidents as we have done tonight. So. The boys have definitely kept an eye on it, and they're doing a great job out there.
Yeah, but saying that, we are coming into the danger period of this race, folks, with 2 hours 14 to go. The HPD drivers are now getting quite comfortable out there hot lapping these cars, and they're just going to have to be careful because the concentration levels are going to start to drop from here on in.
Yeah, I would reckon so, Bernie. I know that by the end of the races, when we're calling it, we struggle there at the end. So I wouldn't put it past them that some of these guys are going to get fatigued and mentally fatigued. So they're going to start dropping in a few mistakes. So we may end up seeing more safety car periods yet.
That's right, and we make mistakes and we don't have one of those HPDs up our backside either, so imagine how the drivers feel out there with one of those things looming down on them.
Yes, and it looks like Aaron B is in the just pulled the car in there, Bernie, and Warren's jumping back in, and Reese Gardner's in the pits as well, Bernie.
Yeah, that's right, and it's both of them are coming in for a scheduled stop here. It looks like Reese is jumping back in that car, and he's actually going to beat Warren out of the pits, so that's a good move there by Dayco to jump that position, and Warren's now coming out of the pits. It still shows here he's in first, so maybe I called it wrong.
Yeah, it looks like Reese is was caught up in that incident, and he's just barely hanging on to the lead lap here, so he's got to put his head down and try and keep that gap to Warren now, and hopefully he can stay on the lead lap, and maybe a caution comes out, Bernie. It'd be ideal time for these guys if the caution came out.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's going to get them out of jail if they do get a caution soon. But we're having a look at this battle at the moment. Gregory Colgan down in 18th position here. Now the cameraman's going to change again to Mitch McLeod in 6th outright. So at the moment, folks, we've got Warren Pickering, Redback Racing, leading the way. He's got a 88-second gap now over Sam Sutton in Dayco HPD, followed by Trevor Forster right behind him now, battling out for third position. So Trevor's doing a fantastic job out there tonight, Adrian.
Yeah, the guys have looks like they've got a good run going tonight, Bernie. I remember in Daytona they really struggled. They had a lot of problems there with other cars and that, nothing on their own. I remember that car running around Daytona with no front nose, so it's good to see the boys up there and having a good run tonight.
Yeah, definitely, and that car's all in one piece, and looks like it's handling well at the moment, so that's good news for that team.
It certainly is, Bernie, and it's hats off to all the guys tonight, though, Bernie. You look, we've only got 3, 9 finishes tonight, and I know we've still got 2 hours to go, but that's a top effort by everyone tonight to keep the cars going and staying in it to the long haul.
Yeah, definitely. It's compare this back to the first race at Daytona. It's like night and day, isn't it? As we can see Simon Black here coming up through the S's here with the Blackadder Motorsports coming to make a move on the outside. Simon's currently running back in 30th position outright at this stage. Looks like we've also got Nathan Leskinen in the pits, and Dylan Shepherd is also in the pits. We'll see if Dylan jumps out of this and lets another person have a drive. It doesn't look like he is at this stage.
Yeah, Simon Black, I believe they were running up the front there earlier, Bernie, so it looks like they've had a few issues since we've gone away, and they're struggling there now. Yeah,
there's a few out there struggling, I think, at the moment, and Bobby Jovanovic has just jumped into the number 14 Sim Racer HPD, and he's currently 7th outright and 3 laps down. Yeah, it's amazing how the complexion of a race can change so quickly, isn't it? And we've got a spinner here. Trent Thomas has spun, and he's sitting in the pit lane at the moment, just getting it around, and he's continuing on.
Embarrassing in the pit lane there, Bernie's been around, cold tyres, not used to it, and put your foot down and spins it around. It's a so a bit of a funny one for those guys.
Yeah, it certainly is, but you know, concentration starting to lapse a bit there. But we've also got a guest here, Josh Burton, one of the race stewards for tonight. Welcome up to the commentary box, Josh. How's it going from a steward's perspective?
Yeah, cheers guys. It's actually not too bad tonight after the crazy Bathurst and Daytona races. I think there's only been 3 or 4 cautions, so it's going pretty good. We had to give out a penalty there, which a few of the team members didn't agree with, but anyway, that's that. Not everyone's going to agree with what we give out.
Yeah, that's right. We had a few of our viewers commenting on the drive-through penalty served to 315. That was the big incident with Kurt Sternberg earlier, and basically, you know, the way we see it is you guys can see something we can't, and you've called the penalty, and that's the way it goes.
Yeah, the guys on the channel were kind of saying that you shouldn't go through there too wide, but you can make it if you back off and give each other room. So Stenny tried to give as much room as he could, and yeah, they still came together, so that was that.
Yeah, fair enough. And I guess, you know, with 2 hours to go and concentration levels it's probably starting to drop for some of these drivers. You guys are going to be pretty busy.
Yeah, that's it. We are expecting it to heat up in the last 2 hours of the race, especially at the front of the HPD field. It's pretty close there for second and third, so if there's another safety car about half an hour to go and still a few cars on the lead lap, might be on.
Yeah, I'd say so, and it looks like it's on for Class A, that's for sure. These guys got 3 on the lead lap at the moment. But we were commenting earlier about this race compared to Daytona, and it looks like a lot of the teams have definitely lifted the standard of driving since the first round of the series.
Yeah, that's it. I think it just took a few teams because not many teams have done endurance races before. I think it just took them a few races to get out of the sprint race mode type thing, and get in the endurance mode where you don't have to pass right then and there. You can kind of leave it a couple of laps and make it safe.
Yeah, and I think a lot of them are a lot more wiser about their incident limit, managing that, because in Daytona I think we lost a lot once they exceeded that incident limit in the second half of that race.
Yeah, it's it. Especially when they lost all their quick repairs, that definitely didn't help. And yeah, there was a few big crashes at Daytona, but yeah, like I said here, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, so did you guys order pizza up there in the race steward booth?
Scotty was going to pay for that, but he was too tight, so had to go and get it. Good old chicken and chips, mate.
Yeah, they'd probably be pretty much right there. But he probably promised us pizza too, and I ended up having cold lasagna.
Oh, that won't help.
Nah, it's all good. But the race is definitely going off tonight, and I'll just see if Adrian's got any questions for you, Josh.
Yeah, Josh, doing a good job out there tonight, and I suppose the guys are making your call a lot easier compared to Daytona, like we were talking about.
Yeah, it's like I said, there's definitely not as many crashes, and it hasn't been all that many crashes for multi-class racing, really, especially around here. So yeah, no, it's been pretty quiet actually.
It certainly has, and I put a call out there earlier, and I know I might have jumped the gun on you guys, but I bet you could probably do with an extra set of eyes in the race control up there.
Yeah, absolutely. At the moment it's only me and Scotty, so yeah, definitely would help, but we're managing it alright at the moment. Scotty done the start of the race on his own, so other plans this afternoon, so I jumped in with probably an hour and a half into the race. So yeah, Scotty had to do it all on his own at the start there. So he done a good job, especially with that massive crash there.
Yeah, he certainly did, and once again, viewers, if if you think these guys, are doing it easy, I think you should go and have a talk to them, and if you think you can do a good job, then hit the guys up, and I'm sure they'll love to have an extra set of eyes up there in the race control.
Yeah, absolutely. Any help would be appreciated.
Yeah, I'd also like to give a shout out to Scott if he's listening for he's also not only been doing race stewarding on his own this afternoon, he's also been feeding us all the penalties, so that's a fantastic job by you guys up there.
Yeah, cheers. We'll try and feed as much information to you guys to broadcast as we can, so it's, yeah, it's good of him to put that extra time in to do that.
Yeah, so as far as racing goes for you, Josh, when will we see you behind the wheel next?
In AEC, it will more than likely be next round at Mosport, I believe, for our race. Yeah, we'll see how we go. And probably on Thursday night in the Star Master Australian Championship is when I'll be next racing.
Fantastic. And are you doing any of the OzSmack races or any of the other open wheeler events?
I thought of giving OzSmack a go, but I haven't had time to do it yet. And I know Matthew Wilkins is doing Australian Grand Prix Series, so I'm thinking about giving that one a go.
Yeah, that one debuts next Sunday after the Star Mazdas, and it should be really good. And because it's a fixed setup series, it should be quite accessible to a lot of guys, hopefully.
Yeah, done a few laps in the winter testing last week, and yeah, it was pretty close up the front there. Some pretty quick drivers. I think I'm a bit out of my leg in the Formula 1, but we'll give it a go.
Yeah, that's it. Give it a shot, and hopefully Dylan's going to take us up on our challenge. And last week he said he was up for a challenge, so we challenged him to race in all 4 races next Sunday. So we'll see if we can do that.
Yeah, I heard you guys say that on the broadcast earlier. It'll be interesting to see how he goes, especially in the last SEK race, I should say. He'll be pretty buggered, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I reckon. Well, if I have to talk about the racing, you can at least go and race it.
Yeah, it's a bonus.
Yeah, anyway, Josh, we should let you get back up there and help Scotty out. Before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors?
Yeah, Sim Racing Magazine, Nathan and Bobby racing HPD tonight. Mind you, saying that Bobby's just had a pretty big crash, so yeah, thanks to them racing HPD and JFF and all the guys there. It's been great.
Yeah, no worries. We're just having a slow-mo replay of Bobby losing it in the carousel here. It looks like the car's... Oh, it's just sort of snapped to the right a little bit. So, very unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange one. I think we've still got a quick repair left, so hopefully we'll get out there and not lose too much time. Might be able to last out of the HPDs anyway, so not too much.
Yeah, and he's got it going again, which is good. So it looks like he's got a lot of damage there, but it didn't bring out a yellow. So hopefully they'll live to get to the end of this race tonight.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, Josh. Well, thanks for coming up, mate, and doing a great job up there. So keep up the good work.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Okay, Adrian, we've got Jay Kennedy and Scott Connors down there. Did you want to interview one of them, and if so, which one?
Yeah, I'm happy to do one, and I'm not fussy. Oh, sorry, he's not down there, is he? No, anyone in one in particular, but... good evening, Jay. Welcome to the RRTV. How's the race progressing for you guys with only 2 hours to go?
Yeah, it's been pretty good, pretty eventful, but we're sitting okay. We're a little bit to go, but yeah, we're sitting okay.
Sweet, and how's the driving going for you? You've been enjoying it? It's been fairly clear?
Yeah, well, that second stint was pretty good for me. The first stint was pretty eventful with that big crash happening right in front of me, and then also got damage at the start of after the second restart. So that was pretty bad. But the second go around, it was pretty good. So we're actually sitting all right. We've used most of our quick toes, but we're got some pretty good pace at the moment. So hopefully we'll gain a spot pretty soon.
Yeah, very good. I've got your car back on track here, so I can have a look at it and. See Mitchell's running, so he's doing some good lap times at the moment. 134s, so not too bad. A little bit off your fastest lap, but pit stops anytime soon, mate?
Yeah, we've actually done a bit of an alternate strategy to try and fix it up a bit, because we know that the guys up the front are going to have to do a splash and dash towards the end, but we should be right 2 more stops and we're done. So Mitch will get out in the car about 10 laps time. I'll do another full stint and Mitch will drive it home to the end. Hopefully we're hoping with the guys having to do a splash and dash in a safety car, we might be able to pull a podium out of this.
Yeah, very good. It's only 1 lap, so it's not too bad, and like we've said at the start of the broadcast, 6 hours is a long ways to go. You really need to start looking probably around the hour and a half mark to start pushing towards trying to get that podium, mate?
No, we're going for it right now. Mitch is doing qualifying lap after lap. He's actually just snuck into the 32s not long ago. So he's pushing pretty hard. So we're hoping for some events to fall our way and we might get that podium.
Very good. And if you, with the incident early on tonight, how badly were you involved in that one?
I was right behind Matthew Barron as he made contact with the wall, so I was the first car into him. I had nowhere to go, and then I looked in my rear vision mirror and saw cars flying through the air. So pretty eventful, that one. So I was pretty badly beaten up, and the next restart I locked the front wheel and took to the curb into turn 1, but got hit on the left front, and that caused a fair bit of damage, which made about 3.5 seconds, 4 seconds slower a lap. If we didn't have that happen, we'd probably already still be in 3rd, maybe 4th. So it's pretty painful for our race, but other than that, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, the racing has actually stepped up. Me and myself have noticed throughout this race that the guys have really stepped it up this time, and it's definitely progressing. So there's good signs for this series to keep progressing next year, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. I think those first 2 races really taught some lessons, not only for the admins but for the drivers as well, on how you drive and patience. And a lot of guys would never have done any endurance racing before, so all new experience for a lot of guys, which is great.
It certainly is, and the other thing that I look at it is as the racecraft gets better and better, I suppose the incident level and quick repairs, they might actually even come down less and less as well, won't they?
You'd think so, but I think actually for this race it's about the right level. I think the two's about right. One, obviously you're going to get caught in some incidents that you can't help, and 2 with a 6-hour race, you're going to probably be involved in one yourself that you caused. So 2's about the right limit for this amount of racing, I think.
Yeah, very good. It's always good to get some sort of idea from the drivers as well. I know Scott and Josh go out there and do a lot of work, and it's good to have them, and we've been putting a call out for those guys to get some extra highs in there for their race control, because we know it'd be a big, tough job, but no, it's always good to get a good idea from you drivers and what you think and how the series is going, and I'm sure the viewers like hearing it as well.
I think it's definitely going in the right direction. It's a pretty big task. The guys have put a big thing before the whole world, and it's pretty eventful and great fun. So kudos to the guys at JFF. They've done a great job.
Yeah, very good. And I'll quickly ask Bernie if he's got any quick questions for you.
I was just going to say, you're talking about that challenge there. I can confirm that Mitch McLeod is up for the challenge for 4 races. He won't be doing the Seek race on the Sunday night, he'll be doing the Premier Series, but he's doing the 4 races on Sunday.
Fantastic. Well, if he completes that, he wins the grand prize of my admiration, and that's worth it, I think. What do you reckon?
I think he'll crash in all 4, but that's another story.
Oh, it'll make the broadcast all the more exciting if he does. But anyway, it'll be interesting to see how these guys go. Before we let you go, Jay, do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors?
Yeah, probably should thank talkinc.com.au for motorsport. Mitch does an awesome job with websites and liveries, so if you are looking for a livery or a website, shoot Mitch an email, talkinc.com.au, and thanks to V8s Online and V8scops.com.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for popping in, and best of luck with the remaining hour and 53 minutes.
Well done, guys. You're doing a fantastic job. I can't believe you've still got voices left. Well done.
Yeah, no worries. See you, mate.
See you guys.
Alright, we're getting quite a queue of people down there who wish to jump up for an interview, so I might bring Scott Connors up for a quick chat and see how they're progressing.
Sounds good.
Hi Scott, welcome to RRTV's commentary box, and how's your race going since the last time we spoke to you?
Oh, I think it's gone substantially better after we came that pit stop after Trent did his stint, when we had the aero damage. I think we were about 3 seconds slower, and we lost about probably nearly 50 seconds, and when we got in the pits I think we had 9.5 seconds of repairs, and so we took them and it fixed the front nose, so thank God for that. And then all I had to do was I actually did a double stint, and then I just pushed as hard as I could. I think I was doing coil lap after coil lap for pretty much the whole 2 hours, and then gained 2 positions I believe, and then when we pitted I think we lost one to the 4 Motorsports HPD, but it had a few close calls, especially with the I think it was a 333 BMW that sort of slid in front of me, and it was very scary. Put the heart rate up a bit.
Yeah, I bet it did. The closing speed between HPD and GT3 is phenomenal, isn't it?
Oh, especially when you're coming out of the S's there, and then you just seem to catch a probably group of GT3 cars, probably about 4 or 5, and you can basically fly past them before you get to the carousel.
Yeah, and it must you must have to be patient at times too if you get stuck behind one in the tighter parts of the circuit.
Well, yeah, especially going through the S's is a big one, because you don't want to try and force a move and push someone into the barriers on the inside or the outside, and ruin someone's race. So you just have to be patient, get out of the gas, just wait until you're on the straight and then just fly past them, because you're quicker than them. You don't have to rush past them, so you just take your time, go past them, and then another one's coming into the boot section, and probably anyone from there onto the last corner is really tight there. So you just have to be patient, and once you can get a good move in, that's when you go.
Yeah, that's right, and it also means it gives the GT3 guys a chance to try to position their car to get ready for you to come through, which, these GT3 guys are pushing probably just as hard as the HPD guys out there.
Well, exactly, like every class, you got to respect there in a race as well, not just you. And you know, you got to try and be predictable for the GT3 cars as much as they got to be predictable for you, so you can sort of pick where they're going. And I had a few close calls during the race, but not that much. Like they actually been really courteous and stuff. So I don't know how these guys are doing it, especially in race control. And Scott and Josh, like I do race control week in, week out in the Star Mazda Australian Championship, and I bet you I'm doing a quarter of the work they have to do for this event. Like I give them round of applause because they're doing a top job.
Yeah, they certainly are, especially for the 6 hour, and we've got a 24 hour coming up soon, so hopefully they're going to get some help with race control there. Otherwise they're going to be very tired at the end of it. But looking at the race going forward, what's the plan? Are you going to get back in the car, or is Trent going to double stint at home from here?
No, that's what we plan to do, for me to keep me in the car for that double stint, and then I think it's going to be tight on fuel, because Trent will finish this stint in about 50 minutes or so. I'll jump in for the last hour and bring it home, and hopefully we can just creep that top 5. Just to hopefully everything plays our way and try and get the fuel number so we can get home. But I think we might be able to get top 5. It just depends. Anything can happen in 2 hours or 1 hour and 50 minutes.
Well, that's right, and you might get a couple of safety cars thrown in there as well, which, if that did happen, it's going to help you guys out quite a bit in breaching that gap down to Mitch McLeod in 5th position.
Well, exactly, because they're in a total different strategy to us. I think they have to pit another 2 times, I think, and I think we passed them in my second stint there, and then when we pit in, they passed us again. So at least we gained 1 position in those 2 hours before. I think that's because the 14 car rolled it, or I can't remember what it was. That's too long.
Yeah, there's been a few incidents there, but before we let you go, Scott, do you want to give a shout out to QuickBeds 1564 and your other sponsors?
Yeah, and Monster Designs, and once again to Race Control and Scott and stuff. I don't know how they're doing. I really don't know. I'll give them. They're doing a top job, and I'm loving how they're running the series, and it's definitely one of my favourites. I look forward to it every time, and I think the break's a bit too long. I've been waiting. It's been too long.
Yeah, it was about 2 months, and it's a heck of a long time to wait for the next round, but on the plus side, it gave the guys a bit of time to bed the series in and to give you guys a bit more time to practice. So tell us a bit about Monster Designs. What exactly do they do?
They're a web designing company, and they do a lot of graphic design stuff. With that, and they've been with us from the start, and they've supported us since the very. I've heard too much racing. I can't speak. From day dot, that's the one I was looking for.
Fantastic. So if the guys need a website done or any graphic design work, check out Monster Designs, guys, and show them the support they're showing this great team. Alright, Scott, I'm going to let you go, mate, because we've got so many more people to interview. Oh, they've all gone. That's a shame.
I've talked too much. I don't know how you guys are still going, to be honest.
And I think that's how it's working.
Yeah, that's about right.
See, I woke him up. Anyway, Scott, thanks for coming up, and I guess we'll see you next Thursday when you steward the Star Mazdas.
Yeah, that's it. I don't know if we'll be on for that, depending on, because we're actually getting house time. But anyway, see you guys, have a good one, and hopefully we can get this top 5.
Yeah, go for it. You got about a lap to catch up on Mitch McLeod, but as you said, they're on a different strategy to you, so we look forward to seeing how this thing shakes out.
No worries, thank you.
Alright, we've got Lewis Kugeley for Blackadder, and we've got Alex Pole down there, and I'll let you do this interview. How's that sound, Adrian? You choose.
That sounds good. We'll bring up Lewis, shall we? Hey Lewis, welcome to the RRTV. How's your race been going after your troubles with your pit stop earlier tonight?
Oh mate, it's one of those things. We got caught up in that big accident, as everyone saw, everyone's seen, and we took the tow, and because we didn't click the free reset, we had to take the 55 minutes of repairs, and pretty much that put us 30 laps down. But yeah, I'm really happy with how the car was tonight. I mean, our pace has been great. I mean, our lap time, I've been in the 43s, which not many of the other GT3 cars are. Brave's doing a fantastic job, as always. So yeah, a bit disappointed, but I guess that's the way it goes.
Yeah, it's one of those errors and that you seem to forget, and as like anything in it, mate, you get in there and you turn those off because you really don't want to use them straight up. So it was just an oversight, probably on your behalf, I suppose, and it certainly hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah, as you can see, I think what we've learned from the first 3 rounds of AEC and what you're learning right now is it's not the quickest car that wins the race. It's the team and the drivers in the car that keep out of trouble and have that car fresh for the last hour. So yeah, it was a mistake on both of our halves, but I mean, we really can't whinge. I mean, we haven't been in that situation before. The resets have been sort of a new thing. We haven't had to use them in SCK at all. So yeah, it's a bit of a mistake, but what can you do? You're just gonna, as we did, just went back out there and just turn laps and see what we can do in terms of race pace. Because every time you're in the car, you learn something new.
Yeah, for sure, and that's the beauty about you guys. You get out there and keep chipping away and plug away at it and learn something new, and you enjoy the racing too. So that's what helps you guys keep out there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were contemplating, just pulling the pin after that, but I mean, as you can see, we can pick up a few positions. Every point in the championship counts, and we have fun. Doesn't matter if we're fighting for first or fighting for last or trying to make up ground. It's all fun and games, and we're learning something every day. I mean, that setup that we've had, actually saw last week in SCK was on rails, and it was on rails tonight. So that's probably the most disappointing thing. But what can you do? I mean, we've got the other boys out there now. We're all kids for trouble. 68 or 368 and 366 have had their fair share of bad luck, but 380 at the moment, which is Colin Schweck and Craig Dawes' car. Craig Dawes, one of our teammates, he runs his own entry. He's doing quite well at the moment, so hopefully he can stay out of trouble and bring home a good result for him and Colin.
Yeah, for sure, they're definitely doing a good job there. He won in the division at the moment, so they're doing a fantastic job there, and it's good to see Colin's actually in there and having a race, and probably a little bit out of his comfort zone there in the BMW tonight.
Oh yeah, I remember first season he raced pretty much everything. I mean, in the first season of SCK, when I was running, he was running the McLaren. Now he ran the Ford, as you all know. He brought that diversity last season. He's run the Rough this season, and yeah, he's done some racing in the BMW. So he's probably the best person to talk to if you want to find out the strengths and weaknesses of the GT3 chassis.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely been all four marks I run this season, so he's definitely the guy to talk to, and I think it's time to hit up the boss for a change of paint scheme. Maybe you need to change the paint scheme and get the monkey off the team's back there, because you guys seem to be having trouble. It doesn't matter which car, you always seem to have a little bit of trouble in the racing series at the moment, guys.
Yeah, I mean, apart from putting that run together at the Glen where we got our first win, I mean, even last week in the sprint race, I was coming second and I had a disconnect, so I mean, we just can't. And in the race before that, with my teammate Yuha, we short fueled him, so we had to do 2 stops. So we've had a bit of a disaster. Yeah, we like the skin. It's a bit old. I think it's a couple of seasons old now. I think it's almost a year old, and I think maybe we might have to change it up a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Up the boss, say, hey, come on, we've got to change the skin. We've got to try something different. But no, it's good to see you guys out there and keep giving it a shot. We talk you up, and we have seen you out there a couple of races going SEK, and probably one of the quickest guys out there in the BMW. So we like your entertainment. You keep us entertained, and you do a fantastic job out there, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's what we try to do. Everyone out there is trying to have fun, compete, and yeah, all the teams out there are, working together. Well, not working together, but we're collectively, adding action and entertainment to the series that hopefully your broadcasters enjoy. And yeah, we're having fun, and hopefully we can. We keep coming up here with some bad luck stories, but hopefully, we can just be more consistent and just get those solid finishes. I mean, we don't need to win every race, but I mean, we've got to start putting together some just decent results where one of our, because when you run a 3-car team, I mean, you expect one of the 3 cars to have some bad luck, but yeah, we usually have 2 or 3, so yeah, hopefully we can just start putting it together and, you know, having some quiet weekends where we just get all the cars home, which would be great.
Yeah, it should be. So I see a car spinning behind you right there at that time. But yeah, no. Look, all the best for the rest of the race and the rest of the season. Definitely like to have you guys come up here and have a chat. It's always good to get your side of the story on whatever happened, good, bad, ugly, and unfortunately you guys have definitely had some hard luck this year. But look, hopefully it'll turn around for you guys and you'll be pushing up there and get some consistency for these cars.
Yeah, I think we're starting to get consistency out of them now, which is great. I mean, we just got to put these performances together, and yeah, I mean, next season we're going to have a good crack at SEK, and obviously for the remainder of this year's AEC, and hopefully with that new Blancpain Endurance Championship, the World Championship they're announcing, I'm sure a lot of the Aussies and a lot of the Aussie teams are going to be running that, and we'll be part of it too. So, yeah, big times ahead for us, and yeah, we'd love to come up and talk to you guys soon. Thanks, you guys, and I'll just give a quick shout out to the boys, and obviously GP Racing, our sponsors. They're coming on board, and yeah, as I said, we'll probably see you next week.
Yeah, awesome. Bernie, you'd like to finish up with anything, or are you quite happy with that?
No, I'm always happy, mate. So bad luck tonight, Lewis, to all the cars out there, but it's good to see you guys are still out there looking towards the end of this race, and yeah, the Blancpain looks very exciting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, the time zones for us Australians are going to be pretty dodgy. I mean, Australian Eastern Standard Time, it's midnight till 4 a.m. in the morning on a Monday. So, I mean, if you've got work or school or university, I mean, good luck getting up in the morning. But, yeah, I mean, that's a great initiative that iRacing and obviously the Blancpain series in real life have come together to create a virtual place where I think a lot of the teams, a lot of the drivers will be able to gain some exposure. So, yeah, we're really excited for that. It's going to be tough to crack. I mean, only 40 spots available, but yeah, we're going to give it a good red hot go, and hopefully in 2016, you know, along with our other leagues and stuff, we can have a few Aussie teams in there.
Yeah, we've definitely got quite a few Aussie teams. I think that would do us proud in being in there, and best of luck with your qualifying for that. It sounds very exciting.
Yeah, it is. Thank you. Oh, by the way, Bernie, I think we've got the fastest lap so far, so hopefully in our GT3 class, so hopefully we can keep that.
Yeah, well, hang on to that. It's a bit hard for us to get the fastest laps of the C class. Unfortunately, iRacing only tells us the fastest lap of A class, but yeah, good job on that. Fastest lap, Class C.
Well, we've got to take something away. I mean, we're not running for the last 4 hours for nothing, especially after that first incident, but yeah. Obviously we got still an hour and a half left in the race, so anything can happen.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, Lewis, thanks for coming up, and best of luck with the remaining 1 hour and 37 minutes, and bring all those cars home if you can.
Yeah, no worries. We'll talk next week.
Sounds good, mate. See ya. Okay, we've got another interview here with Aaron Lee from Redback Racing. He's partnered up with Warren Pickering at the moment, which is our current Class A leaders, with an hour and 37 minutes to go. So welcome, Aaron, to the commentary box. How's it going out there for you guys?
Yeah, thanks, Bernie. Yeah, it's been an interesting race. We had a good first stint and had a bit of an issue through the second one, which we went a lap down and we've caught back up, and Warren's doing a spectacular job out there. He's got to bring it home. I'll jump back in the car and let's see if we've got champagne later on.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping there will be champagne at the end of this, but I'm a little bit biased, of course, but I tell you what, that massive accident on the S's, you guys were lucky you were a bit further up in the field, or else you might have been involved in that one.
To be honest with you, I don't even know what happened to the S's, so we've been very lucky. There has been a few crashes around us, but we've avoided. A bit of luck's on our side, I guess.
Yeah, it definitely looked that way, because at the time when you guys didn't come into the pit and all the rest of the Class A drivers did, we thought, you guys might have been in a bit of trouble later on in the race if you had to pit under green, but it looked like that crash allowed you guys to pit under the next safety car.
Oh, look, just telling all the other teams out there, we've got fantastic fuel mileage, so we can keep going for further. No, look, that was a major mistake on my behalf. Warren and I were talking strategy, and I just missed the pit lane. It was a very silly error. It could have cost us, and we were very lucky we had a safety car come on that lap as well.
Yeah, well, I think if you had have pitted at that time, you would have been involved in that accident, because it did take out quite a number of guys that were just behind you after they pitted, so there's probably luck's on your side there. Looking further into the race, is it expected Warren's going to bring this car home, or are you going to jump in for another stint?
No, we're going to jump back in. We'll relieve Warren of his duties for a little while. He's only got a few more laps left in this stint, and we'll get in, and I'll bring it home to the end by the looks of it.
Alright, well, we won't hold you up too long, because it sounds like you're going to be back in the action very soon. But before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to anyone tonight?
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Levi and Chili at home.
Okay, good, yeah.
Nah, thanks very much to RRT, mate. The guys there are fantastic. Redback Racing, and you guys for doing all the broadcast, and everybody for putting on the event. It's fantastic. It's been a long day, and all the boys watching. I know they're all watching on YouTube. Fellas, keep that dream alive. That's right. And if you guys do get champagne, Adrian and I want to invite to the after party. It's a long drive, but you're more than welcome to come up, and I'll tell you what, there's JD all the way around. Sounds like a plan. Well, we'll put this on autopilot and we'll leave now. Done. Thanks, guys. See you soon. Alright, Aaron. Thanks, mate. See you, mate. So that was Aaron Lee, folks. He's about to jump back in that Redback Racing HPD, currently in the lead, and with a 45-second gap over Trevor Forster at this time. Adrian, would you like to give Hayden Burns or Colin Schweck an interview?
We'll quickly bring up Hayden. He's of the Shelby group. So, Hayden, welcome to the RRTV commentary booth. You're doing a bit of spotting tonight for the boys, I believe.
Bit of spotting, bit of everything.
And I see the car's well hooked up tonight.
Yeah, the guys worked really hard during the weeks leading up to this one after the SEK round here to fine-tune that setup, and so far so good.
Yeah, the boys are driving well up into, I believe it's third in class at the moment, so doing a great job, and actually 15th outright, so not a bad drive for the boys tonight.
Yes, it's, well, as I said before, so far so good. I don't want to say too much because, it's endurance racing, and, well, we've seen what can happen in an hour and a half left to go, so we've got like an F1 Grand Prix left, but, yeah, I think we're second or third, and, we sort of trying to figure out what other teams are doing around us strategy-wise, and where we're going to pop back out after the final stops, and, try and work a good strategy to see if we can possibly take a win. Obviously, again, can't count out anything. We're only half a lap or so from the lead at this point.
Yeah, I see at the moment you've actually stopped probably more than the other guys that are around you. You've actually probably put in and actually 5 more stops. Is that just through the safety cars? You came in and pitted in and topped up and put new fresh boots on there? Is that what you guys were doing?
Well, unfortunately I can't actually answer that question because I've only been home for about an hour now. I came home from the footy and jumped straight in and just saw where we were and what we're planning to do. But I think so. To be honest, the safety cars can throw up a bit of a free pit stop, if that makes sense, without losing too much time. And if it's going to pay off towards the end of the race, then why wouldn't you do it? But yeah, sorry man, I have no idea how we've done more pit stops because I've only just got home.
Yeah, fair enough. How's the race from your point of view? Have you been watching it at all as well? Have you caught up a little bit throughout the race?
Did my best to watch little snippets here in between quarters at the footy, but it's a good series, good track, good racing, good spread cars across the classes, and nothing negative to say so far.
Very good. Well, I don't know if I've got too many more questions for you. I'll get Bernie, see if he's got any more for you, and we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, I've only got one, and that is, what the hell is the footy? You should be watching this from 4 o'clock today, mate.
Well, that came up in the, oh hey, we need a spare driver, is it going to be Chris or Hayden? And I was kind of like, well, I really want to go to the footy again. I'm a Mad Dog supporter, but let's not talk about the game today. So I kind of picked the footy, and Chris was open to drive, and Chris had more spare time leading up to the race to practice as well, which helps. So that was an awkward question.
I know, mate, that's the way I roll. But anyway, before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors?
Yeah, alright, so thanks to the guys at Selby, and good to have Sean back from a business trip. Seems like he's always on a plane somewhere. But yeah, selby.com.au for all your home theatre needs. Shameless plug. And, just to Nathan and Chris, you guys worked really hard this last couple of weeks fine-tuning this setup. I know you guys both put in, hundreds of laps individually, and, I hope that practice and all the effort pays off with a good result. And, I know you guys aren't a sponsor, but got to thank RRTV, because how else would I keep up with the race when you're at the footy?
Yeah, that's good. Hopefully you told everyone what you were watching, and we'll get millions more people watching this great broadcast. But anyway, Hayden, thanks for popping in, and best of luck. The car's definitely handling really well tonight, and the other guys in your team are doing a fantastic job out there, so best of luck for the end of the race.
Thanks guys, sorry I couldn't answer questions.
That's alright. So folks, that was Hayden Burns from selby.com.au. So looks like we've got Colin Schweck down there, Adrian, so we'll bring him up and have a quick chat and find out about this team he's running in tonight.
Yeah, for sure, Bernie, sounds good.
Hi Colin, welcome to RRTV's commentary box. We've noticed tonight you're in a different team. Is that only for this series, or is it something more permanent?
That's just for this series. I helped Craig out on the Bathurst round, and he asked me on Friday if I wanted to give him a hand for this round, so just in for this round and see how we go.
Yeah, it looks like you guys are doing pretty well out there. Where are you positioned at the moment on the track?
We're P1 in class, and we're currently trying to stay ahead of David, who's trying to run us down. But I think we're about half a lap ahead of 3, so we're looking pretty good for a top 2 at least.
Yeah, well, that's really strong, isn't it? I should have known. I should have done my homework before I brought you up. But leading the Class C in the Beco sponsored car, that's an excellent effort by your team tonight.
Yeah, we're a bit fortunate, I think. We got caught up in that crazy crash earlier on, and it meant that our fuel windows kind of aligned, and we ended up being just ahead of the leader in the next safety car, which kind of seemed to give us about 3/4 of a free lap. So it's given us a bit of a boost.
Yeah, that was a crazy accident earlier on tonight, wasn't it? It's probably claimed at least 10 to 15 cars in that crash.
Yeah, and it claimed us. We managed to get to a halt before we came up to the body mess, but we then had 3 or 4 cars come into the back of us. But luckily we could cruise around until the pit lane opened, so we didn't have to do a tow. And it seems to have worked out, because it benefited us in the next safety car.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like, just having a look at the gap you guys have got over David at the moment, it looks like you've probably got a good 10-second margin at this stage, just from me eyeballing the track, that is.
Yeah, we got about 10, I think 11 seconds, but when Craig jumped in the car at the start of his fuel stint, it was up around 26. So he is coming at us, and we think we're going to meet on the hour probably.
Yeah, so what's the plan for the rest of tonight? Are you going to jump back in the car, or is Craig going to bring it home from here?
The plan was for Craig to finish, but he is the team boss, so it's up to him whether he wants to put me back in for the last stint or if he wants to stay in.
Yeah, fair enough. And Adrian, do you have any questions for Colin?
Yeah, I do actually. Good old Lewis hit us up and had a good one for us to ask you. Is that we've seen you in a variety of GT3 cars. Where's the strengths and weaknesses in all of these cars? And we know the weakness with the Ford GT is it's not up to standards yet, but generally through the McLaren, the RAF and the BMW.
The three of them are pretty even, but I don't think there's too much in them. The RAF, I think, is a bit faster overall, but you have to really push it hard to get that extra speed. This BMW, I think I can push it about 95% of the level I do in the RAF and get about 99% of their pace. So the BMW is just as quick, and the McLaren I think as well, but the problem I have with the McLaren is it tends to understeer on entry, so to get it to turn in you've got to make it really loose on the rear end, which tends to make it a bit tricky to drive.
Cool. When we had Lewis up here and he told us that your teammate at the moment, Chris, is a privateer, but he sort of runs with the guys as well. Well, he actually races with Blackadder, so it's good to see that you've joined him and having a little bit of a ball there in the BMW, mate.
Yeah, just give him a hand. I think he had someone else teed up for the round, but because they must have pulled out, so because I did the Bathurst round with him, he just asked me to come along.
And not a bad choice, I must admit, mate. You do a fantastic job in the SEK series, so definitely not a slouch in the car. So fantastic to see you out there and giving it another crack, mate.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with how it's gone. I mean, I did about 2 hours of practice in the BMW before this round started. Prior to that, my only experience with the car was at Bathurst in the last AEC round. So I'm happy to have got up to speed pretty quick with the car.
Yeah, cool. So, anyone you'd like to put a shout out there to, mate, before we let you go?
I suppose I think the Blackadder guys gave us the setup, so a shout out to those guys for the help, because it's quite a nice car to get around, and just you guys for the coverage, and the AEC guys for putting on the round, because it's a bit of a mayhem when you're trying to do these things with administrative things. So it must be tough for them. So yeah, thanks to those guys.
Yeah, great. And okay, we've been trying to get it out there, but if you know anyone that's got a bit of free time, I'm sure Scott and Josh would love a hand in the admin side of it and running this series on a race night, and especially as the big enduros come along. So if anyone out there would love to give them a hand, I'm sure that they'll appreciate anyone that comes up there and helps them.
All right, Colin, well, thanks for coming up, and best of luck with the rest of the race, and hopefully we'll see you on the podium later on tonight. Well, I definitely think we will see you on the podium. It's just which step. That's what we're waiting to see.
Hopefully it's the top step, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah, no worries. Well, best of luck, and we'll see you next week in the SEK.
Yep, thanks for that.
So, folks, that was Colin Schweck, currently partnered with Craig Dorr for Beco Home Appliances BMW, and they're leading Class C. So I guess, Adrian, we should give the viewers a bit of a rundown of each of these classes so they know where their drivers are standing.
Yep, sounds like a good idea, mate.
Okay, so in Class A we have Warren Pickering, Redback Racing. He had a 41-second lead over Sam Sutton, but it looks like Warren's coming into the pits as we speak, and we'll see where he comes out. It looks like he may relinquish this lead to Sam Sutton at this stage. Aaron Lee's now jumping in the car as we were expecting. We'll keep an eye on Sam, who's now coming onto the main straight, and we'll see where... Okay, so we can see Sam in the background coming through. Aaron's still sitting in the pits, so Sam Sutton has now taken that lead. Luke Beck is currently sitting in third position for Class A. In fourth position we have Reece Gardner in the Dayco entry. So far we've got Dayco in first and fourth position. Reece's teammate Kurt was involved in that accident earlier tonight with the redback McLaren. Rounding out our top 5 for HPDs is Jay Kennedy in the Torque HPD. Looking back at Class B at the moment, we've got Dylan Shepherd out in front at the moment, followed by Michael Schreier. Now that gap's only down to, what are we looking at? Probably 10 seconds, 8 seconds there. Todd Parks, Michael Schreier's teammate, is currently in third and 1 lap down from the Class B leader, and he's followed closely by Tim Ballinger and TD Racing. Riley in fourth. And rounding out our top 5 we have Andrew Kanowski, Tim Ballinger's teammate, doing a fantastic job out there. Looking at Class C, we have Craig Dorr at the moment in the BMW Z4 leading the way, followed by David Arnold, who is closing, and we're expecting him to close probably in the next 20 minutes at this stage if the pace continues the way it's going. In third place we have Chris Keeping for Selby Motorsports, and doing a fantastic job, this team tonight. They've been in the top 5 all night and they've got a very strong car, so we'll see how they go for the rest of the race. One person we haven't seen is Tim Fultus out there in the GTI McLaren. They're currently running 4th in class and doing a great job, and then 5th in class is Marty Atkins in the Hog's Breath BMW Z4. So Adrian, that's pretty much a wrap up of tonight's race.
Yeah, it's still a lot to play for, isn't it, Bernie? The guys are going to have a little bit of fight there. We're pretty certain that Dylan Shepherd there and Michael Schreier, I believe they're right close together, so this could be interesting on who gets position there. And then I believe Todd Parks, Tim Ballinger and Andrew Kanowski, I think they're pretty much on the same lap as well, so that's going to be interesting. But it looks like Andrew's a ways back here at the moment, so he's going to have to push to try and catch up to those guys.
Yeah, that's right, and we're coming up to the last hour of this race, folks, and fatigue will start kicking in with some of these drivers out there, so there's a lot that can happen yet, and the racing's still pretty close considering we've been going now for 4 hours and close to 4 hours 40 minutes, something crazy like that, and we've still got an hour and 17 to go till the end of this race.
Yeah, we certainly do, and I'll throw some numbers out there that I'm looking at here, Bernie. For Dayco Motorsports 147 with Sam Sutton and Kurt Sternberg. Sam Sutton's done 112 laps tonight so far, so he's putting in a big effort here. Aaron is also putting in a big effort. Bernie, he's done 108 laps so far. So there's the guys that are hit the ton mark in their teams, so they've definitely done a lot of laps tonight.
Yeah, well, that's over 540 kilometres they've done in total race pace tonight, so they're definitely going to be feeling that tomorrow morning.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I'm just having a look to try and see how many guys have done, split their driving up evenly. A lot of teams have... here we go, Aaron Osborne and Tim Ballinger, they're pretty close. Looks like they've split it down evenly. Andrew Kanowski, he's done a bit more than Pat there. Where we got Synergy Racing, Todd Parks done 67, Richard's done 90, so they're fairly close.
Yeah, that's a heck of a lot of kilometres though, isn't it? I think I'd be ready for bed if I did that many kilometres in an evening.
Yeah, for sure, Bernie. I only travel up to Maryborough, and that gives me enough pain in the bum there for 3 hours. So, do this for that amount of time. It certainly gets to you.
certainly does, and we'll find out now just how tiring this race is. We'd like to welcome Alex Pole up from All Star Motorsports, the number 353 entry. So, Alex, as far as fatigue goes out there, what's it like running these long races?
Normally very tired by the end of it. I normally am. But today I'm actually not feeling too bad. I've managed to finally have some dinner, and it's kind of recharged me for me last stint.
Fantastic. And what time do you reckon you guys will be doing that last stint? Don't give us exact numbers because we don't want the competitors to know, but I guess, you know, it's going to be a scheduled stop for you guys and you jump in to bring it home?
Yep, that's the plan, unless something weird happens and I decide to leave Brent in the car. But yeah, probably I'll be in it at the end, because I think Brent's just starting to have a few little internet hissy fits, so...
Yeah, we've got him on the screen, and we can still see you've got that front right-hand panel damage, so obviously that's not affecting the car in any way.
No, it's not. We don't really want to waste our last fast repair on it, so we're just leaving it and might fix it at the final stop. It depends how we feel. Depends if we get in another accident.
Yeah, good move. I think if it's not affecting the handling of your car, there's no point fixing it, and save that up in case you do need it, with an hour and 14 minutes to go of the race. So it's been a long one. How do you guys think you're going to go when we hit the 24-hour races?
That's too far in the future for me to worry about right now. I'm more worried about tonight, and then my league race, all my other league races, and Mosport, which is our next round. So that's the main concern. September's too far away.
Fair enough. And we've got you currently 5th in class by the looks of it, so that's an excellent effort there.
4th actually.
4th in class, sorry about that. So that's a fantastic effort for All Star Motorsports and your sponsors Unmetered Service, so well done.
Yeah, thanks. For some reason we had some special, one of our painters did up 2 special paint jobs for this round, and for some reason Trading Paints hasn't loaded them or had an issue with them, so we're going to be running them properly next round.
Yeah, I saw those up on your Facebook page there, and they look really nice, but you know, quite a few guys are having trading paint issues tonight. I know my Redback Racing team guys, a few of them are having trouble getting their paints to show, so it's unfortunate, but I guess it happens.
And that's it. You're putting all your trust in a program, so it's bound to have some bugs in it, because I haven't had the team paint there for as long as I have the single driver one, so hopefully soon I'll get onto it and they'll work out a fix for it.
Yeah, hopefully. I thought it might have been my computer here, so I cleared out all the paints before this event to force Trading Paints to do a fresh download, but it's still showing me your old paint scheme, so I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, a lot of them, even I tried that before the race, and yeah, a lot of them were just, people, obviously Trading Paints just having issues with team paints right now, so oh well, we'll just save them for their on-track debut for the next round.
Yeah, that's right. And Adrian, do you want to ask Alex any questions before we let him go tonight?
No, Bernie, I think you've covered everything.
Alright, so Alex, as far as future rounds go, what's the next races we can see you and Brant in?
Well, next round for AEC is Mosport, but unfortunately Brant's got commitments, so I'll have to have a fill-in driver, so I'll be the round after that we're back together.
Fair enough, and we haven't seen you in like the SEK or anything like that, so what other championships have you guys been running in?
We do the Smack, and I do SRA on the Saturday night. We've kind of lost interest in the SEK, so we decided to give that a miss.
Yeah, fair enough, but Osmac's looking really good, isn't it? And next weekend we've got the triple header coming up with the Australian New Zealand Skip Barbers, we've got the Ozsmack, and then we've got the Formula One fixed series on after that. So do you guys think you're going to have a go at the Formula One?
Personally, I will not, because Formula One's just not my cup of tea. But I don't think it's really on the team's radar. I think we're mostly just a GT3 team and Star Mazda, and I know I've got me and two other, Joe Burkett and Matthew Trotman, are going to be doing the Indy 500 next week. So that will be our main focus.
Yeah, bring on the Indy 500. I love that race. It's awesome. Anyway, Alex, thanks for popping in for a chat, and best of luck with 1 hour and 10 minutes to go, and keep on pushing, mate. Yeah,
that's it. We'll keep our best and hopefully just bring it home straight like we have all the other rounds. So, and great job on the broadcast, Bernie and Adrian. So keep up the good work.
I forgot to ask you, do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors for one last time?
Well, Unmetered Services, Rack Corp, and I've just forgot the last one. There's another one there that I just can't remember the name of, and also to our painter Joe Burkett.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for popping in, and catch your next broadcast, mate.
No problem. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Well, Adrian, we've got another interview down there. Doing an interview with Timmy, and I'll concentrate on the camera action here.
Yeah, Benny, bring him up. Hey Tim, how's your race progressing so far with 5 hours gone, mate?
Sorry, caught me eating some ice cream. Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, no worries. I had my ice cream earlier, mate, so I apologise. You can't stop a man eating his ice cream.
No, it's going really good. Apart from us losing the lap in the safety car debacle, it's not too bad. We hadn't used a fast tow until last time we pitted when I jumped in the car, so I just lost it in the S's and put it in the fence, and we've used our last fast tow just with an hour to go, so it's not too bad, and I think we're pretty good, and we're banking on a few other guys, having some contact, and we might be able to grab 6 more spots. And top line, Kane's doing 44s and 43s in his race pace, so I think he's got the pace to get up there and get a couple more spots.
Yeah, you guys are doing pretty good, aren't you? With the McLaren, it's one of those cars that's a little bit tricky. We had Colin up here before saying that basically you got to try and drive the car loose, so it makes it a difficult car to steer.
It might sound weird. You've got to drive it straight in the corners. You got to turn late, so if it's the start of the corner, you've got to drive it flat out or brake straight and then turn it in. But we find that we can't get a draft behind the Porsches or the BMWs, but behind the other two classes we get a draft. In the other ones, we just can't catch the other cars in a straight line at the start of the race.
Well, that's something unusual then, mate, that we can't explain here. So, that's really weird. That's unfortunate not being able to get a draft with the same GT3 car. So maybe there might be someone out there that understands that a little bit better and probably let us know through the broadcast at some stage.
Yeah, like both cars are doing really well. Like Robbie Tomei just had a internet disconnect, but lucky he was close enough to the pits that it was only a minute standing of towing time, so they went down another lap. But those guys are doing well. Max has just done his fastest lap with an hour to go, so I think it's weird, like the tracks rub it up and it's getting faster, because I was doing 47s at the start and now I'm doing 45s, so I was more confident in the car, and everyone's been pretty good. Like there's been a few cars that have been too close when they're trying to pass you. If they could just give you a little bit more room, that would be good. But everybody's been great. You sort of knew where the HPDs were going to go, and it's really, really good.
No, that's great. I just thought I'd check track temperature, because when we started out, I believe it was at 36, so it's dropped 2 degrees, so that might be helping you guys with a little bit more grip, just the track actually dropping in temperature at the moment.
Oh, hopefully, because we noticed that the Porsches were dropping off at the end of their stints and spinning, and the BMWs were doing it towards the right at the end of their stints, and our cars were loose at the start, stable at the end. Apart from my car, then it's just absolute shocking into the chicane.
What was the big debacle there under yellow? We did see that they had to keep the safety car out there, and there was a lot of issue going on. Could you sort of elaborate on that for us?
We all caught up to, we were behind the Hog's Breath OSR car. I think it was Simon Black or Mark Koroloff, and we were behind them, and we just followed them in the pits, and it said, pit, green, no problem. We went in and it says, you've got a such and such hold for getting on a closed pit. And I'm like, oh, yeah. And we're asking all the spotters that we got, and was it closed? And they're like, no, it's still open. But we think it was because we got waved around the safety car, and we come around the safety car, we should have had to pit the next lap. iRacing just naturally, the NASCAR sense of iRacing, opened the pits because we were so many laps down. I think it just opened the pits too early for us. But by the time we went to the pits, it would have been going green. So there's a bit of iRacing thing that's sort of interfering with the JFF things the way they want to do it. So if they can get that down, we wouldn't have had any black flags had to get cleared. Cars wouldn't have went, like we were on the lead lap, and in 5th or 6th, we wouldn't have had any, cars go lap downs or anything like that. It was just really confusing.
Oh, that was a shame. So, but I see Race Control got on top of it and took the black flags off then, yeah?
Yeah, no, it was good. The JFF did well to just extend the pace car and everybody get their black flags taken off us, because it seemed to be the only cars that there was a DP that was in front of us all, and it was the cars that were behind that DP, I think, that mustn't have lapped up, and everyone went into the pits, and it just gave everyone a black flag for going through a closed pit.
Oh, fair enough. So that's something that unfortunately, yeah, like you said, it's iRacing, and it is tended more to the oval side of things. So that's probably something that they may work on in the future, hopefully, for us road course races.
Yeah, well, definitely. It's something that they've got to do, because America's not known for their road racing sort of guys, apart from the Indy road stuff, and they're shocked when one of their guys win a road event. So it's something that the game evolves all the time, and the next build and the feedback that you give to them, instead of everyone shouting and going crazy, going iRacing this, iRacing that, the feedback probably helps them heaps, and if they get that through, that's always good.
Yeah, I believe on the forums there that you have on iRacing forums, they ask for what would you like to come into the next build, and we've seen the Ford GT go from a GT2 car into a GT3 car, so they do listen. Obviously it's in a priority list and they have to work on it, and obviously it's got to be feasible for them to do it as well, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Like, they could probably scan every V8 car or every GT3 car and put 10 cars in this series, but it's got to be feasibly viable for the monetary part of it, that they can pay a car manufacturer $100,000 to scan a car that's going to be changed the next year. So they have to, like the C6 or the C7 Corvette that's out now, that'd be great if we got the update of that, but they've got to pay Chevrolet to get it done, and the next year Chevrolet's going to change their design. So I can understand where iRacing are coming from by not scanning every car that's on the planet.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it is quite an expense. I mean, that's the reason why we have a rough and not a Porsche on track, because of the licensing that Porsche has. So, but kudos to them. They do a good job. I mean, we get these cars and they certainly turn on the show, and I love the sounds that they give each an individual car, and they are different cars to drive, so they do a fantastic job with that.
Yeah, feel the sounds in the cars be updated. But yeah, no, I gave up console games when I started playing this, so this is great fun, good hobby to have, enjoyment. Don't have to treat it like it's a sheep station every 5 seconds, and you look after, like having sponsors in your team, and that's all fantastic. If we didn't have sponsors, we'd still race and stuff like that. But iRacing's evolved, and I think a few more people are out there sort of looking at it, and like, I don't know how many people are watching your broadcast. exciting. But yeah, it's getting really good.
No, it certainly is, and I believe we got 20, unless that includes me. But yeah, we got 20 guys, people watching now, which is really good, and it's good for Bernie. And you know, Bernie puts in a big effort, just like the boys put on this series, and even you guys coming along and racing and putting on a show tonight. The racing's been A1 tonight with the way everyone's going. So been a top-notch effort all the way around, I believe.
The racing, we were like, this is really good. This is like, you know, we've got guys who aren't racing saying this is like real racing, you know, cars behind each other for 20, 30 laps, no contact, just circulating, trying to work out their strategies. Yeah, it's really enjoyable racing. Like not everybody gets along at times, but you know, some of the guys that have come past, I've really enjoyed, you know, the way they've made their move to pass and stuff. There's not really dive bombs. You know, you look at their relative at 0.3 behind you and you think, oh, that's enough draft to get their car past. 0.6 in the HPD, yeah, you just open the door for them and they fly past through you. So it's awesome. So as my wife just said, no one's swearing, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's they do an awesome job here, and definitely try and put on a show, and Bernie does an excellent effort behind the scenes. I know he puts in a lot of hours, so hats off to Bernie. Thank you very much, mate. And no thanks to you guys for putting on a show for us as well. It's been great to watch, and Scott and Josh do a good job there doing race control. Poor old Scotty's been doing most of the work tonight, so he's just been lucky tonight. The racing's been fairly clean.
Yeah, look, you got to thank Bernie every time, and you obviously, Adrian, for commentating, and Bernie setting up the league and stuff. It's good. The JFF guys have handled that yellow flag situation really calmly. There was no screaming. Everybody in the server just waited to see what they were going to do, and they did the right thing. It was, yeah, well handled. You got to take your hats off to them, and you guys are doing an awesome job. That's why we prefer to run in this league, because it's so open, and it's just so much fun. Good quality of drivers, good quality personalities, and well run. That's what you want.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, I enjoy watching it. I don't think I could drive out there as good as I can talk up here, but yeah, no, thanks for that. And I'll just check to see if Bernie would like to ask you a few questions before I let you go, and he might tell you that you've got to put a shout out there to all your sponsors as well, and definitely don't forget your wife.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I don't really have many questions here. We're just watching Max circulating out there in the McLaren, and he's doing a great job and bringing that car home for you guys. So I guess give a shout out to your sponsors, mate, and we'll wrap up this interview.
Yeah, no, it's excellent. It's good to have the two leading McLarens in the race. We have ERA coming in, and there's a couple other ones. ERA is always a threat because of how well connected their GT3 program is. But having the two leading McLarens is fantastic. We can't thank GTI Springs enough. They've just released their throttle and their new clutch spring. So now you can get all three springs for the G27 pedals, which our sponsor Christian is stoked. He gave them to us a month early before everyone else got them, and just the modulation you can do in the pedals is unbelievable. Our affiliate Fanatec, they support us in a way that is quite healthy for our team, and would love to have them as a sponsor one day. So thanks to Fanatec for letting us be an affiliate of theirs, but definitely thanks to GTI for the sponsorship over, I think it's a year and a bit now that they've been with us, and it's just fantastic to have Christian giving us new products, asking us about new ideas he can do for springs. He's looking at Fanatec pedals and stuff and seeing if he can do springs for them. So yeah, great company to be sponsored by, and yeah, our team, yeah, we love it. We've got guys from 14 to 49 in our team now, so all the young kids sort of step up. Caleb Jordan and Kane's only 14, so yeah, great team, great bunch of blokes, help me out a lot.
Fantastic, and I'll second that about GTI springs. When I had the my G27, that's what I threw in my brake pedal, and I loved it. So if anyone out there is running the Logitech set of pedals and you want a great upgrade at an affordable price, definitely check out GTI. So anyway, Timmy, thanks for coming up for a chat, and best of luck with the rest of the race, mate.
No, thanks guys. Keep up the good work. Catch you later.
And we can see Max here now. Oh man, he's got HPDs all over the back of him and roughs all over the side of him, and he's still holding his line, which is good to see.
Yeah, certainly in a battle here at the moment. A couple of HPDs and a rough, and hopefully he's got a bit of break there, which he has now, and these HPDs should be able to get around him. But he's still putting on a good show there. The HPD struggled there, Bernie.
No, he's doing a great job, and one thing that's impressing me with Max at the moment is just the way he's holding his line. He's not letting those HPDs scare him in any way, and he's just keeping that line consistent, which is actually helping the guys, those fast cars, pass him in a safe way.
Yeah, for sure, Bernie. I'm a big believer in keeping your racing line. I think for your GT3 cars, it just makes it so predictable in what you're going to do. But as we say that, he really closes down and slams the door on that HPD. But on a whole, he's doing a great job there, and but we do know that closing rate on that HPD is quite quick, so we can sort of forgive him for that.
Yeah, that's right. And while we were having that interview, folks, there was a drive-through penalty served to car 310, which was Philip Stoneman in the BMW Z4. He was served a drive-through penalty for no race room given and contact on car 368, which I think that was Oliver Searle's Blackadder. And it's interesting, both of them at the moment are sitting in the pits.
Yeah, it's just a shame. If it wasn't for bad luck, Bernie, I don't think Blackadder would have any luck at all. So the guys definitely do it hard, and look, kudos to them though, mate. It's like they always come back and put an effort in and run the cars and just enjoy the racing. So it's great to have them along, and they do the series justice by coming out there and putting a big effort in.
Oh yeah, definitely. They're they just keep on going, which is good. And I've said it many other times that it's easy for a team when things are going well to run, but it really separates the big teams are the ones that push on even when things aren't going their way, and that definitely defines Blackadder Motorsport. And it looks like we've got another special guest down there, Adrian. I think I'll let you interview this guy because I've heard he's a bit of trouble, this bloke.
Yeah, he is a little bit, but yeah, we can bring him up. Good evening, Mr. Bellinger. Welcome to the RRTV booth. How's the race progressing so far, mate?
Oh, it hasn't been the best, mate, but we're getting there slowly.
Yeah, it's been one of those ones. Really, only a couple of safety cars tonight, and I noticed in the big one that we had there, just got caught up a little bit in that one.
Yeah, we got caught up in that, and then during the second safety car period, both cars pitted, both cars got a black flag, and both cars dropped a lap. We don't know how, why, or when, but yeah, just ruined the night for us.
Yeah, it seems like there was quite a few you guys got the black flag, but race control sort of sorted that out, but couldn't give you your lap back though.
Yeah, a bit disappointing, mate, but we're soldiering on, and yeah, we've done our last pit stop. We should have just enough fuel to get to the end and see where we end up at the end of it.
Yeah, and how well's the car handling, through the whole stint? The tyres are hanging on there. We've got Aaron, I believe Bernie will have Aaron up there on there with the new paint scheme for GT Racing in the Riley. So how's the tyres hanging out for the whole stint?
Oh, the setup's brilliant. Like, we could still pull high 42s at the end of the stint, so even I could do it. So that says something, I suppose. But the car's brilliant to drive. Yeah, just like I said, we're making up ground there after that accident at the beginning, and we thought if we pitted under that second safety car that would be right. But yeah, just one of those things, mate. And the other cars getting there too with Pat and Andrew. They were a late call up, so they've done brilliantly as well, considering until 10 o'clock this morning they weren't driving. So that was brilliant for them.
And how did they get the call up there, Tim? Like, if they weren't planning to race today, what was the reason that they got to drive tonight?
Just a couple of cars said they weren't turning up, and Scotty sent me a message and said, can the boys do it? They were in the practice session last night, and they've been there all week even though they weren't driving. They've been a great asset to the team with setups and putting laps in during the week, and it was just a great bonus. They got to put some of their effort into the race tonight.
So awesome. So the guys there put in wild cars then, just in case they don't get a full grid, yeah?
Yeah, well, they've got wildcard entries in case someone doesn't turn up, and I'm very appreciative for JFF to give us a late call-up and say we could put the second car in, and, you know, it's been a bit of a frustrating night for them, but, you know, it's their first run in this series too, so we'll all get the hang of it, and we'll get there eventually, but enjoying driving the Riley with none of the aids or anything on it. You know, it drives a bit like a V8 supercar without the weight, of course, but, yeah, it's good fun.
And the racing quality tonight has been pretty high standard tonight, like not many safety car periods.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. The HPD still get a bit out of control when they're trying to cut through traffic. I understand they get blue flags and that, but you know, just a little bit more respect from them would be nice. But other than that, yeah, it's been brilliant. The GT3 boys have been pretty good to get on with. So, you know, from our point of view, no complaints, no problems. Just a shame about that lap thing, but I'm sure the boys will work on it before the next event to see what they can figure out.
Yeah, for sure. That's been more the iRacing NASCAR style of yellow flags, mate. So maybe people can just put in a nice little note there and saying, you know, we've got a little bit of an issue in the road course. So that's probably where that's down to, mate.
Oh yeah, I mean the only way they're going to fix it probably with this series is just no pitting under yellow flag periods. That's about all you can do really, because every time someone pits under yellow it seems to go crazy.
Yeah, well, if you do a bit of oval, like usually the lap down cars have to pit after the lead lap guys, so it probably got confused. The system probably got confused, so that's unfortunate for everyone. And you know, at least the boys are on top of it and fixed it up for you guys, so it's not too bad. And considering that you're up here, I take it that Aaron's going to take the baby home for the finish.
Yeah, mate, I've done my 3 stints, and I'm proud to report in 3 hours of racing I got 1 incident.
Very good. So how well have the incidents gone for you, your team, and also Andrew and Pat there?
Oh, like the first 2.5 hours was great, and when that incident happened, like I said, with the dropping the lap, the boys sort of got a bit frustrated, and a few things went a bit pear-shaped. We've all come back down there, and we're all happy little Vegemites again, and just get the cars home and see where we end up.
Yeah, very good. Well, before I let you go, I'll make sure that Bernie doesn't want to ask you a couple of questions, but you want to give a quick shout out to a couple of guys there? I know you've already done a couple, but we'll put another shout out there.
Yeah, just to Kev, our statistician who helps us out, to Pat, Andrew, Aaron in the cars tonight, and you know, big thanks to you guys for doing the broadcast again for us. It's very much appreciated, and thanks to everyone at JFF for all the effort they put in the background to get this event up and running.
Yeah, fantastic, Tim. It's great to see you guys having a good run out there tonight, and well done on your stints with only 1 incident. That's pretty good driving, mate.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed when I got one too. I was towards the end of my 3rd stint. I wasn't happy.
Yeah, imagine if you had done the whole thing with 0 incidents. I wouldn't have believed you.
I don't think I would have believed myself either, but yeah, no, like, you just got to pick your time, pick your way through the traffic, be courteous and patient, and you know, hopefully it works out for you. Tonight it hasn't, but maybe next time it will.
Yeah, well, that's right. You know, these long races, there's quite a bit of luck that's involved in them, but well done all the same with both your cars. You're both sitting in 11th and 12th outright, which is pretty good going for TD Racing, considering how young that team is at the moment.
Yeah, no, we've enjoyed it, and we've all enjoyed the challenge of getting into the Riley. So, like, we normally race the BMW in the SEEK series, but we thought we'd try something different. There's not many people in them, and once you start doing a few laps in the car, it's good fun, and you know, you get a bit of a power slide going, no traction control, so it's all great.
Yeah, and we saw, I think Andrew might have blown his motor earlier on in the race. Have you guys noticed with the Riley how fragile they are on those downshifts?
Yeah, I think it was Todd Parker, someone was there earlier in the race. He blew his gearbox or engine the first stint there. And yeah, we've had no problems with ours. Like I said, we're just driving the cars nice and gentle and just trying to get the best out of them. And, you know, once you get used to the car, it's not a bad car to drive. We all quite enjoy it. And, yeah, just one of those things. And we're having a great ball anyway and seeing how we go.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to anyone in particular tonight, or have we already done that?
Oh, we've already done that, but we'll give a special shout out to myself, soon I never do it.
Awesome, mate. Big shout out to Mr. Ballinger there. So, anyway, Tim, thanks for coming up. And I said before you came up that you, the viewers heard me say you're trouble, but that was a joke, guys. So, Tim's actually quite a fairly decent sort of a bloke.
No, I think if you ask Adrian, the trouble bit's definitely in there somewhere.
No doubt. All right, Tim. Well, thanks for coming up, and best of luck with the remainder of the race.
No worries. Thanks, fellas, and thanks for all you do for us. Hey, good day to everyone at home watching, and I hope you all have a great night.
Well, Adrian, we're 45 minutes to go. I didn't think I'd say this, but I didn't think this time would ever come, but we're actually getting to the last minutes of this race.
Yeah, Bernie, counting down, 45 minutes. Who would believe? And yeah, there's plenty of stories I could tell you about Tim, but I don't think they're words that I could probably put back on live coverage here. So we'll have to keep that for another time with a few in-street moments by ourselves. But anyway, yeah, 45 minutes to go. Let's. It's winding down. These boys should be getting onto it for sure, Bernie.
Yeah, well, we're down to the business end now, so it's really, as I'd say, NASCAR, we're down to go time. And the guys have to pretty much start getting serious about this race now. So having a look at our classes, folks, we've got Aaron Lee for Redback Racing back out in front. He's got a 52-second lead over Sam Sutton now in second position. They were the other way around, but I think pit stops have run their course. Both of those teams have done both their pit stops, 6 stops each. Luke Beck's currently sitting back there in third. He's done 5 pit stops. Matthew Barron, just a bit further down the road and 1 lap down, is sitting in 4th position at this stage. And rounding out our top 5 for Class A, as we see Mitch McLeod lock a tyre coming into turn 6 there, but he continues. So Mitch McLeod rounds out our top 5 in Group A. Looking at Group B now, we've got Dylan Shepherd still out in front, leading that class, and 8th outright and doing a great job. Just down the road, not far now, Michael Schreier is starting to close in, so we'll have to keep an eye on this. He's pulled in 8/10 of a second in 1 lap, so he's definitely pushing hard now to try to take that win for Class B. Todd Parks is sitting in 3rd for Class B and 10th outright. And then we have Aaron Osborne in 4th and 11th outright, and Andrew Kanowski, his teammate, right behind him. And these guys are racing for position now, and they're both with TD Racing, so keep an eye on that. We're having a look at the moment, Bobby Jovanovic, 13th outright in a very, very damaged HPD out there, and it looks like these guys are just trying to get this car home now, and it's looking like that car could be a bit of a handful, Adrian.
Yeah, Benny, I believe they got caught in the first incident, and then we did see Bobby get a little bit out of shape there and flip the car, so it probably wouldn't surprise me if they don't have any quick repairs left. So, and maybe he's just damaged that recently, Benny, with that nose off there, so they're coming into the pits. They might be fixing it now.
Yeah, it looks like that might have just occurred because they've just brought that car into the pits now, and we'll see if we can find a replay of that in a moment, folks. So looking at our Class C at the moment, we have Colin Schweck in the Beco Appliances leading the way at the moment and doing a great job in that car. We've got David Arnold just probably 8 seconds down the track there for Redback Racing, and trying to close that gap at the moment. Third for Class C is Nathan Hapatz for Selby Motorsport. They've been strong all night and doing an absolutely fantastic job out there as we speak. Looking at fourth at the moment, we have Alex Pole for driving for All Star Motorsports, doing a fantastic job there and looking strong for a fourth position at this stage. And then rounding out our top five is Kane Kujimaya in the GTI McLaren, and they're the first McLaren. Adrian?
They're doing a good job in the McLaren, Bernie. They've been doing it really well, and I've just been trying to follow Bobby here. He's done it in the toe, in the boot section of the track there, Bernie. That's where he lost the front nose of that. So yeah, it was on that lap that they did that damage.
Okay, I'll try and jump back and see if we can find that incident now, folks.
Yeah, and he's been sitting in the chair for a while, so I went back there, Bernie, while you're going through the list there, and yeah, the car's probably used up all their quick repairs, and looks like they'll be in there for a little while. I don't know how long it takes to fix the nose.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He actually lost it the first time at the carousel there. That car looked all sorts of crazy there going through that carousel, but he managed to keep it off the wall at that point. So we'll follow up and just see exactly what happened next. Yeah, that was a strange one. He just went straight on there at the toe. It didn't look like it was going to turn in at all and just heavily into the fence there, Adrian.
Yeah, I think it's what that could have been, Bernie, is from when he lost control at the carousel. So he's overheated at the rear tyres and getting into the carousel there, it probably felt a little bit squishy, and yeah, just lost it going into the toe there, and didn't have the turn in that he wanted.
Yeah, it looked to me like at the carousel his tyres were starting to give up the ghost, but when he got down to the toe there, he might have even clipped the inside curb, but that car didn't even look like it was trying to turn. It just went straight on.
Yeah, it's one of those things, Bernie. If you ever get out in a car, I noticed it with nearly all of these cars, give those tyres a little bit of punishment, and they really don't like it for a while. You've really got to nurse them for a few corners to get that temperature back down, and on a track like this tonight, it's not too bad. You could probably cool them back off, but yeah, if it was a hot track, you'd be suffering for quite a few laps.
Yeah, that's right. And what is the temperature out there for the track? It was 36 at the start of this race. Has it cooled down much, or what?
Yeah, it certainly has. We've actually dropped 3 degrees from the start of the race, so this is why the boys are actually getting a little bit quick out there. They've actually got nice temperatures out there. It's definitely dropping, so the tyres are gripping a lot more. So that's why I think the boys are actually going a bit quicker now.
Oh, and we've got Andrew Kanowski around. He got tagged by a HPD there, and he's into the fence, so we'll see if this is going to bring out a safety car or not. No, it looks like he's got it going. We're just going to have a look at this replay, folks, and see exactly what happened here.
I'll be 30 seconds late, Bernie, so I'll watch it on YouTube.
Okay, mate, no worries. I'm still trying to line it up here so we can actually get a good a view of this. It looks like it was the side by side with the HPD here coming in to the second last corner, and the HPD's on the inside. I'm not sure if Andrew would have known he was there, but then he's just holding his line and tap, around he goes. So HPD scored him in the back rear quarter panel there on exit, but he's gone heavily into that fence, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the problem with these Rileys. You don't want to get them hit in that rear quarter panel just because they've got that much horsepower and their rear wheel drive. So they'll definitely get loose in a hurry if they get a pit manoeuvre done to them.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he had there, and Pat O'Hara was in the car at the time. He's teamed up with Andrew Kanowski. He did a great job keeping it straight. It was just unfortunate that once he hit the grass there, it's put him into the fence.
Yeah, and the car's around again there, Bernie, I see.
Yeah, that car might need to be brought back in. He's stopped again now down towards just after turn 1, so that's probably counting as the damage from that first incident, because these cars are pretty fragile in that rear end.
Certainly are, and he's having a bit of trouble here trying to turn around, waiting for his relative to see where he can pull out, and he'll be getting help there from Andrew as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if they might bring this car in just to get it repaired and see what happens.
Well, he's actually, after that first incident, he did bring that car into the pits, and he's coming out of the pits now. I'm just having a look. Oh, he came out of the pits, hit the grass, and put it straight into the wall. So I'm not sure what's going on with that car, but that he would be gutted with that at this stage of the race.
For sure, Bernie. One thing I do know about the Rollies, they come out on cold tyres, they don't like it, hey. It's like heating up your tyres, they just are so squishy, and the car can be so loose, so he's forgotten that they're that cold, and he's rushed out and probably lost control, Bernie.
Yeah, that's right, and Race Control has served Luke Beck with a drive-through penalty for that collision with Pat O'Hara. So Luke's now coming in to serve that drive-through penalty as we speak.
Once again, the guys there in Race Control are on the game and doing the job. So, doing a great job once again. And I know the boys, I've been harping on nearly all race, Bernie, but they definitely would like more extra eyes in there to help them through this sort of series, and definitely coming up to the longer endurances that we're going to have.
Yeah, that's right, and the same goes for commentary team. We're going to need to expand our commentary team if we're going to bring the 24-hour to the viewers, so if anyone's interested out there, definitely drop me a line. But I'd also like to welcome back to the commentary box Trent Thomas. Hey Trent, how's the race been treating you since the last time we spoke?
Well, I think you might have spoken to Scott, not me. This is the first time I've been up here today, so it was unfortunate we got caught up in that big mess at the first safety car restart, so we've just been trying to work our way back up again. We've made up, I think, 2 spots since then. We're sitting in 6th at the moment. We're about a minute behind 5th place, so we really need a safety car sometime in this last half hour. We're fueled up to get home, so it was just seeing what we can do now to the end of the race.
Yeah, and I bet you when you're involved in that big accident, you're glad this was a simulation and not real life.
Oh, it was absolutely crazy. I saw it unfolding in front of me. I saw the McLaren go off, cut across the grass, and I started to back off a bit, and I was like, ooh, no one else is backing off here. And then, sure enough, the big concertina effect happened, and I happened to be right in the middle of it, ended up on my roof.
Yeah, we saw your car sort of disintegrate before our eyes on super slow-mo there, and I tell you what, it was just like a flow-on effect. It started at the front and everyone just kept on piling in the back there.
I was surprised that there were some cars that, I don't know whether they didn't have any spotters, let them know that there was an accident ahead, but they were full throttle and sort of came over the crest of the hill, and then the track was just blocked. So I know there was one car got hit, one of the HPDs, I'm not sure who it was, and they went flying through the air. So just the amount of force that they got hit stationary from the car ploughing into the mess.
Yeah, and we have heard from Race Control on that. Because it was such a big accident, they will be investigating it after the race and looking at serving penalties if they're required after the race. So that should come into effect for next round.
Yeah, I'm glad they're looking at it. There's definitely, I don't know if there was anyone to blame or not, but just the fact that no one was really backing off when there was a massive crash ahead is probably just the most worrying thing, really.
Well, that's right, especially that earlier on in the race. But as we were saying, once you get a safety car, you've got all the classes sort of shuffled up in there, and it just looked like the guys all tripped over themselves, and then we just had one big concertina mess for you guys and excitement for us, I guess.
Yeah, it's actually a bit of a show. I actually had a pretty good restart on that restart, and unfortunately ended in that mess. Not long after that, I got caught again. I had a spinner in front of me, and there's just nowhere I could go. Damaged the front left-hand corner of the car, and we were losing about 3 or 4 seconds of lap in that stint, which has pretty much put us the lap behind our competition. And that's basically what put us really out of the race, was that second incident after that big one.
Yeah, so looking at the HPD compared to the other open wheelers you drive, I guess the HPD would be pretty well suited to you, wouldn't it, considering you mainly race open wheelers?
Yeah, it actually, it's funny because when I first started on iRacing, I tried the open wheelers and I was just no good at them at all. It seemed to me anything with high downforce I couldn't drive, and now I've gone the opposite direction. I love driving anything that's got a lot of downforce on it, and you really get the chance to really push the limits of the car. You just got to have that blind faith that the car will just stick when you throw it into a corner at high speed. It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm starting to gravitate more towards the GT3s and open wheelers myself. It might be an age thing, I think, but yeah, so next round we've got Star Mazda Australian Championship this Thursday night. So where are we headed for that, mate?
We're off to Lime Rock this week. Nice short little track. We had a week 13 race there at the beginning of the season. So yeah, we know that they go alright around there, so it's pretty tight, and it should make for some pretty interesting racing.
Yeah, I heard you had a couple of celebrities in that week 13 race. Am I right, or am I right?
Yeah, I believe we had some celebrities from the RRTV team in that, take part in that race, and I think they actually did quite well from memory.
Yeah, I think we did quite well, but somewhere along the line you guys cheated and got about 2 laps ahead of us. I'm sure there was some shortcut there you didn't tell us about.
Yeah, we put weights in your car, mate. We couldn't have you up front there.
Yeah, the only weight I had was probably all my extra weight. But anyway, so we've got the Star Mazda Australian Championship Thursday night, and then Sunday we've got a really big one coming up with the Australian New Zealand Skip Barbers. We've got your other series, the Oz Smack, and then we've got sorry about that. We've just had Scott Connors spin the car. He's kept it off the fence though, Trent, so you can continue breathing.
I was going to say, my heart just jumped in my throat there a little bit then. Yeah, luckily he didn't hit the fence, so yeah, Scott's absolutely pushing it at the moment. He's just doing quali lap after quali lap, so yeah, just to try and get us back into the hunt of things.
Yeah, he's pretty keen to hunt down Mitch McLeod, but you might have to tell him to tone it down a tad so he doesn't bin it at this stage. But yeah, I was going to finish up by saying, and then we finish the open wheelers off with the Formula 1 next Sunday, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, really looking forward to the triple header that we've got coming up. Yeah, as you said, the Skip Barbers, the Star Masters, and followed by the F1s. It's going to be a pretty full-on afternoon, I think, and yeah, hopefully should create some good racing across all 3 categories.
Yeah, it certainly will, and the viewers out there, you'll be able to catch all of it live. We will be broadcasting all Sunday afternoon to bring you all 3 of those races, as well as Sunday night for the SEK Queensland. So if you love your simulation racing, definitely tune in and see if my voice can go the distance. So anyway, Trent, thanks mate for coming up. You better go and have a chat with Scott, because he's going ballistic out there. He's actually scaring me, and I want to get him off my screen before he crashes.
Oh man, he's been scaring us the whole race, but yeah, he's been putting in an absolute monster effort. I think we actually made a bit of a boo-boo, and I think we put the wrong setup on the car for the race, so we don't have the top speed down the back straight that we're really chasing. But I think, yeah, where we're sitting now, we're pretty happy to get to the last 26 minutes of the race, and we've actually still got a fast repair up our sleeve, so yeah, I think we're sitting in a pretty good position.
Fantastic, and I'll just check in with Adrian. Do you have any questions for Trent before we let him go?
No, Bernie, I'm good this time around.
Excellent. So Trent, before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to all your sponsors, and we'll see if you can do it better than what Scott could.
Yeah, he said he was put on the spot a little bit. Yeah, obviously the Monster Designs have been with us since day one with Gaines Thomas Racing. And our sponsor we brought on this season, which is quickbeds.com. We're in their grassroots fundraising program. If you book any accommodation, you can book it through quickbeds.com. Use our grassroots code of 1564 when making the booking, and we get a donation from QuickBeds, which goes into us trying to maintain running the Star Mazda and the Open Star Mazda series.
Yeah, fantastic. So anyway, Trent, thanks for popping in, mate. Best of luck for the remainder of the race. Scott's still pushing it out there, so you better go and get in his ear and give him some fatherly advice.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Bernie. Yeah, thanks for having me up here, and to Adrian as well. Thanks, guys.
So Adrian, we've got Kurt Stenberg down there. He's teamed up with Susie with one of the Dayco teams. Yeah, Matt Barron.
Yeah, he drives with Sam.
With Sam, does he? We'll bring him up. Did you want to have a chat with him this time round?
Yeah, Bernie, bring him up. Good evening, Kurt. Welcome to the RRTV Bridge booth. How's the race going? Up into second place, mate, and old Sam's going to take it to the end, mate.
Yeah, that's it. I only had a short job to do today.
Yeah, it looks like you got the long straw tonight and got the easy job, just sitting around and do as many laps as you can. So that's a good job, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed at how I ended my second stint. Yeah, you guys, I think you caught it on the broadcast. I had an incident lapping a GT3 car. It was my fault, and yeah, shouldn't have been trying to pass in the S's, but it happened, and yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but it's just amazing how quickly these cars actually close up onto those GT3 cars, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, it is. It's, you know, you've really got to have your wits about you when you're trying to come through the field. Like, I took it pretty easy in my first stint, coming through the pack, but I had Aaron in front of me in my second stint. And you know, you're trying to not lose ground on the car in front, and you're trying to, you know, not impact on anyone else's race, and sometimes you get it wrong. So, but the closing rate is just huge.
Yeah, it certainly is with these HBDs, but he's really putting in a top effort here. I'm not sure, but Bernie might be able to correct me, but it looks like he's trying to whittle away this gap between yourselves and Aaron at the moment, so he's definitely putting in a big effort at the moment.
Yeah, he is. Fortunately, he had another incident as well. He had a contact with a GT3 car and he had to pit, and he missed the pit window by like I forget how much, like 2 or 3 laps, so he had to pit for fuel again, which probably would have been right on the back of those guys, but unfortunately when they pitted, he put it back down the lane and had to put some more fuel in it. But I think he's still going at it.
No, he's certainly putting effort in there. So 1 minute 33 at the moment was his last lap. So he's putting in a big effort there, mate.
Yeah, he's put in a lot of laps during the week to make a setup as well. Definitely a lot faster in this car than what I am. I'm normally more suited to... I'm not really good at these high downforce cars. I'm just here as the co-driver, so he's been putting in a really good job all day. He got us out to a one lap lead at one stage, so which was pretty good.
Yeah, he certainly big mighty effort there to get that car one lap, and made it a little bit easier for you to try and putt around there, mate, and keep the car straight. So he's definitely on it there at the moment. And how, other than that one incident earlier on, how did you feel the car was driving throughout your stint?
Well, I'll be honest, I did both my stints with no force feedback. So yeah, that was very interesting, as you can imagine. So I thought my stints went pretty well, other than that incident at the end. Unfortunately, the pace car came out right at the wrong time for us. Everyone else had pitted except us, and we had like 2 more laps we could do on our tank. So the pace car gave everyone back their lap, which was a bit unfortunate for us, but that's how racing goes. So, but other than that, yeah, everything went fine.
All right, so force feedback, guys. I know there's some people out there that don't understand what we do. I've actually been watching the broadcast here, and comments been up there. Force feedback is actually, we use a electric steering wheel, simulator wheel. Some are belt driven, some are gear driven, I believe. And a force feedback is just like in the car. It just puts a bit of load on the steering wheel. So as we're turning into corners and whatnot, we actually get a bit more reaction out of the steering wheel, so we can feel how heavy it is. So yeah, that would have been interesting, mate. It would have been so loose and tight, and trying to make those corrections would have made it real difficult.
Yeah, I was trying to not make sure the car did not get loose, and I did not hit any bumps or anything like that, so that I knew how the car was going to react looking at it visually. But I did get loose the car a few times and managed to catch it. But yeah, it did make things rather interesting. There wasn't much I could do, I just had to bite my tongue and live with it.
Yeah, mate, it certainly would have made it interesting. And yeah, Sam's been putting on an effort there, but I think he's slowly starting to drop off, and I can see Aaron's been in. Geez, his fastest lap has just been that previous lap. So, and it looks like Sam's been struggling here, probably through traffic at the moment.
Yeah. No, I think we're just going to have to settle for second place today. We've tried our hardest, but yeah, Aaron has got incredible pace. He's had incredible pace the whole race. So Sam's been trying to match him. I'm nowhere near either of those two guys, but yeah, hopefully we can just hang on for second.
Yeah,
pretty big gap.
Yeah, you have. So I think you're pretty certain there to be on the podium tonight, mate. And it's good to see the traffic's been really good, and race control's been doing an awesome job as per normal, mate.
Yeah, I had no problems with any of the GT3 cars out there tonight, or any of the DPs. Everyone, you know, got the message when you were coming up behind and got out. It didn't get out of the way as such, but gave you room to get past. Held their racing line, and you know, very predictable, which was good. So thank everyone for that. And yeah, I'm not sure what penalties have been handed out, but race control normally does a good job. So thanks to them as well.
Yeah, there has been a few penalties given, but there's big incident. It's not going to do until post-race, so the guys really want to make sure they make the right call, and probably, if they need to, we'll hand out penalties after the race. So yeah, so the next race you'll probably find what penalties they are, but obviously in the forums they'll put them up there so you guys know what happened with that one.
Yeah, that big incident, I was watching that live. I know that we were very lucky to be in front of that, because it happened directly behind us. So we were one of the people who were lucky enough not to get involved. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but there's a bit of awkwardness happened there, and everyone got cleaned up in a roadblock by the look of it.
Yeah, it's just I think it's just one of those incidents, mate, is that it's a yellow flag, and everyone was just a little bit zealous, I think, on the restart, and having GT3s and Rileys and HBDs trying to get into a corner up through the S's wasn't very pretty. So I'm not going to put any blame on anyone. I think it more was a racing incident, and after a yellow flag, those sort of situations will occur, and we've seen it time and time again. It's just that I think the second restart, everyone was a little bit standoffish after that, because a lot of them had to use their quick repair.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, everyone knows safety cars breed safety cars, and yeah, it was their first one of the race, so it doesn't really surprise me that, you know, people weren't as careful as what they probably should have been. So all in all, just lucky there's a fast repair for most people, so some people managed to get out of it better than others.
Yeah, it's unfortunately your sister car wore a lot of that as well, so unfortunately they had to use a quick repair. But no, it's good to see you out there and up there fighting for your second place, or trying to push for first. But I think with 16 minutes to go, mate, it might be second place for you guys.
Yeah. Oh well. At least we've had a better race than what we had at Bathurst, so happy for that.
No, good, mate. And before I let you go, I'll just check to see if Bernie would like to ask you questions, and stick in there, mate. At least you've got a podium, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for putting the broadcast on, because it's been good to watch when I haven't been driving.
Yeah, no worries, Kurt. And just before we let you go, I don't really have any questions for you, apart from if you want to give your sponsors a bit of a plug.
Yeah, I'll a shout out to Daco. Been sponsoring us for quite a while, and I'll give a shout out to Ryan Day if he's watching the broadcast. And yeah.
Fantastic. Well, keep up the good work there. You're just having a look. My overlays have just gone absolutely crazy. But yeah, about 42 seconds from first, and you've got a good one lap buffer over your teammate now, so best of luck with 14 minutes to go.
Thanks, guys. Hopefully nothing happens in the last 14 minutes.
It'll all be good, I'm sure. But then again, I've said that now, so it's going to probably all blow up in all our faces.
Yeah.
So, folks, you heard Kurt Stenberg there talk about no force feedback, and Adrian gave you a bit of an insight of force feedback. But one thing to mention about it is, in sim racing, most of us don't have motion rigs, so we really rely on force feedback to give us the just about all the feedback to us of what the car's doing, apart from what our eyes see. So unlike if you drive in a normal car, you get to feel like real world race drivers get to feel the car through the seat of their pants, as in they can feel what the car's doing by the feeling in their body. We rely on force feedback to give us that, so Kurt's done a fantastic job running a car without any feeling and just using his eyes basically to feel what that car was doing earlier tonight.
Yeah, that's a top, Bernie. Really, I'll cut hats off to him for that. That's a marvellous effort to drive one of those cars without force feedback. I couldn't. Like I've actually done it before where it's turned off on me, and it's just there's nothing. You get no feel out of the steering wheel. So he's done a mighty good effort there to drive that car the way it was.
Yeah, definitely. That's for sure. So my hat's off to him. I don't think I can drive cars without force feedback at all, because I rely so much on what that wheel tells me. But 12 minutes to go, folks. Let's give you our last wrap up of our top 5 in each class. So out front at the moment we've got Aaron Lee for Redback Racing. He has a lead of 42 seconds, but it's not over yet because he's still got a lot of traffic to negotiate and anything can happen. Not that I'm going to put the mockers on him. Sam Sutton currently sitting there in second position for Daco. Third is his teammate, and he's one lap down, and that's Matthew Barron bringing the 145 home. Mitch McLeod partnered with Jay Kennedy tonight in the Torque HPD, and looks like Mitch may have a few connection issues there, and he's 2 laps down. And then rounding out our top 5 of Class A is Luke Beck in the VPR 166 entry. And then we have leading Class B at the moment, Michael Schreier, 8th outright, first in Class B in the LED Innovations DP Riley, followed by his teammate Todd Parks there in the 231 Riley, and he's 1 lap down from Michael Schreier at this point. Aaron Osborne for TD Racing is currently sitting in third in Class B, followed by Dylan Shepherd, who is in the pits at the moment. I'm just seeing if we could get a better camera angle there. Looks like he's taking service for a late pit stop, or he's had an incident. And then rounding out our top 5 is Pat O'Hara in the other TD Racing DP Riley. Having a look at Class C now, folks, we've got Colin Schweck at the moment doing a great job in the Beco Appliances BMW Z4 there, and he's currently still being pursued by David Arnold in the number 303 Redback Racing BMW. Coming in third at the moment is Nathan Hapatz for Selby Motorsport, and he's not that far behind either David or Colin, so that's all to race for at this stage. Well, actually, sorry, he's 2 laps down. Alex Pohl is currently in 4th position Class C for All-Star Motorsport, and then rounding out our top 5 is Kane Kujimiya and the first MP for McLaren for Class C. 5th in Class C, 17th outright. So Adrian, you're still awake, mate? We've got 9 minutes to go, and then interviews, and then we can watch, hopefully, the Formula 1.
Yeah, I'm still here, Bernie. Just wanted to see why Glenn had to go to the pits. I was watching it, and he had a massive accident coming out of the toe to go down that little short chute there. So he's come out of there, and the car's got absolutely sideways, and he has binned it. Not sure if you'll get that far back, but it was on lap 194 coming out of the toe. So, but yeah, it's just a shame that guys were doing pretty well up until that stage.
Yeah, we've got the replay now. That's another strange one. John O'Barry was driving, and it gave a little bit of a wiggle coming out of the toe, and then it's just thrown him straight into the fence. He's had a huge tank slapper, and there was no chance that he was going to recover that car.
No, none whatsoever. So I'd tell you what, you'd be kicking yourself at this stage, Bernie. 8 minutes to go, and you've binned the car, and you know you're in a good position. So I feel bad for these guys, and they've been doing a mighty effort all night long.
Yeah, definitely. They've been doing an excellent effort, and this is when motorsport's so cruel that something like that can happen. But until that checkered flag drops, anything can still happen, folks, in this race. So hopefully you're enjoying our coverage tonight and having some fun out there.
Yeah, guys, thanks for watching, and don't forget to press that like for watching it, and any feedback, just throw down a comment there. I know Bernie would love to hear some constructive feedback, and so would I, obviously. I do apologise for the beginning. I seemed to have been out of it to start with, Bernie, but looks like I got me second wind, and we're travelling along here really well at the end.
Yeah, definitely. It's I thought you'd ease into it. It's only taken you, 7 hours, so it's good to see you've woken up finally.
Yeah, Bernie, it was a strange one. It's yeah, just weird. Maybe I was just not used to commentating. It's like everything, mate. I've got to warm up to it. So, but hey, look, here I am. I'm shooting on all cylinders again, and just enjoying the race. The guys have put on a marvellous effort here tonight. Safety card periods, 3, Bernie. That's just a phenomenal effort for these guys. I thought we might have had a few more here at Watkins Glen tonight.
Yeah, that's right. And to top it all off, Aaron Lee for Redback Racing has just set the fastest lap of a 1:31.771 with 6 minutes to go.
Now that's pushing it in at Bernie, and just quickly check the weather too, Bernie, because that could be coming down. No, it's still 30 degrees Celsius, so you know, the weather's been dropping all night, and you know, that's probably helped them get these times lower and lower.
Yeah, that's right, and is probably totally hooked into this now and in the zone, as we'd say. But it's great to see also with this racing. If we look at Class A, there's only 47 seconds separating Sam Sutton from Aaron Lee, so that is still all to play for with 6 minutes to go at this stage. Class B, having a look at that, that looks a bit more settled at this stage with Michael Schreier having 1 lap lead, so he's probably got Class B unless something goes wrong. But then looking down at Class C, that's still all to play for with Colin Schweck and David Arnold fighting out for that position.
Yeah, even third position here, Bernie, in Class A with Matthew and Mitchell here. They're fighting here. It's really close. It's only 2 seconds, not even that, Bernie, between them. They're actually on it here, and this is going to be full on and in a minute.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at Mitchell McLeod's times, he did a 1:33.938 last lap. Matthew Barron did a 1:35, so he's pulled in over a second in 1 lap. That could have been traffic, but we'll see how Mitchell goes this time and see if he can close that up any more.
Yeah, with say 5 minutes to go, Bernie, we've probably got a quick mass is about 4 laps maximum to go, so he's definitely got a little bit of time but to catch him, but passing's going to be the hard one.
Yeah, that's right, but the way he just threaded the needle between those 2 BMWs, he is definitely hungry for that third place, and Mitchell's totally pushing this car at this time.
He certainly is, Bernie. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting with the few laps that are going to be remaining. We're getting close to 4 minutes to go. So, we've probably got 3 laps, I think it is, Bernie, once they go through.
That's right, and we're just having a look at this gap. The gap's down to 0.8 of a second now. So, it's definitely on now for this third position in Class A. And Mitch is definitely looking racy.
Yeah, he certainly is, Bernie, isn't he? This is starting to get really exciting up here for third spot.
It certainly is, and he'll be in the draft this time by, and it looks like Matthew Barron's also having internet connection issues, which is not going to help Mitch, but I tell you what, he's in the draft now, and it looks like he might be making a pass into the carousel.
And he'll have to do it on the outside here, Bernie, and got a little bit loose there, I reckon, and he's had to back out of it. And they're coming up to a DP as well.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to see is a Class B car, or even worse, a Class C car in front of you when you're battling for position with 2 minutes 50 seconds to go.
And we can see it just wide there, so it gave him plenty of racing room. So great driving there by that driver there to let them through, so this battle could keep going. And with probably 1.5 laps to go, Bernie.
Yeah, it'd be about 1.5 laps to go, and I think that was Pat O'Hara in that DP that got out of the way. And I must say it was pretty well timed that they caught him just as they got to the exit of that corner.
Yeah, it certainly was, and got a few more there, Bernie, to go through as we saw them flash by. So they got a few lap cars here, so this will make it interesting.
Yeah, it certainly will, as we're riding on board now with Mitch McLeod in 4th position, fighting for 3rd. They're going to catch these guys. Oh, coming up through the S's here. I tell you what, both of these drivers, they've had to lift. This is going to help Mitch here. No, he's going to get boxed in. I tell you what, it's getting pretty hairy out there.
Well, it will be, Bernie. These guys are actually battling for position, so there's not going to be any gain here if they don't try something. So a podium finish is a big deal for these guys.
Definitely, and we'll see Mitch McLeod there going on the inside, but I tell you what, he's got the outside here, and this is going to allow Matt Barron to take it. But he's got the inside, but who's going to blink first? Because we've got 2 Blackadder BMWs there, and they're going to really tighten these two up as they try to get out of their way. But I tell you what, it's on for third at the moment in Class A.
It certainly is, and the driving there, Vinny, that was just phenomenal driving there by both the HPT drivers there and the slower cars. So everyone just did a brilliant job there, and it looks like Mitchell here is going to run away now. He's got through and he's got the laps on Matthew at the moment.
Yeah, he definitely does look that way, but I tell you what, Matthews really made Mitch work for that position, didn't he?
Yeah, he certainly did, and no, that's what you want to see, don't you, Bernie? These guys are fighting for the last position. As we're going to have this, will be the last lap, I reckon, Bernie, with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think it's definitely winding down to the last lap. We'll just see where Aaron is now. He's our race leader. He's coming... Where is he? It's hard to tell. Coming off the main straight into the carousel now. So we'll ride with our Class A race leader, Aaron Lee from Redback Racing, for these final 8 seconds. And in second at the moment, we've got Sam Sutton just crossing the line now. He will be on his last lap, followed by, we'll see if Mitch McLeod and Matthew Barron can make it. So the white flag's out now, folks, as we see Aaron Lee now coming up to the third last corner here of tonight's race for Class A, and he's just behind Nathan Hapatz there for Class C. So this will be Nathan's last lap too. So Aaron Lee, partnered with Warren Pickering for Redback Racing, takes out the Watkins Glen 6 hour round 3. Congratulations to both those guys, and a well-deserved win.
Yeah, certainly, Bernie.
Now coming home in second position at the moment is Sam Sutton for Dayco. So I tell you what, Dayco are currently second and fourth, so that is a fantastic effort by this team to get both of those cars home and in a top 5 position.
Yeah, good effort. We've seen them struggle in a couple of rounds, and with the racing quality tonight, they've done an awesome job and driven the wheels off of those cars tonight.
Yeah, definitely. So as we see Sam Sutton now coming down to take the last couple of corners here to take the checkered flag. Well done to Dayco and all the other sponsors, and we'll jump back now to our Class B. We've got Michael Schreier and Todd Parks there, 8th and 9th. So it looks like LED Innovations got a 1-2 for Class B, as we can see them coming down the back straight in formation. So that's a fantastic job for that team.
Yeah, for sure. And Aaron Osborne come home in third spot for the DP. So a great job there by TD Racing. They thought they weren't going to get that far, but top effort by those guys.
Yeah, definitely. And it looks like their sister car, Pat O'Hara, has also brought that car home in 4th position for the DPs. Having a look at Class C, there's something. It looks like we've had Colin Schweck win that race with David Arnold in second for Redback Racing. So David was really pushing, but at the end he could not close that gap up. So great effort there for Colin Schweck and the Beco Appliances BMW Z4.
Yeah, and good to see Redback Racing there, Bernie, get a win in the Class A and a second spot for Class C there, Bernie.
Yeah, it's fantastic for Redback to do that. I know the guys have been working really hard for the last 3 weeks on trying to get that set up, and it's definitely paid off for those guys tonight. So I'll take you guys through the full field and how they finished now, just so you get a overview. So Aaron Lee, Redback Racing, takes out Class A tonight. Second was Sam Sutton, 56 seconds down. Mitch McLeod, we followed him with that great battle in the last closing laps with Matt Barron there. Mitch McLeod for Torque comes home in third, and he was partnered with Jay Kennedy. Matt Barron fourth for HPD, fifth was Luke Beck, sixth Scott Connors. I can hear someone burning out. Don't know who's doing the burnout. It'll be one of the winners out there. Seventh, Daniel Leet, and the last of the HPD finishes tonight. Michael Schreier, fantastic drive tonight in the LED Innovations. Riley and his teammate coming home in second position for a 1-2 in Class B. Aaron Osborne for TD Racing, teamed up with Tim Ballinger, comes home in third for Class B. Fourth, Pat O'Hara for TD Racing. He was with Andrew Kanowski tonight. They pretty much had an up and down race, didn't they, tonight, Adrian?
Yeah, that was a tough one to come into, Bernie. First one for those guys, and got thrown in the deep end, you could say. So well done, though, to bring the car home. And you can hear Michael Schreier there, Bernie, doing a burnout in his Riley there.
Yeah, and I'm sure those guys are absolutely over the moon. Looking at Class C, Colin Schweck teamed up with Craig Dorr there in the Beco Appliances, and we'll bring them up for a chat very shortly. That was a really good race for those guys, and followed by David Arnold in the BMW Z4 for Redback Racing, so they'll be happy with that finish. John O'Barry, 14th outright in Class B, but third place Nathan Hapat. So Selby Motorsport, they were very strong all night tonight and got themselves on the podium, so they'll be very happy with that result. Fourth, Alex Pohl, he was behind the wheel for the unmetered servers BMW entry there. Kane Kujamiya in the GTI McLaren comes home, the first McLaren home, and in fifth position, Aaron Pearce, 18th outright. Marty Atkins came 19th outright. Paul Mansell, Class C, 20th outright. 21st, Jay Bence brought that car home 24 laps down. Greg Colgan, I think it is, 22nd in a rough... Oh, I'm getting tired. Brett Woods, 23rd. Brett Wilson for Redback Racing McLaren, 24th. Joseph Cardamone there, 25th. Richard Brookfield, 26th. Guy Leach, 27th. Van der Gucht home in 28th. Wilston, that's Max Wilston in a McLaren, 29th. Stoneman comes home in 30th. 31st, Simon Black. Bobby Jovanovic, 45 laps down, but classified in 32nd position in that HPD. Braith Morrow, classified 33rd. Clayton Brooks, 34th. Trotman, 35th. And then our retirements were Trotman, Stratford and Jones, all retired from tonight's race. So, Adrian, 6 hours racing, only 3 retirements. How many pace cars did we have? About 3 in the end?
Yeah, 3. So what a brilliant job by everyone tonight. And awesome. Probably the best race we've had for AEC since they started. So it's been awesome.
Yeah, it certainly has, and it's been a hell of a long night for everyone concerned, including race control. We had Scott Stevens in there with Josh Burton, only 2 of them doing a fantastic job, and as well as my co-commentator Adrian doing a great job tonight as well. But Class C winners, we've got Colin Schweck and Craig Dorr in the box. Well done, guys. Fantastic effort and a well-deserved win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So overall, you guys must be very rapt with the performance of the Beco Appliances BMW tonight.
Oh, definitely. I never had dreams of even winning. I just thought if we kept it together on the track, we'd do all right. And Colin drove great, and it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, so I guess at the end, when did you guys feel that you had won Class C tonight? Was it? Did you wait till the end of the race, or were you pretty confident earlier on?
Well, when when I did my last stint and we got back in the lead, and we pitted with a 30-second lead, I just wanted to manage that gap and drive. I just drove to a number so I could make that hour, and the plan was to stick Colin back in the car because I knew if we were still in front that we'd win, and Colin drove great.
Yeah, fantastic, and it looks like the setup of that car really was performing well all night. And how much practice did you guys put in before this event?
We put in a couple hours on Friday night, and then we did a few more hours and bounced set up between us. And with regards to setup on the car, I'd really like to thank the Blackadder Motorsport guys. Paul developed the setup, and we just went from there.
Yeah, it was very comfortable setup.
Fantastic, and what I'll do is I'll hand you over to Adrian, because I'm brain dead about this time of night. So Adrian, have you got any questions for our Class C winners, Colin and Craig?
Yeah, I'll throw a couple of questions. I probably asked them earlier on tonight, but brilliant drive there, boys. Done a fantastic job, and it looks like the team, you guys really work well together in that car.
Yeah, we are a bit of an odd pairing. At the start of the season, before Bathurst, Colin was looking for a drive, and I asked him if he wanted to join our team at that stage, and he accepted, and they say the rest is history.
Yeah, no, good. So the plans are for furthering. Are you going to stay in the car for the rest of the season, Colin?
Yeah, I'm happy to drive. I'm leaving that up to Craig, but I think we've got some longer races coming up, so he's going to need all the drivers he can get hold of. So I think I'll be doing some more rounds.
Yeah, we've got the 24-hour in, I believe it's September, and I think there's another 12-hour as well. I'm sure Scott can let us know that later on. I believe he's in the green room there. That we'll get him up shortly. But brilliant drive by you guys. The paint scheme looked brilliant on the car, so you did quite well. And I believe you came unscathed out of that big wreck there early on as well.
No, we actually got caught up in that. The track was actually blocked by the time I'd got there, but I kind of had nowhere to go, and I did my best to avoid it as much as I could. And unlike a few of the other guys that I saw around me, they had to tow. I was able to. My car was driving pretty straight, even though I had the meatball flag, so I just drove it back round and got the quick tow. So I was pretty lucky there that I was able to drive it back round.
Yeah, he was pretty lucky. He basically got it to a stop, and then we had a couple of guys join us in the back. But it was lucky we managed to just drive around and pit under the pace car instead of getting the tow.
And the quality of driving tonight, a big improvement from the last few rounds, would you say, guys?
Yeah, most definitely. There's a lot of patient HPD and Daytona prototype drivers out there. There was a couple of times where both Colin and I probably could have ended up with a bit of contact from the faster cars, but we were able to stay clean and brought the car home.
And did you guys suffer through the little bit of a glitch there with the iRacing? You know, when a few guys caught a black flag in the, I think it was the last safety car period that the use had.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I was managing at the time, and Colin was in the car, and we were going to stop like everyone else. And then Colin's come on and said pit lane was closed, so it worked out for us in the end.
Yeah, it was an odd one. The pit lane opened for about 15 seconds or so, and then it closed. And then I think what happened is there was a bunch of cars in front of the lead car, behind the pace car. So it opened to let them in, and as soon as the lead car crossed the start-finish line, it closed the pits, which caught a few people out, I guess, who were in the middle of entering.
Yeah, so it's probably something small and something that iRacing hasn't got a hold of yet. So obviously we could probably put in a little bit of information for them to let them know that small glitch, and I'm sure there'll be a few guys that'll do that. But if we do it nicely, I'm sure they'll look into it. But overall, guys, definitely a good race, and hungry to do some more. I'm not sure when the next one is. It's at Mossport, but hungry to get into there now already.
For sure.
For sure, definitely can't wait to get back in the car.
Cool, guys. Before I let you go, you got to thank your sponsors and the people behind the scenes. I'll let you just do that. I'm sure you've got a couple there to do.
Yeah, most definitely. First off, I'd like to thank Colin for partnering with me tonight, and obviously yourself, Adrian, and Bernie, because without this broadcast, this whole series I don't think would have had the numbers that have wanted to drive in it. And I'd also like to thank the guys at Blackadder Motorsports for their setup and their help. I'm usually race with those guys in the SEK series, but because at the start of the season I wasn't a part of their teams for that, I had my own entry for this, so I'd like to definitely thank those guys for helping me with the setup and everything, and especially Paul who developed that setup mainly. And of course the Erebus titled BMW, so thank you.
Fantastic. Well, we've got quite a few down there in the green room at the moment, Adrian. So what I'm thinking is we'll bring up all the Redback guys and interview all of them all at once, and then we'll bring up the Dayco guys and Jay Kennedy to finalise our interviews tonight.
Yep, sounds good, Bernie.
So it'll take me a little while to drag them all up, but they're coming. Okay guys, I've decided to bring all the Redback guys up. We'll start with our overall winner and Class A winners, Aaron Lee, Warren Pickering. Well done, mate. Mates, I should say. Fantastic drive there, and you'd have to be happy taking out Class A again tonight.
Mate, we are ecstatic. I can voice for all of us, we are absolutely ecstatic. I've already cracked the bottle. As you can hear this. That's success right there.
Yeah, you didn't save it for when we got there though, did you? But anyway, yeah, that was a really well driven race. You had a 56-second gap over Sam Sutton at the end of that race, and it looked like Aaron, you just kept on pushing. I couldn't believe some of the moves you were making towards the end of that race.
Yeah, my mother Warren was in the background telling me to slow down too, but I was just enjoying myself.
He won't listen, Bernie.
Yeah, I knew someone would with common sense would be telling him, but he also, Aaron, you also set with 6 minutes to go the fastest lap of a 1:31.771, and that was with about 5 or 6 minutes to the end of the race.
Yeah, we were just saying that in the waiting room there that the next two laps were actually quicker, but I come up on traffic coming through the last couple of corners. But we're having very deep and meaningful discussions, Warren and I, about setting the fast lap of the race on the last lap, but he wouldn't let me.
Yeah, I can understand how that would have gone. You would have been saying, I'm going to set the fastest lap, and Warren would have been saying, no, just bring the car home.
Funny, that was the exact words.
And there's probably a few expletives mixed in around there, but we can't go into that tonight. So fantastic effort, Class A, but also we've got David Arnold and Brett Wilson up here, and we had David's car, the BMW, home in second in Class B. Class C. So, David, we could see you were really trying to catch Colin at that point, but it just didn't look like you could close that gap tonight.
Yeah, it was pretty close. They pitted a lap before us at the beginning of the last stint, and we thought we were going to be close on fuel, so we were sure they weren't going to make it. So I was pushing pretty hard, and then we think, oh, are they going to get there? Are they not going to get there? But yeah, they managed the gap and managed their fuel perfectly. They just coughed across the line, and we couldn't quite get there. We made up a few seconds on the last lap, but yeah, but it was a brilliant race, and they drove really well. So yeah, we've had a really good day.
Yeah, that's for sure, and it was great to see, the Redback cars back up there on the podium in 2 classes. We've got Brett up here as well. Brett, you're in the McLaren, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So you've got a bit of explaining to do after the broadcast, is that correct?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, we saw you guys got a bit of a drive-through penalty there for one incident with Kurt Stenberg. It looked like a driving incident there, and you got caught up on the S's. I guess that's a bit disappointing for you guys tonight.
Yeah, extremely. I won't say too much about that matter, but very disappointed at the call. Very disappointed.
Yeah, fair enough. It's I guess, if the race stewards look at it and they make a call at the time, and there's not much we can do about that apart from abide by it, which you guys did. So where did the McLaren finish in Class C tonight?
Mate, I think we brought it home in, I don't know, what was that? Just outside the top 10 for Class C. So it wasn't too bad. I think 12th we got, just outside, yeah. So it wasn't too bad, considering we had a few issues throughout the day. The first restart, we got spun around in turn 1, and obviously that drive through, that kind of did it for us. So yeah, it was just about playing the stay on track game and hopefully catch up, and that's the best we could do.
Well, I reckon it was a fantastic effort to bring all 3 cars home tonight in the Watkins Glen 6 hours, so I think you've all got something to be proud of. And before I let you go, I'll just see if Adrian has any questions for you guys.
No questions, Benny. Just congratulations to the boys that won their Class A and second place for Class C, sorry. And hard luck to Brett and the guys in Raymond in the McLaren. Sort of probably a hard call. I could see it from a driver's point of view, but once again, Benny and I say, well, that's race control, and unfortunately, you've got to abide by those rules, and hopefully, bigger and better things next time, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Adrian.
That's right.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Before I run though, Bernie, I'd like to say a big congratulations to all the other competitors as well, and thanks to you two for commentating and putting on the broadcast. Without this, there's a little bit less excitement, but all together, it definitely means a lot to come out on top, and well done to everybody else. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries. Well, thanks for coming up, guys, and go and drink whatever you are all drinking, and thanks for sharing.
Yeah, baby, Redback number 1.
Thanks, Bertie. Good job,
Cheers, Adrian.
See you, Bertie.
So someone's got to do a press release now, don't they, Mr. Wilson?
I'll get right on that.
Don't ask me.
After the race.
It's alright, I cut him off mid-sentence there. So let's bring up Sam Sutton and Reece Gardner, and should we bring Jay Kennedy up as well?
Yeah, may as well, Bernie. We've watched another race after this. I believe it's in Monaco.
It certainly is, and it's going to start very shortly, but I'll let you do this interview if you like, Adrian, and I'll rest my my fragile voice.
No worries. We'll start with Sam. Brilliant run there, mate. Second place, trying to run down Team Redback, but just couldn't pull it off, buddy.
Yeah, we had we got caught up in a DP incident in the last about hour, just before the turnover in the last hour of the race, which meant basically we were ahead of Redback at that stage and we were pretty close to them, but that just meant no chance of getting back past them again. So it was just consolidate our position.
Yeah, no, top effort, and your teammate as well here with us at the moment did a great job as well to bring the car home in fourth as well with Matthew. So good run for you guys. Just I think you're on the same lap as your teammate there, but had an awesome race.
Yeah, well, Squizzer said he's caused the biggest crash of the race and he finishes in fourth, so he wasn't too unhappy about that.
Yeah, that was quite a big one, and it's impressive to see that. I was nervous all race, especially in that area. I think everyone that's driven at Watkins Glen thinks that's a bit of a iffy one, especially if there's a car stuck there at some stage. It can catch a lot of people out, can't it?
Yeah, I was sitting there watching it and I saw it happen and I'm like, it's not going well, but oh well, it's racing, and we ended up getting back into the podium, so that's all that mattered really.
Yeah, for sure. So, and also we got Jay here as well for Motorsports. Had a good run, mate. It was finished in fourth, so you had a good run there at the end as well, mate.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't hear you at the moment, Jay. I think you might have some microphone issues there.
Oh, there we go. You got me now?
Yeah, we got you now. So you brought your talk HPD home in what, fourth position? I think at the end of tonight.
We got third. We come third in the end. We passed Squizzer with 2 laps to go. So Reese and Squizzer finished fourth. We got third, which is amazing considering where we were 4 hours to go. We'd used both our quick toes. We were in sixth. Had a terribly slow car, and to come back to third is pretty brilliant.
Yeah, no, it was an excellent effort, and I must say also to the Dayco guys we got up here, I think both you guys were involved in some pretty big accidents tonight, and if it wasn't for those incidents, I think you would have been right up there, if not in the lead for tonight's race.
Yeah, it was. That's pretty much been the story of our season so far. Like, we know that we have the pace to win races in this championship, but it just hasn't come together so far. But I remain optimistic. My goal is for the 145 car to at least to get a win before the end of the season, and I think we can achieve that considering what's happened at Watkins Glen today.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a very strong possibility that you guys can achieve a win in this season, because both the Dayco cars tonight were extremely strong. It just looked like you had a bit of bad luck there and got involved in a couple of incidents which sort of put you down the field. But even saying that, having 2 cars finish in the top 5 of a race this long was a very good achievement.
Yeah, thanks, Bernie. It was a very good result to come away with, especially after the first 2 rounds of the season. Daytona was full of missed opportunities, and Bathurst just ended horribly for us. So it's good to come back strong at Watkins Glen.
Yeah. So before we let you and Sam go, do you guys want to give a shout out to your sponsors?
Yeah, certainly. Big shout out to Dayco, our title sponsor, for helping us out with this team, and for just giving us a title to run under. Definitely. So big thanks to them. Also thanks to Newlex Construction as well for being the secondary sponsor on our car.
Fantastic. So thanks, Reese and Sam, for coming up. Before we let you go, Jay, one question. How did you let Reese beat you tonight?
How did I let Reese beat me? No, we finished ahead of Reese.
Oh, okay. Okay, Reese, how did you let Jay beat you tonight?
Miscalculation at a fuel stop is the reason. The official reason.
Yeah, I was going to say it's fuel strategy. We, as I said to you a couple of hours ago, we tried an alternate strategy because we had to mix it up, and it appears the other guys made a mistake as well in the pit stop, so we took advantage and managed to bring it home with that awesome last couple of laps.
Yeah, fantastic. It was a really good effort by the Talk guys tonight in that HPD, because as you said, a couple of hours to go, you guys were probably running as far back as 5th or 6th, I think it was. So to come home in 3rd, that's an excellent effort.
Yeah, we pretty much head down, bum up with 3 hours to go, qualifying laps every lap, and I punched out my fastest lap that I'd done overall, 5 consecutive laps, so that was a pretty big achievement for me, and Mitch did the same thing on that last run in that last hour, so it's a pretty awesome effort.
Yeah, it certainly was. We were watching Mitch earlier on, with about 20 minutes to go, and he was really threading the needle of that HPD, I must say.
Yeah, we were definitely going with an attitude at the end there of got nothing to lose, everything to gain, because we really didn't have anything to lose. We didn't want to finish 4th, we wanted 3rd. We didn't care if we come 5th, we just wanted to get 3rd, so it was worth it and a great result.
Fantastic. So, Jay, before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to your sponsors?
Yeah, of course, big thanks to V8s Online and for motorsports, talkinc.com.au if you need some liveries or a website or web design or anything graphical, give Mitch a hoy and he'll help you out.
Fantastic. Well, thanks guys for coming up and being part of this great race tonight, and congratulations on all your results.
A big thank you to you two guys. You guys have done an awesome effort being here for 6 hours. I know, talking from personal experience, it's tough. So big thanks to you guys. You've done a great job.
Yeah, brilliant job, guys. Thanks for bringing this championship into the limelight on the internet.
Yeah, no worries. We hope to get a few more commentators up here, so poor Adrian and I can have a bit of a rest throughout the evening, but we'll see how we go in the next one.
Your work is very, very appreciated, so thanks guys.
Okay, Adrian, we're coming to the end of tonight's broadcast, but before we do, we'll just check in with our race steward, Scott Stevens, and the organiser of this fantastic event. Scott, how did the race go from your point of view tonight?
Evening, gentlemen. Thanks for getting me up here. The race tonight was actually quite enjoyable from a steward's point of view to watch. I've got a few stats here which I'm actually impressed with, considering some of the other rounds that we've done and the outcomes of those. So we only had 4 safety cars were pulled in the 6 hours of the event, and 7 pit lane drive-through penalties were issued throughout the race, which I think is rather good considering how tight the competition is. The driving, the standards of the driving, and the time that these guys have been racing around the track. So there's some really good stats. I'm not really a stats man, but I just thought I'd bring those to the table. I was watching the broadcast as well with you guys on another screen, so it was kind of good to see that. And I know that there's some controversial decisions that have been made throughout the call. But look, we as a collective group have a what do you call it? We have a process at the way that we look at things, and we went through the process, and it was agreed by all parties in race control that of the outcome. And unfortunately, a drive-through penalty was had to be issued to a particular car. So. Yeah.
Oh, that's all good, mate, because you have to have controversy in these races because it gives people something to remember, so it's good to have controversy.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to be controversial, I guess, but at the end of the day, like I said, our process is a certain way, and we look at in-car vision, we look at chase views. We look at a number of camera angles to make decisions on calls, and it's not a light-hearted approach at all. But unfortunately, we're not going to please everybody, and I know that we as the stewards kind of copped a little bit of flack on the from some of the spectators and their points of view. But at the same time, I don't think that they got to see the angles that we saw in the race. So from our point of view, we're going to back ourselves 100% on the decision. That's just how it's going to go, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, that's right, because at Race Control you guys can do all the different angles and slow-mo and move the pictures around and get that information where the broadcast only really shows one perspective. So, we back you on that decision as well, and you and Josh did a fantastic job out there tonight, and as I said, if there's a bit of controversy, that's okay. It gives us all something to talk about.
Yeah, but I mean, overall, I think the guys and the teams in the event have started taking a different approach to the way that they go racing, especially towards the start. I know that we had a massive pile up through the S's, and we gave the guys 2 quick repairs throughout the race that they could use, so they can select now when they want to use it, and I dare say whoever was involved in that would have used it there and then. That would have been one of them gone. And that was pretty much at the first hour and 10 mark into the race. So, for, let's call it 5 hours of racing left, you've got 1 quick repair. So you want to be, trying to stay out of trouble and not bend up your car and that type of thing, and have a good fresh car throughout the race and towards the end where you can battle hard, and if you ever needed to use that fast repair towards the end, it was always sitting there. But I think from into round 3, I think things have improved a hell of a lot. We're obviously still learning. I think we've still got an issue with the cars pitting under the safety car and gunning a lap on some others for whatever reason. I don't understand what's going on with that, and some guys did enter pit lane under pit lane open, but then were issued a black flag, which we cleared that for them, but unfortunately it still wasn't able to give them back the lap back. So the review process, I think we'll have to go over that over the next few days and probably look at the replay of the race and see where or what it's actually doing for it to cause guys to go a lap down due when that safety car comes out, and maybe implement something. Just not sure what it's going to be at this stage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you will be able to implement something, but I think it's an iRacing thing that they're going to have to address, and no doubt now that they've launched the blank pane, they're going to have to make quite a few changes to the way safety cars and the pits sort of work in this series, which means we all win, but we'll see how you go.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue that iRacing face is their structure around how to implement a safety car procedure for road course, and we all know that iRacing's been built around a NASCAR model, and not really been put into place for road course racing. And even the blank plane series, I'm not sure, because that's an official series anyway, so there's not going to be live safety cars from my knowledge. Time will tell, I guess, with it. We'll see what happens, I guess. I guess the racing, though, awesome racing. We've had now 3 rounds where there's been somewhere coming close to the end of the race in one of the classes has had like a really good finish, and tonight that was for 3rd and 4th spot in the HDPs between the Daco car and the Talking car, and watching the broadcast and Jay's comments with V8s Online mentioning about wait till the end of the race and the fuel strategies and stuff like that, and he was right on the money. And Mitch managed to get around can't think of who the Daco driver was, sorry, but yeah, and he picked up third position, which is really great for them. And to basically all the podium place getters, first place, you know, the Redback Racing team guys, which Bernie, I'm sure you're going to be very impressed with a win there for you guys. I think overall though, it's going to be interesting to see how the points work out, because there were some pretty big gaps, and there were some guys that finished behind guys that were kind of ahead in the points championship. So that's going to really mix up the championship, I think, now, and we might see some teams really moving up and down the ladder.
Yeah, that's right. It'll be interesting to see how those points come out. But before we wrap this up, we've got the big question, and that is, do you guys have a drive of the day of any team out there that stood out for both Adrian and Scott?
I'll go. As much as I guess I probably wasn't looking at the race in that point of view, but I'd probably have to say to the winning HPD guys, at one stage they were down a lap and they fought their way back and actually overtook to get that lap back. So that was, you know, they just worked their asses off pretty much today. Excuse my language. So I'd say from that point of view, I'd have to give the drive of the day to them. Also, I just want to shout out a big thanks to you guys, Bernie and Adrian. 6 hours. I'm probably sure it's going to be closer to about 7, maybe 7.5 hours by the time the broadcast finishes. But yeah, for you guys to get on board and with us and do the broadcast for this series is just phenomenal. And your shout outs, you know, to try and get people, you know, if the guys are still listening and watching it later, if you guys want to jump up into the commentary booth and help out these guys do their job, they do it off the top of their, you know, off their backs, and it's all, you know, their own time that they're handing out. So massive thank you to you guys. Thanks to all the guys who raced tonight. It was really, really enjoyable to watch, and we're looking forward to Mosport in July.
Fantastic. And Adrian, drive of the day, do you have anyone in mind?
For the team, yeah, definitely throw it Redback Racing way. They definitely worked their way back out there, and a top effort by those boys to put in. And you know, Aaron to throw in the fastest lap near the end of the race. And individual drive, I'm going to have to give it to Kurt, I reckon. Bernie just driving without force feedback, that's a phenomenal effort in my view. So he did a brilliant job in that as well.
Yeah, definitely a big shout out to Kurt there. There's no way I could drive one of those cars without any force feedback, and he did a great job there. And that Daco team, 2 cars in the top 5 in Class A, fantastic. But it looks like drive of the day will go to Class A Redback Racing team. It's Aaron Lee, Warren Pickering there, and they're our Class A winners tonight. So well done, guys, and yeah, I'm very excited for that. So anyway, guys, I think it's time we wrap this show up. So thanks to all our viewers out there who have watched. If you did like the broadcast, definitely click the like button and tell your friends about us, and hopefully we can get more people involved in this great e-sport. And anyway, we will be back during the week to do the Skip Barber broadcast tomorrow night, if my voice is there, and then we will be back again Thursday night for Smack, and then next Sunday we have a huge day with the Australian New Zealand Skip Barber Championship, followed by Oz Smack, then the Formula Ones at 4:30, followed by the SEK Queensland GT3 Endurance Series. So on behalf of Scott Stevens and Adrian Jarvis, I'm Bernie Weemers, and thanks for watching RRTV.